when we pivoted to this insurance-based model, they at first started having pharmacists call on doctors and educate the doctor on the unique pharmacogenetics of this molecule and what it can do in the body, and it was super scientific. That changed at some point, and it's probably because physicians got to a point where a primary care in America has 7 minutes to spend with a patient on average. 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
That's it. That's all you get. And they're overworked, underpaid. We're on a massive shortage. I don't know if you know this. They're expecting a 40% shortage in the next decade. We don't have enough providers. We're going to have 150,000 less primary care providers, and there's already 3-4 month wait list to get into primary care at a lot of states.
What is causing the shortage?
They don't want to do the job anymore. I mean, in a recent interview with, I think it was the American Journal of Medicine, interviewed clinicians that are primary cares, and 35% of them said they're looking to retire or transition jobs in the next few years. And it's because it's thankless. No, their job is a beatdown. It's a beatdown. I watched it. You literally get paid. So as soon as insurance took over and we moved to an insurance model, these doctors get paid minimal reimbursement. And so they have 7 minutes to get you in and out of there to get to the next patient so they can see enough patients to pay their staff, to pay for their overhead, all these things. That being a clinician's not what it was in like the 80s. Now it's just a beat down of a job. And so I think that pharma made a pivot because they realized this guy's not gonna, it's like you're busy as shit. You're not gonna sit down like during your lunch break and have a pharmacist bore you to death with pie charts. You're just not. But if you can send somebody in who's attractive, charismatic, and this girl can just get 1 or 2 plugs in, or this guy can get 1 or 2 plugs in that move the needle a little bit, that was the goal. And it becomes a relationship deal. It really does. Like, that was one of the things they told me when I started. You will become best friends with the most important practitioners in this region. That's the only way you'll sustain your job. It's the only way you'll be successful. And so I had a call list, and I had a list of the doctors, what they wrote the previous week. I knew every prescription that was coming out of their practice, how many Viagras they wrote, and then obviously if you're a smart business guy, you plan your schedule around where are the big fish. You know, I go fish where the big fish are. And so you go, and sometimes it's hard and sometimes it's easy. Like if I just tried to always be genuine and honest with people, and tell them the pros, the cons, and just get to know them. Because if you can build trust, then when we launch another drug or when something else comes out, if you're the guy who always steered them straight, they use you, and they come to you for, hey, what's going on with this? Or hey, what's going on with that?
But it's so weird that something like medicine, which is something that you would, in best case scenario, you would only want to provide people that actually need it. So there wouldn't be any incentive to sort of coerce someone or to be charismatic. Like, that wouldn't even come into play. But it seems like that was a big part of your job.
It's a huge part. And so what would happen is, and even today, this is a constant struggle. A study came out of Harvard, and it said within 18 months, the new forecast is 18 to 24 months after med school, most of what you learned is antiquated. That's how fast things are evolving. Wow. So for these clinicians, right, I gotta see a patient every 7 minutes. I'm literally working my ass off, doing my best to navigate the broken insurance model, where if I submit to get, like, so many patients say to me, well, my doctor pulls all my blood work, or I did a physical or a checkup. A primary care's physical is still the same physical they were doing in 1925. They knock on a knee, test your reflexes, they look in your ear, look in your eyes, look in your nose, look down your throat, and check your pulse and your heart rate, and they run a minimal panel. They're not doing a deep dive, because 1, they don't have the time to do a deep dive, and 2, if they did, the insurance is gonna hammer their asses. So they are very scared to push back on big insurance, and big insurance controls a lot of what happens nowadays.
Why would the insurance freak out on them?
Man, this is going to get, we'll layer through all of this, but what the general gist is, the big 5 insurance companies essentially control all of healthcare now, 100%, front to back. Every drug that you get prescribed, every drug that's on formulary, reimbursements, what a physician gets reimbursed or paid, they will send back to, and a lot of it's an obstructionist mindset. So the example I can give you is if we deny the blood work, you know, and make it so much of a pain in the ass for the doctor to pull comprehensive blood panels, then the doctors will stop pulling comprehensive blood panels. And we, the insurance company, save money, right? Because you are beholden to your shareholders every quarter. You've got to produce for Wall Street every quarter. It's all about quarterly earnings. If I can, the whole system's set up that way now. That's the problem. Like whether it's insurance, big pharma, big medical, the pressure is so high to hit those quarterly earnings and produce for Wall Street. It is not about patients. It is not about patient outcomes. It is not about helping people. That's what it used to be. And at some point, the system lost track of that. I don't know when exactly, but even in the last 20 years, I've seen it change a ton. You know, when I was in it back then, AdvaMed hadn't really gotten strict, so you could still wine and dine doctors, a bunch of different...
When you say strict, what do you mean?
So they released, and a lot of people think this was the government. There is no the government's not really regulating a lot of the wining and dining and stuff that Big Pharma does. Big Pharma went and lobbied and said, hey, hold on. Don't restrict us, we'll restrict ourselves. Let us draft the guidelines for all the other big pharmaceutical companies, and we as a group of powerhouse pharmaceutical industry will regulate ourselves in what we do with doctors. And because so much shit was getting exposed. Yeah, and they were like,
yeah, self-regulate. That's hilarious.
And that's kind of the direction it went. So when I was there as a drug rep, and this was, you know, again, 20 years ago, I had a call pattern. I needed to call on 10 physicians a day. I needed to prioritize those physicians based off their volumes and what they're producing. And then I would get analytics the next week. Did my lunch work? Did my dinner work? Did my meeting work? And it was rare in primary care where doctors would say anything like, well, I'm not using your product because you don't pay me. Or that didn't really happen to me ever. I did have doctors say, I've got a great relationship with the Pfizer rep. I'm not going to use your shit. The Pfizer rep's been my rep for 10 years and they're my buddy. I don't care if your product's better. I'm not using it. And so that's a challenge because in one hand, I get that and I appreciate that they have loyalty to their sales rep. But in the other hand, if it was my dad or my mom on the other end of that treatment protocol, I would want the best treatment possible to optimize their opportunity at, you know, getting good results.
Yeah.
Because I didn't just sell, you have multiple products. So my primary product was Cialis. My bonus was based off Cialis. I finished like President's Council. I finished President's Council. They fly, like you're in the top 5% or whatever of the sales force. So they flew me to some like crazy extravagant hotel in Phoenix, and Britney Spears was hanging out at the pool, and it was like, I'm like, this is insane. This is amazing. It was great. And one of the misnomers though is people think in their head that reps are bad or have bad intentions. Like an example I can give you is Cialis was fun, right? That's an easy one. Really easy. It was fun. Doctors loved talking about it. It was a bunch of jokes, and men loved it once they took it. It sold itself. It's a safe drug. It's used today in an array of different things off-label for performance enhancement, beyond sexual performance enhancement. It's a vasodilator. And so that was great. But I also sold a Vista, which was an osteoporosis drug. And that was an uphill battle because nobody wanted to fucking talk about Vista. So then I was the rep waiting in the lobby forever, trying to get with that doctor to educate them on why our product is supposedly the best. And I didn't have a heartburn about what I was doing until I got relocated to Houston and they changed my portfolio. So I was doing really well. And they said, hey, we want you in a bigger market. And so they moved me to Houston, Texas.
Come on,
and
man.
Changed my entire portfolio of drugs I was carrying to Prozac and Cymbalta and basically mental health antidepressant type medications.
Now, when you do something like
No,
that,
it's
they
fuck
give
that
you
strat.
a course
I mean,
on
it
how
might
to
be
handle
faster,
these
but I'm
things,
so
or
bad
yeah,
at
they
it.
educate you in
I'm
it.
so bad.
And what's involved in that?
You go off, so there's learning modules, you train online, you have to take tests that are timed, and then you go off to like school at the corporate office where you're literally there. I think it was like 4 to 6 weeks, like doctors presenting every day. You're taking notes, and then you've got to take tests to show that you've downloaded all the data points in your head and that you can talk about a vertebral fracture and what are the occurrences, and it's a lot of statistics, a lot of studies, a lot of data. But one of the things I remember my boss always saying is there's liars, there's damn liars, and then there's statistics. Like, these numbers, it's all in how you present them and what they look like, you know? It's so hard. Like, an example I can give is we would promote this drug Avista.
It's hard, man.
It didn't increase bone mineral density astronomically in women as compared to some of the other products on the market. But the fracture rates were equivalent. So the way they would measure was how much their bone mineral density improved or ceased to decline. This drug was based off that, an inferior product to what else was out there. But based off the results of the study, which as you know could be an anomaly, the women didn't fracture disproportionately more than they would have with these other drugs that I competed against. Does that make sense? So we would say, Doc, it's because it's not about the quantity of bone, it's about the quality of bone.
Is that bullshit?
I don't know. I mean, this is what they taught us. And they would have like thought leaders. The other thing they did, the only thing that I saw in pharma personally that was shady is they would do these courses on never off-label promote, don't talk about this, don't talk about that, and you would sign all these documents saying, I'm not going to talk about this. Yeah, definitely. And then a week later, have us come listen to a thought leader in the field off-label promoting all the shit they told us not to talk about.
Explain off-label promoting.
So, let me think of an example. Example would be Zyprexa, and they got exposed for this on Zyprexa. Zyprexa was indicated essentially for, I'll do a better one. If you look at OxyContin, how did OxyContin take over the marketplace? It's because what they did is they got the reps to go out and began to recommend Oxy. So originally Oxy was meant for people who were like terminally ill with cancer and were in severe pain, or somebody who's on the upper echelon of the pain threshold. And the goal of a company and a rep is to grow the market and to hit the number. And so when you go out, it's like, how do you grow the market? Well, we're going to grow the patient demographic. We're going to have to grow. We need the doctors to write more of this. So what they did with OxyContin was they went out and started. It got to a point where they were literally promoting it for people with migraines, and they were pumping these pain pills into all these practices.
Was this before or after it had been proven that it was highly addictive?
They knew it was highly addictive based off the studies. So I know you and I have talked about dope sick, but the story on this family is absolutely insane. So the family that owned OxyContin is one of the richest families in the country. They're up there with the Rockefellers and the Vanderbilts. They made all of their wealth in the 1960s.
Come on, like please. Like seriously, what?
Pandemic. They launched Valium into the marketplace, told people that it was non-addictive, non-abusive, grew the market. They were writing Valiums for headaches, Valiums for knee, shoulder, elbow pain, and it created, they went under governmental investigation. The government ended up investigating the family in the 60s and then jump forward. They get off, they buy their way out of that, jump forward, and this is another thing we'll talk about. There's so many data points. Their patent on hydrocodone was expiring. So Big Pharma does this a lot, and I'll get into this. Like they say, we innovate, but it costs 10 times, we make tenfold on one drug because we innovate.
Damn it,
so
that's
many
every
go by the
fucking
wayside.
time, man.
They don't innovate. They re-engineer and reapply, and like Zyprexa got combined with Symbyax to two drugs that were already on the market to extend the patent, right? So the goal is to play this shell game where you when your patent's close to expiring, you have to reapply and extend the patent via a new indication or some sort of new combination of a couple of different products. And so hydrocodone was expiring. The hydrocodone oxy, like long delivery system was, the cotton system was expiring.
That was
so
terrible.
What they did is they looked at their revenues and they're like, well, fuck. Like we can't, we won't hit our numbers. We can't continue these growth trajectories unless we get a new patent on a new pain med. So they went out and they said, what else is out there that we could put into our patented delivery system? And the answer was oxy. And the problem with that is it's 10 times
I might let go
more
of Siap. I
addictive
might
than
do it.
hydrocodone. So then you go, okay, well, they're going to have to do safety studies and prove it in humans and show that it's non-addictive, non-abusive. Nope. Human study never happened. They were able
it's
to
like half a
piggyback
second
on
slower,
their
but
hydrocodone
if it's much
cotton
more
delivery
consistent,
system.
I'm definitely going to do
Take
that
the
instead.
delivery mechanism, and all it is
Let
basically
those
to
see up
grind up
even
the
just a
powder
tiny
and they create
bit.
layers.
It's
So
going
in
to
theory,
create
you
terrible
take the
muscle
pill,
memory and
you
bad
won't get
habits, but
100 milligrams
I
of
don't know,
oxy
let's
at
see, I
once.
might do
It'll
half-half.
over the 8 hours dissolve
I'll
into
see how
your
I
body
feel.
and you'll get the absorption. That was the premise. And so
Wow.
they said because of our patented delivery system, this drug is non-abusive, non-addictive. We have a great safety profile. The other thing that happened is they went to the FDA.
That one I didn't let
This is
go.
where there's a lot of fuckery.
See, I don't know if it's...
They literally met
It's
with the
like-
head of the FDA at the time after
I usually
hours
get around,
at a
even if I
hotel.
don't
This
see
is
up,
all
I get around to
documented
that
now.
camera pretty
And
quickly. The second
he
one,
helped them draft their application.
just on much better
Then rubber
lines.
stamped it and pushed it through.
Like here,
and
let go.
gave
I let go
Oxycontin
there just to test. See,
the
I still
golden
get there.
fucking
I am a little
He
later.
put in the label
I am.
that OxyContin is less likely to be addictive or abusive compared to other opioids in the market. And then you give a rep that, and you set them out in a marketplace, and you give them a $20,000 a month expense account, and you have them taking guys to dinner, drinking wine and eating steaks, and they show in the label, hey, we're less addictive. This is a safe drug. We've got to stop pain. You know, let's really. This isn't just anymore for the cancer patient. This is
gotta get used to it, I
anybody
guess.
in your practice who has pain. We're on a mission to stop pain, and all of them started getting addicted. I mean, it was rampant. And the system was trash because once you grind up the pill, you've just circumvented the delivery mechanism.
What
and now
the
it's
fuck?
super addictive because they're going to get high doses of an opioid.
And that's what a lot of people were doing that were abusing it, right? They were
Correct.
grinding it up and snorting
Grinding
it.
it up. And then it reminded me a lot with COVID because what happened is doctors were blowing the company up. Purdue Pharma is the name of the company. And the family's the Sacklers. So the Sackler family, this is all documented now. And also, Jamie, anything I bring up, I've put on the Ways to Well website /JRE because we're going to go over a lot of stuff. So any data point or study or any of that I bring up is available on the website. What they did was the Sackler family ended up taking
yell a bit
an
more.
agreement with the U.S. government, and
Like properly.
part of that deal was they would pay, I think, $3 billion, and then there was no, they could not prosecute them or come after them criminally, and it was done. So it was a
And where's the
settlement.
$3 billion go?
Well, they made, I think, 9 or 12 billion, 9 to 12
Right.
billion. I can't remember the number.
But the three that
I don't
they
know if it goes
pay-
to the family or the government. I don't know. I'm not sure where it all. If it went to the
Fucking guy,
families of
man.
people. And this hits close to home for me
Jokes.
because my brother.
I'm not
died
going to do that. On a good run,
My
I'm probably
brother
going to
died
do
at
old strat,
27.
I'll be.
man, and I watched that
So bad at
documentary.
the-
It makes me want to fucking vomit.
at this
I'm
new
just like,
strat.
and it's not just the Sacklers.
That's it.
You know, Johnson and Johnson. They're known for their diapers and their no teary eyes baby soap. Johnson and Johnson made more
Please,
than
like, come
anybody
on,
during the opioid
please.
pandemic. They were
Really?
literally growing. They were doing what
What?
people do in the marijuana trade. They were turning, basically juicing up and synthetically altering opioid plants to grow faster and more potent, so they could turn
So
them
dumb.
over quicker. And so they supplied
what I gotta
all
do,
the
though.
opium into the United States and made billions of dollars. Billions of
I gotta
dollars.
line
The
up-
FDA,
I gotta line it up.
At
I gotta
this
go,
point
like,
in time, the
I know what to do now.
DEA was getting involved, going to the FDA, going to all
know
these
what to do.
governmental bodies and saying, look, this shit's getting crazy. Like, this is getting out of control. The addiction rates are through the roof. What Purdue did at that time was pivot and go out and educate doctors on breakthrough pain.
Man.
These patients aren't addicted.
It's the second one
They're
that's
just
hard.
still in pain. And the way to fix it is to write them more opioids. So they launched a 200 milligram pill and gave people more opioids.
Oh,
There's a tragic, the one that is Dope Sick is like a docu-series, but it's not a documentary. It's like a fictional reality.
Drama.
Yeah.
Wow,
There
so
is
bad.
a documentary, and it's tragic. It's this Mormon family.
I think I just gotta
talks
see
about-
up
This
it.
is the level of bravado
No
that
illustration
physicians
in it.
oftentimes have. His wife, they grew up Mormon, and they had been married. They had multiple kids,
Of
and the
course, it'd
story
be
is his
way
wife
off.
got in a car wreck, injured her neck, and was doing okay. She was seeing a primary care doctor, and a neighbor said, "You need to go to the pain clinic and go meet Dr. So-and-so." Long story short, he puts her on oxy. He puts her on a bunch of other meds. She ends up passing out all over the house. The husband's like taking pictures of her to document for the doctor, and she ends up in the ER at one point. After she gets out, they put her in rehab, they get her clean again, and that doctor's practice reaches back out and asks to meet with the family and the wife. This is like a true story in this docuseries. And when the doctor meets with them, and I've seen stuff like this happen, the doctor said,
Whatever.
I and I alone will make the medical decisions on my patient.
Like, it's
not
just
you.
so terrible.
So, are we on the same page here? And this guy said, I looked him in the eye and I said, yes, sir. Anyways, the guy's wife OD'd and died, like, literally a month later. And so they're suing the doctor, they're suing his practice.
So the doctor got her back on pills.
Doctor got her back on pills.
And what was his justification?
This is where it gets so tough, because when you're in it, like when I was in it, like erectile dysfunction and Viagra, like I said, Cialis, that's fun, right? But some of the drugs you are really passionate about, like, and so I think I do believe that there's good and bad in every person, right? And sometimes people's egos get in the way. And he's probably been to course after course. I mean, the narrative they spin in this is he made hundreds of thousands of dollars in consulting fees from Purdue Pharma and was paid as a consultant.
Fucking hell.
And over a time span made, I think, like $300,000 or $400,000 off Purdue Pharma. And so, of course, he's going to push Purdue Pharma's product. Is the narrative. But what I saw a lot was you begin to drink the Kool-Aid and believe the belief, if that makes sense. We're changing the world. We're going to launch these
just
pain
so
meds,
ridiculous.
and they're going to
Because you're
help.
being financially incentivized for it.
So dumb, man.
A reason to think.
You have a reason to be skewed, and then you're opening the door to let
It's just so
yourself
dumb.
be educated in a biased manner. Does that make sense? You're only listening to half the narrative.
Like, what?
And that's a problem. And a lot of times physicians are listening to the big pharma company rather than the patients. So, I mean, and I experienced that. Like, we had a drug, Strattera, and it wasn't like a dangerous drug. It was a really safe
I love this level. This
drug
level's
meant
amazing.
to treat children with ADHD. And I was passionate about it. Like, I believed in it because I fucking failed kindergarten. I literally went to pre-first. There were kids in my class with helmets because I was ADHD and dyslexic. And at the time, the only thing on the market was Ritalin. And they said, we want your son on Ritalin, or
This guy, man.
He goes to, like,
I watch
special
people wait the
education.
cutscene, but I'm not going that
So I had to
fast.
go to the pre-first.
Well, not wait the cutscene,
And-
but skip the
and then I
cutscene.
jumped
I'm not
forward,
going
I'm
that
23
fast.
and
That's
I
why I'm
graduated
skipping.
college and I'm making great money.
Not skipping.
And
They watch
I
a little
see
bit
this drug that
of either the first or the
is
second, so
non-abusive,
the guard's a little
non-addictive, that
further.
we could be using to treat ADHD.
But I've been
in
cutting it
kids
right
and
away
have them
because
not
I
go
wasn't
through all the
previously
headaches
that
I
fast
went
because I
through as,
wasn't
like,
letting
an
go of,
ADHD kid.
or I wasn't holding
I was like,
down
this
C
is
up.
amazing. Instead of Adderall and all these stuff.
So that guy's always
and
there
so you
now.
bleed it. Like, you get really passionate about it when you buy in, and nothing
not
bad ever
always,
happened
but,
with
like,
that drug.
you know.
It wasn't as efficacious as the
Not
company
saying like I'm
presented it
super
to be.
fast, but I'm
It
fast
didn't
enough that
seem to
he's
work
there
as
that I gotta change the
effectively.
cutscene.
Isn't that always the case, though? I mean,
I
is
think-
there
I think a lot
ever
of the times,
a
yeah.
drug other than Cialis,
Yeah,
which really
yeah.
does what it advertises?
Yeah.
But is there? Are there? I mean, that's kind of
Also,
always
thank
the
you,
case,
Irie
they
Butler's
exaggerate the benefit.
input display on
Well,
his
the biggest challenge is
22.
not only the exaggeration potentially of the benefits, it's the if
That was
they
epic.
begin to re-engineer
That's-
or apply
that's
it
so
to a
key,
different
man.
disease state. I'm trying to think of an example that would be a good one to give you. They can take a drug and the patent's about to
Terrible
expire.
line.
All right, so let's say they have a
Terrible
year left on
line.
the patent.
It's
At
it's
that
like 2
point,
feet.
the company will begin
And I
to
took a
say,
terrible
how
line.
do we extend the patent so we can continue to get insurance coverage and get paid and hit our numbers for Wall Street? We've got to get another indication. So when they resubmit for a new indication based off just efficacy, they do not have to go back and do safety studies. And so they don't do human trials. And so what they're doing is they're piggybacking it, but the dosages may change, the disease states change, the patient populations change. Yeah, it may have been safe, as a osteoporosis drug in 60-year-old women, but is it safe now that you're using it in
Oh, but then the
a
camera's gonna be all
20-year-old girl?
different.
Like
Waited too
that's
long
the
there,
type
but
stuff that happens
I'm just
all
gonna
the
skip them
time.
both immediately.
And the guy who approved Purdue Pharma, this is the craziest part, the one who helped them draft their agreement and all of that. Guess where he went to work 18 months later? Purdue Pharma. making 300 grand a year.
Which is always the case, whether
Yeah.
it's in the financial sector or in medical.
Yeah.
Right? That's what they do.
Mhm.
They always wind up working for some enormous corporation after they set the regulations that would benefit that corporation, and they get a cushy job.
Yeah, I think it was 12 out of the last 15 heads of the FDA have taken jobs in private industry for big medical.
Well, that's it. That's the way. The down C.
And
It's
so
pretty good pace.
I
This is
will
probably
say,
the
being
fastest
behind
pace
the
I've had.
scenes,
This is not going to complete
it's the
though.
same, I've heard you say this about police
I miss the
officers.
cameras, but
90%
I just want
of
to see the
people,
pace.
I think are trying to do good.
Because I specifically
good
thought to
people.
myself, okay, let's go
There
forward
are
and then back
outliers in
C.
every capacity
Just like Irie did.
of life. Period. Just because somebody works for the government doesn't mean they're good, and just because somebody's a
And
doctor
then he switches
doesn't
here
mean
like
they're
that.
good.
This is
Just
fucking
because
troll
somebody's a
those
rep
fuck.
doesn't mean they're bad. I didn't see very many bad reps. Like
What?
there weren't.
Come on.
I didn't
Like,
see
literally-
unethical. When I say bad, I mean like I didn't see a lot of unethical reps. They existed. Like, I'm not saying they didn't, but not disproportionately any more than I saw in the
Keep
rest.
hitting the
of
rail
society.
there too.
So they're incentivized to make a lot of money, and the best way to make a lot of money is to try to,
Isn't it
first
amazing?
of all, the patent system. So if they lose their patent, then the drug becomes generic, and then it's worthless to them,
Correct.
because then anybody can make it.
Correct.
So they have to figure. And what is the time period where a drug can become generic?
You know, I think it's like 7 or 8 years. I don't know the exact number, but they have a long time. They have a good amount of time to recoup their revenue and make their profits.
Damn it.
And that's one layer of what's happening. So I don't want anyone to think Big Pharma is not guilt-free, because they're not. There's a lot of aggressive tactics that happen. Like me knowing exactly what prescriptions they wrote. One of the other things I saw they did is when I first started, we could type in call notes. And so I'd come out of a doctor's office and I had to type in the computer what the doctor discussed, what they said. What happened with that is people started reporting adverse events. They would type in there, doctor said that the patient had a migraine headache or whatever it is. Well, now that's in the computer. And now that's turned into corporate.
Like this fucking.
And now corporate has to report that back to the FDA. depending on
Oh, not bad. I'll
and
take
in
it.
my time
I'll
in
take
pharma,
it.
they
One
switched
clip,
from
I'll
that
take
to
it.
drop-down boxes, where it didn't give me an option to type that stuff. Now
Boost me.
they tell you
When you say drop-down boxes, what do you
drop
mean?
that. So it literally was like they would prescribe.
Wow.
it. I discussed with the doctor the
Please.
efficacy and benefits of Cialis.
Please.
Doctor agrees, Cialis, da 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 da. And
Fuck
it's just
me,
like
come on.
bullet point, and I choose from a drop-down menu, like multiple choice.
Oh.
Oh, what did I talk about today?
So you don't have the option
definitely PB
to
pace.
like, put in commentary on
Correct.
what.
I have no idea
And
how
now-
fast it is though. It might be
I
like
will say,
29
it's
or
the same
some
thing
shit.
they did with don't
Depends
promote
if I hit this
off-label,
warp.
don't promote off-label. Oh, wait, we're gonna
So I
have
gotta
a
go
thought leader
key
come talk to you and
analyzer
educate you on what
to
he's doing in his or her
KF7 to
practice.
PP7 more.
And then they're promoting it off-label the whole time.
So key
And
anal
then
so
they send you out to
KF7
the field, right, where nobody's
Key
looking, and nobody's
analyzer.
around, and this thought leader told
push
you this stuff.
A
You
get the
know what I'm saying?
KF7
it's a shell
out,
game. It's like,
Right.
and
don't
then I
say this
back
stuff, but we're gonna
switch
teach
to warp.
you this stuff.
And when
And all of
Okay.
them did that. And Eli Lilly was viewed as, that's who I work
Should
for.
I go
They were
left strafe?
viewed
I'm
as
already in
the
left strafe.
most
I gotta go
ethical
left
At
strafe.
the time, that was like
I'm
their,
such a I'm
uh,
such a better warper
war cry,
right strafe
their
though.
battle cry was, we are the most
Whatever, let's do
ethical
it.
company in big pharma. And again, I'm not saying
Left.
they were
We gotta do
unethical.
left. I'm in left.
I'm really not. It's just there's
I'm in left.
that's like being the Dexter of serial killers, right?
exactly.
You
Yeah.
only kill the people that deserve
It's
it.
so true. And it's just they set it up for failure. That's all I'm getting.
I
at.
missed
This
it. I
game is
blew
set up
it.
for failure.
I blew it.
Okay.
I blew the warp.
My
like
bonus
29.
is based off volume.
Whatever.
If I don't get
32,
the volume,
I
don't get
suck.
the
I'm a
bonus.
sucky
If I
player.
don't get the bonus, I can't
Terrible player.
afford to remodel my kitchen or whatever it was at the time.
That's,
you know,
like,
I was
really
a
bad.
kid, and I'm looking at it going, okay,
How is that
well,
bad?
do you
was
talk
terrible.
about this
It was
off-label
really
stuff
embarrassing.
because this guy is complaining
really
about
embarrassing. I
XYZ?
thought it was
Maybe
way
this is
faster
a
than
niche
that.
where I can explain to him where somebody else is finding success with this product. Does that make sense? You're not
Yeah.
saying, hey, how do I get this product that's going to hurt people into
I guess the
doctors?
guard.
Nobody
It was a
thinks that.
bad
They
guard
think this
kill.
is a good product.
The guard kill
This
was
guy told
terrible.
me ways he's using it that aren't
The guard
necessarily
kill was
FDA
like the worst
approved.
ever.
The company told me,
I got back
in their
boosted by that
online HR test that I'm not supposed to do this, but then they gave me all the data and resources to be able to do this.
I just want to see what
And
this
nobody's
piece is.
here, and it's me and my buddy having wine at a bar. Like, do I talk about these off-label things or do I not? And I think a disproportionate amount of the time, people feel the pressure, and they do.
Because they're financially incentivized.
Correct.
And so when they do have these adverse events, when they do have overdoses, addiction, all these different things, and they've switched to this drop-down system of reporting, like how do those adverse events
hard.
get reported?
It's really
and
hard.
how do they get documented?
Now, they would still heavily encourage you. That's the part where I was going with the... It's kind of... It's an unspoken thing. Does that make sense? So they would say, if you hear about an adverse event, you have to report it. And there would be emails about, if there's an adverse event, you have to report it. And trainings on, if there's an adverse event, you have to report it. But that wasn't what happened in the
It's so
field.
bad.
If you reported
It's not
something,
paced.
all of the sales forces pissed
Wow,
off.
look at that boost. Isn't it
Because you
amazing?
just fucked their next 6 months, or whatever it is. So there's, I think the most recent data, and this is med device,
complete?
I don't know if this is pharma, but less than 2%.
Went too
of
far
adverse events
there.
were reported.
And that's also
So
the
a
case
huge
with vaccines,
disproportion.
right? That's the vaccine, the VAERS report. Said somewhere in the neighborhood of 1%.
That's the warp, like that.
adverse
Believe
events
that.
get reported.
See, I can hit that.
And they're not even asking, though. I have a
83.
friend who, she's a clinician, she's a surgeon in Houston.
This is just like a
She
YOLO
trains
level,
Muay
isn't
Thai.
it?
She's
Like,
lean. She runs marathons. Phenomenal shape. 34 years old. Had to get vaccinated for her job. Got vaccinated. Got boosted. Started having blood clots. Now she's like been in and out of the hospital. Almost died. They had to do a blood transfusion. I mean, it's been a nightmare. And I asked her, did they? And I'm not. And she got it after her booster. And I didn't. I'm not saying that's what caused it, because we'll never know. But I said, did the hospital ask you, or even like begin to ask questions like, is anyone even alluding to that potentially this could be caused by that? And she said, no, nobody's brought it up. And she works at the hospital. So I'm like, man, that's so crazy to me.
It is crazy. And so they're
yo, what's up?
they're
Who's that on
trying
the top
to figure
left?
out a way to continue promoting
It's Joe
these
Rogan,
drugs,
and
whether it's
I don't know the
COVID
name of the
vaccine
person.
or whether it's any of these other drugs. And the best way to
Sorry.
do that is sort of
I don't know
minimize
who's the podcast. Joe
adverse
Rogan.
events.
Correct. And then the other
Yeah.
issue is,
What's up,
you could have to
Donatitis?
recall,
How are you?
depending on
Welcome.
the nature of the adverse events. You could have to recall. Did this data show up in studies? Now you're under a governmental investigation. You
It's a
know,
pretty
if the
recent
data
one.
was
This
in
was
the
released in
study
the
and
last
they
week
swept
or
it under
so.
the rug or hit it, which is
It was
what
a
happened
new
with
one.
Moxie. They
I'm not really
know
listening to it.
they
It's
were
in,
getting
like,
report
it's really
after
low
report.
for
There
me.
were emails flying
I think it's
around in
louder
the
for
first
you
year of the
guys.
drug launching that, hey, I think we have
Wow,
a problem
terrible.
here. Patients are
I
showing
think it's louder for
addictive
you guys.
tendencies.
So
And they literally hired a thought leader, the same guy
whatever.
who killed the woman that I was telling you about. They hired him as
Wow.
a speaker,
Terrible.
and they taught him
Absolutely
to
terrible.
educate clinicians on pseudo addiction. And the message was, this patient's not addictive. They're not addicted to the drug. It looks like addiction. It's pseudo addiction. They're addicted to the relief the drug is providing them.
Oh my
So
god.
the answer is to up their dose
Oh my
to avoid the breakthrough pain.
Oh my
And so
God. Breakthrough
it-
pain.
it went crazy.
Like
It went-
breakthrough infections when they're trying
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
show the
that's-
efficacy of the vaccine.
That's why when they
These
started
are
saying it, I
rare.
was like, yeah.
But and it turned out the breakthrough infections were not just rare; it was more.
I might let go of C
Yeah.
up there.
I mean, pretty
I'm
much
trying not
everybody.
to, but
I saw it yesterday on Apple News, and it was
it's not
like,
really my limiting
it was
factor
an
right
article about the
now.
state of California, and it said that California is thankful
I
that
gotta
so
look
many
up
people are
sooner,
vaccinated
too.
because COVID deaths are
Way
rising.
sooner,
And I
like
thought to
before the
myself,
quick pause,
in the state
ideally.
of California, I thought, well, then that means that it's not even doing the secondary thing they said
Yeah.
it would do, which is reduce the risk factor of it being more catastrophic to the individual. I'm like, I'm skeptical.
Definitely have to
of-
look higher.
I'm not going to go one way or the other
Maybe
on
not
the
higher.
vaccine. I'll
Yeah,
say this.
higher.
There's two entities I definitely don't
I gotta
trust
look
in this
higher
world:
so I don't
the
travel as
federal
far.
government and big pharma.
And they're both in cahoots.
Yeah, and there was a tremendous amount of pressure to ramrod a drug into the marketplace. Tremendous amount of pressure to get these drugs into the marketplace, and for these pharmaceutical companies, they have carte blanche. There's no risk factor for them.
Zero. Yeah, they can't. They're
So
not
they,
even
even
responsible.
if there is something
Wow.
that comes back, and my thing is, if you're asking me to trust you, then act in a manner that
Alright, I'm gonna
builds
try just to
trust.
run without
You've never
holding
done
C
that
up.
as an industry.
Yeah.
You've never, as an industry, been transparent, open, and honest. You've always misled us. It's like over and over and over
Like, I
again.
might be
Well,
even
this
They
one also.
misled us.
it-
Yo, what's
it's so
up, Vic? How you
crazy
doing,
because
man?
people were buying into it in a way
Thanks,
that
buddy.
they had never done before.
You're the man, dude.
Where people were enthusiastic about a medication, to the point where they were evangelizing it, and they would wear,
I love Dickus
images
Khan's
in their Twitter
ASMR
bio
streams.
showing everyone that they've been vaxxed. It was
Actually, the
a
ASMR
sign
are
of virtue.
turbo
Yeah, this
weird, man.
definitely
Not gonna
was
lie.
It was. I mean, it was probably.
Is it you literally
Yeah,
making
it
the
was
sounds the whole
definitely
time, or is there like a
narrative.
CD playing it?
Yeah.
Like, how many
It was pushing a
friggin'
narrative, but
instruments do you
there's also
have
people
around
wanted
you?
that narrative. They bought
Well,
How many
people wanted to feel
Peruvian
Yes.
Everyone wants to feel
rain
safe.
dance
But
And they thought
yeah,
that was
I mean,
the
we'll
solution.
see. I guess time will tell what the
Plant,
long-term
bean,
ramifications are.
rain
Yeah,
simulator
that's the other thing. If
devices have you
if
purchased? Have you
some
made?
of the products that hit the market, they don't do long-term studies, so they may only be short-term studies.
Where you like simulate
So,
the
some
friggin'
issues don't manifest till down the road.
didn't do that boring 8-hour walk?
Trying to think of another example, like Zyprexa. I mean, that was
2.65.
another-
Aw,
that was a
sorry,
mental health
man.
drug that I carried, and doctors would tell me,
Yeah, dude.
"Brigham,
You know my
this
not my
lady came in
struggle.
relationship,
You literally made me.
like, and she's
affiliate,
like the fifth
but
one." I go back
what's
to
it
the
called?
office, Hey, this is like this doctor's telling me all these people are gaining weight. Well,
My hand and
you know,
mouth. That's
in the
insane,
early
dude.
Stages of
I
depression.
swear to
when
God, I
somebody
heard like
comes out the other end of these,
pouring sand into
depressed
some sort of
psychotic
vegetable.
states. They're
device
up, they're mobile,
bowl.
they're active, so they're like eating again. And think about it, a lot of times these people haven't eaten in weeks.
Dude, if you had a camera,
and
it'd be
now
insane.
they're back up and eating and living
If you had
life.
a camera on
and
you
enjoying
doing it,
life
even just your
again.
movements,
And so then I
even
go
just
back
like
out
shadow
and
puppets.
regurgitate that. But it
Even
turns
if you had like
out
a shadow
wasn't the
puppet,
case. It's known that
got a
it's
light,
impacting people's
and you just stream the shadow, that'd
insulin
be
response. I
pretty
can't
cool.
remember the details, but they got sued, and they got sued for an array of different stuff on that.
Or what you can
that
do
drug,
is you could
Zyprexa, which was a
find,
blockbuster drug for Eli Lilly.
And so is it a similar
I think on
situation like with
OBS,
Vioxx,
you can get
which is where
avatars
they made, like,
that
12
mimic your
billion, but they
movements.
got
It picks up your
sued
movements, and
for,
then so you could be
fraction
like
of
a
that, and so they walk out of it with a
talking furry.
no matter what, even though they're
That's what happens over and over.
if you wanted.
It's happened. I mean, there's dozens upon dozens upon dozens of examples. That is the market. That's the game.
Probably
in
gonna
the
And-
let
COVID
go of
vaccine
Sia.
market, that's not even
I'm
going
gonna
to
try
be the case
that.
because they're not able to get sued. So
Okay,
for
let go
them,
see up there,
this is
obviously.
like the Willy Wonka golden ticket.
What scares me more
No
about
difference,
that is,
just slower.
and we're going to talk about this throughout the whole market, it's not sustainable. If it's all about profits and hitting quarterly earnings, and now you artificially inflated the earnings,
Even
of
today
all
it's at
these big
2.65.
pharma
Yeah,
companies for the
sometimes
last
it gets
2.5
delayed a little
years,
bit.
they're going to have to get creative to hit their numbers for Wall Street next year.
Don't sweat it, man.
What are
You'll
they
be there
going to do
soon.
to do it? What products are going to get pushed
You know,
through
it
the
took
market
me what, a year and a
faster
half.
to be able to do it? The good news is on pharmaceuticals, they do require large studies, and they do typically require safety data in humans, not just in animals. But
Whatever.
the but to that
It's a really
is,
dumb run.
unless it's a product that's already been on the market.
Wow.
And so most of these products, a lot of
The
these
goose
products,
strat.
they just change the indication, reapply for the patent, and
Wow.
now all of a sudden they're using a different dosage or a different
It's
using
just
it
so
to
dumb.
treat a different illness.
It's not pace because that's
So
terrible.
It's tough.
I'm sure you've seen that this new COVID booster, the Omicron booster.
Wow,
the
that didn't
variant
work.
booster, they've done no human trials.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not
But
doing the
that
goose
makes
strat
sense.
again.
Yeah, and everybody's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
None?
That pause was 30
Zero?
though.
This
That
is
was
a new
wild.
medication, so it's a new version of a COVID vaccine, and there's no human trial.
Maybe it is faster.
It's crazy.
Oh, but I
And they're
failed
allowed
the
to do that.
objective. Keep an eye on my.
FDA to authorize new COVID boosters.
Seen
without
some
trials.
interesting fuel. What? That's awesome, dude.
Not only that, this is for Omicron, which is
Oh,
very
I can't
minor.
really hear what's
So
going
this
on
is
in the
not done
podcast.
to protect lives. This is done to maintain profit margins.
Well, one of the challenges, and it's not,
No human trials for
Again,
what? The booster? Yeah.
it's human nature for us to try and find a witch.
It's
and
crazy,
hunt it,
man.
right? And so everyone says big
crazy.
pharma's bad. I'm not here to tell you big pharma's good or bad. Big pharma is what it is, and it's big business, and big business is about big money. And so just be cautious. Do your research. Understand that things aren't always what they're presented to be. But it's not just
the
big
trial.
pharma. That's where people misunderstand big medical, your surgeons, your doctors.
Want to hear something crazy?
The big insurance companies.
That
Everyone
the
has
palm
a part
trees
to
and the
play
beach above
in this
is
disaster that we're
is
calling
not
the
real.
healthcare
It's
system, but
computer
it's not.
generated.
It's a sick care system.
It's
Do
artificially
not practice
intelligence generated.
preventative medicine.
Can you believe
We
it?
do not prevent disease states.
For one of my
We
script,
wait
I
for somebody
said,
to get really
I think I
sick,
said like
and then we
beautiful
give 'em a pill.
tropical
And we treat the
Caribbean
symptoms, not the
or
root cause.
blue water,
because
white
the model
sand
is
beach
built
with palm trees.
in a manner that is not
on a beautiful
conducive
day
to
or some
practicing
shit on a
preventative
beach.
care. In fact, most insurance companies won't
Tried
cover
those drawing
preventative care.
AIs,
Less than
yeah.
2% of an insurance company's
It's pretty
spend
simple, right? Like
is
I
geared
use
towards
things that
preventative
they
care.
are
Most
put
of the
together. I
time,
said
if you
like
try to
beach,
get any sort of
tree,
preventative care, the
blue
carrier will
water.
deny it. One example I
Down
can give you is
Toronto's
if you are pre-diabetic, you're on the verge
Yo,
of
thanks,
diabetes,
Eric. What?
we know
How you doing, man?
if you transition to diabetes,
Fucking legend.
it will cost
4 minutes
sevenfold
control agent, insane, man.
annually
That's awesome,
in
dude.
healthcare expenses
Thanks, man.
to keep you
I have
basically
30
up
on
and
this
running.
level. I'm
Why
trying to not
would
let
an
go of C
insurance
up here.
company
Trying to
not
destroy it with C up.
proactively try to get
That was really
you
bad.
from
I gotta
progressing
look
into
up
that
earlier.
disease state? The
I'm
answer
good,
is
thanks,
because
man.
just
Yo,
like Big
thanks,
Pharma,
dude.
just like everything else, it's based
Irie
on
has really
quarterly
good.
earnings, and they know
Yeah,
you gotta
this
hit
level,
these
dude.
numbers.
It's really
and
good.
They also know the average American switches jobs every 2.5
Oh
years.
my god. Let's
Most
get at least one
Americans are
good
insured
start
through
for
their
Eric while
employer.
he's here.
So their thing is, do we spend the money on this person today,
What's it called?
man or woman today, to treat a disease
gonna
state
tell
that's going to
Eric
be somebody
too.
else's problem tomorrow?
Wow.
Probably not.
I
Probably
was gonna
not
say
worth
something
it. And so they punt.
specific
They kick the can
to
down the
you.
road. And it's the same with everything. Like the insurance
remember.
companies are a major, major powerhouse. I would say
It's
the
too bad.
single most influential and terrifying part of healthcare. It's not Big Pharma. Big Pharma has its flaws. All the stuff you and I have talked about, and it's scary. And you know, again, I think
Oh my
there's
god.
outliers. good
Whatever,
and
let's just see the
bad, but
pace. Yeah,
insurance
Irie has
controls
really
more than
good
people
inputs.
realize. Like it controls every aspect of medicine.
Why is that more dangerous?
Input, what's it called?
So one example I can give you
Fucking,
is
you can see the
a lot of
inputs in
people
this
don't know
level,
this,
whatever.
but- So the big five insurance companies,
That was really bad.
there was a group called a PBM. Have you ever heard of a PBM? A lot of people.
Yeah, pretty terrible.
It's called a pharmacy benefit manager.
Wow.
So the PBM was brought out, I think, in the 70s or 60s.
Input display, thanks, man.
And the goal was to sort through all these new medications coming
That's
on
it.
the market, and they were a consumer advocate. The job of the pharmacy benefit manager was to go negotiate with Big Pharma and drive
this is
down
fast,
the
but
rate
see,
of these new products and new drugs.
You gotta wait a little bit
so
of the
that patients
cutscene.
could
I'm going
afford
to
it.
my starts are
And
usually too slow.
It worked for a while.
That's
But
why that
what
guard
people
is
didn't realize
always
happened is over time,
back boosting me.
the PBMs began to negotiate
You know what I mean?
rebates, and they're
Pretty
covered by
terrible
safe
shit.
harbors. So we, the public, have
Like-
no visibility. The federal government has no visibility.
See there. Oh no,
Nobody
he's down there
knows
now. I don't know.
what
I don't know
the
why.
pharmacy
I don't
benefit
know what.
managers are getting paid.
I don't know what his
Here's
problem
what I
is.
mean by that. Insulin. Eli Lilly launched insulin. That's a hot button right now. Everyone talks about insulin and the cost of insulin. When Eli Lilly launched,
Yeah,
the
I don't know what
product,
my
they made
like.
$145
I know I can get. I know I can get
in
sub
profit.
30,
all right, or
but I
in
mean,
revenue.
man, these are
Um,
pain. This is painful to watch.
It,
This is
since
painful
then,
to play
even though
through.
the price of insulin has tripled, Eli Lilly now makes less than I think
Wow, that
$120
wasn't even close.
for the same vial. So the question becomes, wait, where did those additional dollars go? It's the same.
Like, let's
on
just see what this
all
pace
these
is.
drugs. What happens is
fun.
the pharmacy benefit manager goes to the big pharmaceutical companies and says,
Like I had to do. I had
"You
to
want
do the down
patients to be able to
C.
get
I had
coverage
to.
and use this drug
So
and
it's
have
a
it
terrible
covered by their
position.
insurance,
Wow.
then you've got to give us a rebate.
Like wow.
We want $50 a vial, or I think right now they're getting $30 in
pretty
insulin
mi-
vials.
pretty
or something
miraculous,
Like
I
that is
got.
what the analytics say, and all this is also on the website. I put all
30
this
on
in
this level.
there. So the pharmacy benefit manager is indirectly running up the cost of care because what they're doing is negotiating a cut for
There's a missed
themselves.
warp.
So
30.
then Eli Lilly
I think it
and
would
these
have been
companies
29.
go, oh, okay, well, we're going to raise our price by $25 a vial so we can pay the rebate to the pharmacy
But
benefit
I warped
manager
wrong.
so
I
we
went
can get
I went
preferred tier
KF7 to
pricing
unarmed.
on an insurance plan.
You should go KF7
And so
to
almost any
PP7.
drug on an insurance plan that's a tier 1, meaning like that's a drug the insurance pushes you towards, typically has a rebate
Wow.
that goes to the pharmacy benefit manager.
I'm also not listening to the
So here's why
podcast
that
really,
gets
so I don't know
more
what he's saying. I can't
Pharmacy benefit
agree or disagree with
managers
what he's
control
saying.
82% of the the three big pharmacy benefit managers control 82% of the medications filled in America.
That's fast.
82%
See,
of the
like,
prescriptions filled in America
I
are
was
controlled by
super
three
lucky.
big powerhouse
Whatever.
pharmacy benefit managers.
I was able to push down
Plot there.
down C.
Who
I think
owns
slow,
the
though.
pharmacy benefit managers? The
If
big
you get
five
back boosted by
insurance
that guy, it's so slow.
Cigna, Aetna, United, they've gone out and bought the pharmacy benefit managers. So the people who decide what drug goes on formulary, what your copay is, what your employer's expenses are, what gets reimbursed, what doesn't get reimbursed, are also getting rebate incentives on the back end. And here's why that's really important.
Not saying it applies to all
This is what
scary
most
stuff.
people are not
Wow,
understanding.
even that was 32.
I
That's crazy.
owned a
That's pretty good starting.
retail pharmacy
Wasn't like
that
the
would
best.
bill insurance carriers. If you come into my pharmacy, if your grandma comes in and she tries to fill a prescription, for example, I'll give you metformin.
See,
My
he's
cost
down
on
the hall
metformin
now.
is roughly $2. I would sell her metformin
Might
for
just be
$4.
RNG or some shit.
As soon as she discloses that she has insurance, I have a gag clause. I am not allowed to tell her my cash pay price. I swipe her insurance card, Blue Cross, whatever it may
See,
be.
that was. Let's see what this
copay,
space is.
$10.
That's
And
better.
she gets her medicine. I charge her $10. Immediately when I swipe
Meme.
that card and I enter all that in the computer, I get a $7 clawback. Where does it go? It goes to the PBM.
Wow.
So you get what I'm like. I could have saved her $6, but I can't disclose to her that.
I'm just putting up a prayer for that
And
last
now
one,
the
eh?
money, the profits, I make
gotta
less money. She
fucking-
pays more money, and the money goes back to the big insurance companies. And so I watched this fucking asshole talk in front of Congress, who's like the head of the PBM. I don't know his exact title. And he's
puts
like,
up terrifying
if we
podcasts."
didn't save money, nobody would be.
And doesn't even
employing us."
listen to them.
You're employing yourself, dipshit.
What a
What are
troll.
you talking about? If we didn't save
Makes
money.
everybody depressed.
So they created
He doesn't
these
even
nets,
listen
and
to
so
it.
this gets tricky because think about it. If you have an elderly
you
person
imagine?
over the age of 65, the average elderly American's on 4
That's
or
actually
more
literally what
meds.
I'm doing. This
Okay?
level is
So
not fun to me.
Grandma's getting price
It's-
gouged
I like it.
for
I like
4
it a
or more
lot.
meds, and her out-of-pocket expense on
mean, it's
those
pretty
meds, 'cause
troll.
sometimes your copay's bigger. So like on a tier 1, they go, well, hey, that
I
drug's more
suck so
expensive.
much, man.
You're gonna
I
have to pay
suck.
us, $30 copay for it. That all goes back
It's
to that
it's
private
it's a
payer.
fun. I like it.
So
I like it.
It
If
is
I
a
get
dangerous
below,
game,
if I get
and
29
it's
or
gotten out of
under,
hand. That's why insulin's through
I
the
think
roof.
I would not
And
like
this
it
isn't all
anymore
anecdotal
because
bullshit.
everything
The
has to
state
go
of West
perfectly.
Virginia
Especially that
felt
last
like they were
camera,
being
man.
defrauded by
And
the
the
big
boost.
insurance companies and
That's
the
like
PBMs.
that's probably the
They
worst
fired
part
them.
of this
And
all.
they
The
said we're going to bring
boost
everything in
and
house.
the
They
last
saved
camera.
$22 million
Everyone likes
in the
different
first
stuff.
12 months.
Yeah,
You can
thanks,
Google
man.
PBM get fired
Control,
by state,
dude. Control
and
looks
state
amazing,
after
man.
state. Right now, the state of Texas is suing. I'll butcher it. Centene or something
Control's
like that. They're like
my
they're a very small
Top
PBM,
5 level
but they control the governmental pay.
for me.
And so even that gets tricky. 'cause
And I have
as
no
we begin to
PBs
talk
on it.
about power. Big insurance will literally rip the head off of big pharma and shit down their throat. They have all the fucking power, dude. 100%. All the power.
The
is in
mind
big
throws are
insurance.
probably
They
my
control
limiting
what
factor
drugs
still
get
on
approved,
control.
They control what drugs get covered.
I
They
know what
control, like
I know
which
what to do in
tier
theory,
placement
but I've
they
never
get.
done it.
And now the big insurance companies
Especially
control all
the-
your lab testing, any of the, like if you want to get a
the
blood
two
work
long
done,
ones?
like an example is too, I owned a blood lab. I've
Two
I've
far
had
away
a
ones?
bunch of different
I might just
experiences
be
in
making
this
excuses
space.
up, but like
And when we would go out and educate clinicians and say, hey, here's the reason why you'd want to pull blood work. All the things that is now
yeah, I'm
waste.
trying. I'm not letting go of
Explain,
up there.
You gotta stop.
Gotta go, dude. No worries,
practicing
man.
self-care. We cannot wait for patients to get sick. What we need to do is
Just
get proactive.
Take a
and
few
not
hours with the
react.
cheats on. What do
How
you mean,
we
like
do that?
invisibility for
We
this
begin
level?
to do that by analyzing the
Yeah.
patient at a biological
Oh, you mean
level
control?
and identifying
Yeah, you know what I was
potential
thinking
risk
for this
factors
level?
based off their
Invisibility, dude.
markers. And maybe they don't have
Like this
diabetes
is fucking
today.
for the guard.
If they're on the verge
What the
of
fuck's
diabetes,
invisibility?
treat.
Non-invisible.
Let's start
try it.
now. Let's
You know
get
what I mean?
ahead of it before they progress and
On control.
the disease state or the whole
Right,
gets
right,
too
right.
big
Yeah,
that they
yeah.
have to dig out of.
I understand now.
And doctors
Thanks, bud.
would say, okay, yeah, this makes sense. We'd
See,
start
for the
educating
guard,
them on
right?
all the panels to pull. And
For this guy to
about
practice?
12 months, we got reimbursed. And then the
Not bad,
insurances
but you know what I
started
mean.
sending letters to
Yeah.
doctors saying, we don't think you should have pulled this blood work. If you continue to pull
You
these
should, man.
extensive panels, we will put your contract
You should show him
under
the way,
review.
dude. Show him the ropes.
So if I'm a clinician and I lose Blue Cross Blue Shield, I'm out of business.
We will put your contract under review.
Wow.
For
I lost it.
taking
Like, where is this guy
proactive
even?
measures
For
to keep people healthy.
Like,
for
see?
running up the cost of healthcare is what they will say. Like big insurance's narrative is This guy's running up the cost
Cool, man.
of
Good luck with
healthcare,
359,
pulling
buddy.
unnecessary blood panels.
Just get
on
fast. Like,
patients.
just be
You know, this
be
guy's
diligent with fast
33. Why
starts.
did you
If I
pull a
can
full
backseat and suggest
Well,
anything.
Again, that's why we ended up pivoting
Just
and doing
be
ways to well
diligent
and
with
going
the
cash pay
start
and cutting
time.
out all these people, which we'll get into. But I mean, layer upon layer upon layer.
That's
Another
like it.
example,
That's everything.
pharmacogenetic test.
Told
You
him
ever
what
heard
Mike
of
to
it?
get,
No.
but he
Most
doesn't
people fucking
ask.
haven't. You know why? Insurance doesn't fucking cover it. So it's an amazing test. And we launched it. It's a cheek swab. You drop it in an envelope. Within 48 hours, we know your unique genetic makeup, what your cytochrome P450 variant is,
Yo, what's
and
up,
how
Anomaly?
you're
How you
going to
doing, man?
metabolize a majority of the medications on the market,
Sounds good.
including high-risk medications like Plavix, that if somebody's a slow metabolizer, it could kill them. It had a black box warning. Like, we could go down the list of all the benefits of this pharmacogenetic test. And clinicians loved it. And they're like, oh my God, it tells me it'll tell
Oh
somebody
wow,
if
I actually
an
have a completion
opioid won't
35
work.
of that.
Because certain outliers of the
It's terrible.
population have a unique
It's a terrible
genetic
time.
marker that
Oh,
makes
it's my
their
English
body
card, of course.
incapable of properly
I actually
processing
did, yeah, I
an
did try to
opioid
shoot
and
on this.
getting
So
pain
that's my PV.
And so we would say, test these patients before you write them these catastrophic medications. Like,
Yo,
let's
guys,
So
make-
this is a
Use dick
known
to the
variable,
con.
and
What
it's
up?
not taken
What up,
into
Anomaly?
consideration when they prescribe oxys.
Correct, yeah. And it's the test got covered by insurance for probably 12 to 18 months, and then insurance sent letters saying we're no longer covering this, we're not going to cover these tests.
What happens to a person if they have that variant, and then they do get prescribed opiates?
Well, they don't get relief. And so
Oh,
then the
God.
question becomes, is this patient drug seeking or is this patient just in pain?
Fuck it, this
right?
this
And that's
level's
part
so
of what
hard,
we're
man.
trying to clear up.
And do they just
This
ramp up
level's
the dose?
so hard. dude.
But typically they'll end up upping the dose, or they'll try and pivot and find something else.
What is a pivot? Like, how do you pivot when someone is not
Yeah.
responding
well,
to the
that's
most
what's hard.
potent?
And you know, like, yeah, in the pain field, they've got
Please,
they've
God.
got an array
Like,
of
God,
tools in their
please,
tool belt. I
please,
was never a
God.
pain specialist. I
Please.
wasn't really in that space.
This is fucking really. This
but,
is like really good start.
The other part of that, what would happen is they came out and after the opioid disaster, they had all these guidelines on
Man,
if
fuck
you're
you,
gonna
Zarek.
prescribe an
Like,
opioid
fuck you.
In order to protect from
Thank you.
divergence or misuse, we recommend that you do a toxicology screening. Okay, well,
Ruining my
even that
fucking
the
PB
insurance
run.
quit covering. They used to cover that, and they stopped covering in the majority of cases toxicology screening. So all of the tools that are safety nets.
Oh, that's
are being
bullshit. That's
strategically
bullshit.
eliminated.
That's bullshit.
And
The
it's
frame
not
I hit.
some
No,
bad
no, it's
intention of
bullshit.
Let's create this
Fuck off.
terrible environment for people. It literally just comes down to whether
The
we're
frame
talking
I hit
about
the
big
fucking
insurance,
camera, like the
big
bullet. I
pharma,
knew the bullet was gonna
big
hit. I got
medical,
boosted.
big
I don't know if you saw
hospitals.
that.
They are trying to hit.
Blame Zarek. God damn it, Zarek.
And so
Every
when
time.
you have something
Fucking
like
hell.
COVID vaccines that come
I blame
along
him too.
and create this enormous source of profit, and then they're not necessary because it becomes endemic, and then the variants.
That was so
increase
fast, though?
in the
Fuck, that was fast.
potency to the point where it's like
This is
common
slow.
cold, which is how many people take
Whatever.
common cold. Then they have to find reasons why you need to continually medicate because they need to
Like it's
keep
just,
funneling
it's just,
the
it's
profit
just like.
because they're in
It's
a
like
place
what?
of constant growth.
I think it's gonna
right?
happen like a lot
If
tonight.
you're involved in
It was a slow run though.
They don't
Damn
want
it, that
bad
was a
years.
good
They don't want
start,
bad
though.
quarters. If they
We can do that
made
again.
enormous windfalls, they want to continue that.
Yeah,
Wow.
you got it. No, if there is a way to continue to reskin a drug and not have to go through the R&D phase, then they're going to do it 10 out of 10 times. And it's even crazier in med device, man. I wait till it's
Med device.
Med device is anything in the operating room.
So
an
terrible.
implantable, a
Getting stuck on
pacemaker,
that
a
stupid
knee,
thing, it's really
shoulder,
dumb.
Mesh, stitches,
really dumb.
sutures, anchors, screws, plates, all of it. I brought this. I brought a plate to show you. I want to show you this, and you tell me what you think this amazing marvel would cost.
Well, it's a piece of. Is this titanium?
It's like just a little piece of titanium metal.
What is that cost?
It's that is about $800, and
Damn,
then
it's
each
hard,
one of those
man.
holes is a screw. The screw.
Everything was
started
good on that run. The
$125.
guard kill was
Is this
good.
to set
screw.
bone?
It's to
Like if you have a break?
if you break in your wrist, it's to set that. And so
I know a lot of
when we
people
start
have
talking
these.
about the price of healthcare, it's like that piece of technology has been around for what, 30, 40 years, that plate, and we're still charging
Wow.
$700 for a plate that costs what, 50 cents to make? I mean, I can't fathom that costs more than a couple bucks. I can't
Well,
fathom.
titanium's kind of expensive.
But I don't know. I don't know enough about it. But
It's so
$700 for that, and a screw is $125. It looks like something you could pick up at Home Depot. But where it gets crazy with big medical, and I didn't know this when I was in medical, they have a process. So the same way they try to extend patents in pharma, so they don't have to do safety studies. In the 1975, the FDA established what they called the 510K.
Fuck, I missed it.
process, and most nobody knows this.
Oh man, this
essentially what it
level
was
is so. I love
Devices,
it. This is great.
technology were now coming up quickly, and they needed a way to get this technology into the OR safely and efficiently and quickly. And the FDA didn't have the resources.
Yeah, I
Most of their
think
funding
I
was
just gotta
private
play
industry.
around like
That's one of the
that.
other challenges.
I know it's terrible, you know what I mean?
63% of the FDA's funding is from private industry. So it's not a government. It is a governmental industry.
What? I
Entity, but
totally
it's
should have
funded
had
by
that.
private industry.
That was a
Because
robbery.
the market's
Okay, that was a
growing so
robbery.
fast, and they're understaffed.
That was total robbery.
I think they have 6 or 7% of their annual budget goes towards biologics. So very, very little of their resources are towards biologics. And I say that so later when we talk about the biologics, you'll understand why it's taking so long.
This fucking level, man.
But, where is it? Oh, so the 510K process says this. If you can show that there is a like product on the market, then they will allow you to forego human trials and safety trials and launch the product into the marketplace. Okay, and this started in 1975. They call it a daisy chain. So the example I can give you is by the time I was in the operating room doing surgical sales, we were selling state-of-the-art high-definition camera systems that would go into the body and allow physicians to have visibility without cutting you open and do surgery laparoscopically or arthroscopically.
Wow, what a meme.
All of those things. That's just one example, but that technology was based off older technology. It had never been safety studied, and that's across the board. So when the FDA gave this loophole in 1975, they said, we're going to give you, the industry, a loophole. And it's, if you can show it's safe because something else is in the market like it, then you'll be grandfathered in and you can launch
Thanks,
the product
Anomaly.
into the OR.
I'm famous
The
because
plan
of you.
was less than 10%
You make me
of
famous.
the products in the operating
And now
room would
you're
go through
famous.
this process. That was the
Because of you.
98% of the shit
Oh,
in
that's
the
terrible.
operating room came in through the 510K approval.
Zarek, on the other
Why
hand,
that's
that
important,
asshole.
There was never a safety study. There was never human trials.
Pog.
And this stuff's getting put in people.
Wow.
So an example I can give you is metal on metal hips. There's all sorts of lawsuits about metal on metal. They launched a hip based off, 25-year-old patents that were already out there. And
Wow,
all they did
not
was
the
change it to a
conventional way to
metal
do
on
it,
metal
but
hip.
fucking go with it.
Patients were beginning to experience
whatever.
dementia, Alzheimer-like
He's
effects.
a
'cause
tool.
what
It's
was
right there in his
happening,
name.
Metal on metal, the metal's grinding,
Zarek.
and metal shards are
Tool
breaking
X.
off and getting into the bloodstream, and people were getting metal poisoning. And so they, to this day, don't know how many people were poisoned by metal on metal hips. And most of the companies have pivoted away from metal on metal, but that's just one example. There was a mesh launched by Ethicon, which is also Johnson
Wow.
Johnson. which is
Damn
the
it,
people
are
who
you
made all the money off
serious?
the opioids. And
This
so,
level's
and they're a
great. I love
powerhouse.
this level.
They have a lot of lobbying
Look how
power.
far I am.
J&J
I'm so far.
launched a mesh.
This is literally the
mesh had been in
farthest
the
I've ever
marketplace
been.
forever, but it hadn't been used for women's health, like as a vaginal mesh.
Ah, pause
for
too
women
late
who had,
again.
like prolapsed vaginas or issues, female issues. So they started putting these mesh up in women's
Wow.
bodies, but they've never done a human trial or safety study on what would happen.
Okay,
and the
so-
uterus began to eat the mesh, like scar and swell around the mesh.
28's
and
really
cause all
friggin'
these
fast.
issues. So women were having to have hysterectomies. There's a big lawsuit on that. Ethicon to this day denies that it's an issue, but there's lawsuit after lawsuit on it.
28's
Trying
really
to think of some
fast.
other examples. I mean, there's so many, man. There's just, it's like one after the next after the next. Some of them, like an example would be like Essure is this sterilization technique to help a woman who doesn't want to get pregnant but didn't want to go through a hysterectomy. And so it's this little
That should be a
spring-loaded
good
device
goal.
that they can shoot
28,
up in there.
29,
The
even
problem with it
29.
they never did any
anything.
studies to see how to take it
So that
out.
was friggin' really
And
crazy.
so they're as soon as they have adverse events, now it's like, well, shit, we didn't really do a study to see how do we remove these items. Or these people with hips having these issues. Like another example would be, I won't say the company, but a company launched a hip that squeaks.
Yo,
And
normally,
so
you know that
it's known. Like
I think
2 years
Ace is
down the
20.
road,
Yeah,
your
that's
grandma's
crazy.
gonna be walking, it's going
Loud.
yeah.
Every fucking
And
time.
so that's an issue.
What's it
I mean,
called?
there's dozen upon dozen upon dozen. Medical is still in a way the Wild West. We had
that
and it's just
beach
it's crazy.
above my
And I
head
say all this
is
because
computer generated.
I want people to understand
It's not a
everything is risk reward.
real photo.
Stay healthy as long as you can. Take care of yourself.
It's AI
Get
generated.
proactive. You do not want to go.
I
into
wrote something like
surgery
beautiful
unless you absolutely have to. Like
tropical
you do
paradise
not want to be
with
on
blue
these
water,
different treatments
beach,
and medicines
palm trees.
unless you absolutely.
Wow, I know, right? It's
And
insane, dude.
80%.
It's so crazy.
Actually, 82% of all cause mortality.
It's so crazy, man.
82% of the shit that's killing Americans is preventable.
And it looks like it when it's big
And
too, man.
without having to go down the path
Terribly?
of having diabetes.
Oh,
and
yeah. Well, it was
atherosclerosis
pretty
and
simple. I was
cancer
saying
and
the
all these different
complexity is
things.
really
We can
low.
prevent a lot of this stuff if we
Right?
just got
In mine, I just had
proactive.
like
The
trees,
system's not
sand.
The system is built to crank patients in and out, to get them to use their insurance and pay their co-pays. And
I wrote what?
deductibles,
Trees,
and
sand.
move
It's
on
too
down the
slow.
road.
You know, you and I have had conversations about this before, but
Right,
never so
like
in depth.
Thing that
And I'm
can
even
piece
more
together
interested.
beach
It
kind of
is-
and like a
it's-
real
it is sad.
a real
So,
landscape.
where I was
So
going,
it
I'm
could
so
just
ADHD,
it could
I
just
wanted
caught,
to
it
tell
could
you,
have
like,
just
the real
grabbed a
tragedy
real
is
landscape. Who knows,
the
right?
elderly population. There are more people. I think
What?
it's in the next decade.
Are you
there's gonna be more
serious?
people
Like, are you
over the age of
serious?
65 than under the age of 17. So we are rapidly progressing towards an elderly
Like,
society.
are you serious?
In a market where we're rapidly digressing with the amount of clinicians available to treat those people. 40% reduction in primary care over the next decade. Where are these people going to go for preventative care? So your grandma goes in and she has 4 prescriptions and she gets caught in that whole model I was telling you about. This is where it gets really, really bad. Most of the time, like let's say, I'm just going to use simple numbers to try and make it easy. Let's say she has $10,000 in coverage a year for medicine. That's what her insurance plan covers. When they artificially inflate the number, right, to the average wholesale price, including their rebate, what they're doing is wiping out her deductible faster. You get what I'm saying? They never pay that price. So let's say insulin's $200. They didn't pay $200 because they got the rebate. But what they did is your grandma only had $10,000 in coverage. She's got 4 medications that month. If all of them were $200, that's $800. Grandma's out of treatment by 8-9 months into the year. Now she's got to come out of pocket. And so the insurance says, no, we don't cover it. We covered the first 10,000. You're on the hook now. It's called
What?
the donut
Like,
or the gap.
what?
And so that's the problem with the way they have this structured in these rebates and this shell game that they're playing is I think 1 in 4 Americans, or the newest study says 1 in 4
what?
Americans can't afford their prescription medications.
My friend's mom is mentally ill, and she has schizophrenia and a few other things. And she's in a care facility. And they just, because of the insurance, they just minimized her dose. They just reduced her dose, and she's having full-on episodes.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't do anything. And he tried to talk to her, and he tried to talk to
Man,
her.
the last 5 have been so
Facility and
close.
Say, hey, you got to put her back on her medication. She's
ridiculous.
going off crazy, and they're like, you're not a doctor. We're not going to listen to you. And so now he's helpless, watching his mother have these schizophrenic breakdowns. She thinks there's a chip in her brain. She thinks people are talking to her. The government's plotting against her. Full-on episodes. And they had it under control with the proper medication. But then that proper medication became too expensive. She ran over her money.
It's sad. It is really sad. It's really hard. Like it's the same in the surgical market. On average, it takes 3 to 9 months to get approved for a spine surgery. And so
Are you
the
serious?
problem with that is
Like-
now they're addicted to opioids.
Like, come on, man.
somebody with a catastrophic spine injury and you're arguing with the insurance for 3 to 9 months to get a surgery done, that by that point they're going to be hooked on opioids. They've been on opioids for almost a year. Like, good luck breaking. And not to mention, you've wrecked their endocrine system because opioids are catastrophic for hormones. I mean, it's
so
such
stupid,
a cascade
man.
effect of decline. It's terrible. And then this is why I'm so passionate about regenerative, preventative, using biologics, using peptides, getting ahead of the curve, stopping disease states before they happen. 30% of spine cases end up back in surgery. What happens as soon as, I think I told you this, as soon as you, and I'll use this water ball, as soon as I lock in this and fuse this portion of the spine, all the vertebrae below
All right, I'm
it
gonna
are
wait a
still
little bit of the
moving.
cutscene.
All the vertebrae above it are still moving. So now anatomically, I've created a structural stress issue. And what happens inevitably is within
Wow,
a
that's
couple
really
of years,
fucked up.
most people end up back under the knife, getting
Everything's-
another
everything's all
fusion,
backwards now.
getting fused in a different vertebrae.
Is that mitigated in any way by these articulating titanium discs that they're using now? Because I know quite a few people that have had that done.
You know, I didn't see those when I was in the OR, so I don't know how much that's changed.
'Cause
I do
those
know
are
if you look
moving.
at spine satisfaction rates, they're pretty low. They're pretty low.
Everyone that I know that's got
Like, look how far he is here now. Like, why is he that? Like,
who has his whole back done.
maybe it's just fucking
They
random.
started doing him, and then they wound up doing his whole back, and he can't walk.
Which is fine.
now. I mean, I know
As
he's
long as
gotten
I-
some
like, I just
stem
wanna know,
cells, and
you know?
apparently he's
I
had
just wanna
some
know why.
improvement in that regard, but they literally just fused everything in his back to the point where his
That's
legs
why I
have
don't understand
atrophied.
why they don't. And I do understand, because what I tell people is fighters fight, bakers bake, surgeons cut. That's
Yeah.
what they know. If I talk to like one of my really good friends is does all the Texans and Rockets and has been a team doc for all these teams, and we've argued over stem cells because his thing is like stem cells don't exist. You can't get stem cells in the United States. You know, they're illegal. I mean, just the whole narrative that he's been taught. And the truth is, do you want me to break down stem cells?
Sure.
and try and
Like, it's
explain
just
it?
so ridiculous.
Most of the products
It's
on the
just
market
too much, guys.
do not have live
too
cells.
much.
There are two types of products. There are cellular and there are acellular. Cellular products have to be stored in a cryo freezer, kept at extremely cold conditions, or kept on liquid nitrogen. That's the only way to maintain cellular viability. So that's one component. The other component is the founder of these MSCs, the scientist who discovered these mesenchymal stem cells, has since, in an open letter apology to the medical community, redacted the name and said, I should have never called them mesenchymal stem cells.
Is it mesenchymal or mesenchymal?
You can say either. It's both. It's both, depending on where you're
Nuclear,
from.
nuclear.
Yeah, it's the same. But a lot of the PhDs that I've done calls with and stuff say mesenchymal, so that's what's
Okay.
been hammered into my head. But I asked that same question because I didn't want to sound like an idiot. He's like, oh, you can say either. Dr. Kaplan's who discovered this, and he said, I did a disservice. These are mesenchymal signaling cells,
Like what?
not stem cells. And how did that bloop happen? It's because in vitro, in a petri dish, he was able to get the cells to differentiate. But when in vivo, put in the body, these cells do not differentiate. They don't
Like
become
a
anything.
millimeter off every
But
time.
that's not bad. That's not good or bad. It's just, it is what it is. The blessing
Like a
is
TV millimeter,
one
not
of
a real
the
life
fears
millimeter.
from the FDA and a lot of these
Real life from
regulatory
like half a
bodies
foot
is,
every time.
what if we put these cells in and they become a cancer cell and they start growing cancer in patients? Again,
Every fucking
the
time.
fact that they don't differentiate means they don't become anything. So you get all of the benefits of the signaling cells triggering the body's own natural healing process. You get not only mesenchymal signaling cells, but you get cytokines, exosomes, scaffolding,
What?
vesicles, all of these goodies that feed cells. And the cool thing about these MSCs is they will literally connect to a cell that's dying and transfer their mitochondria. So they will give their mitochondria to
I went too
dying
far.
cells. And that's a lot of the reason why they think there's such good results on like skin, like I was telling you with my face. When we treated my face with stem cells, you're literally getting rid of the dying cells and juicing them, refueling them, and then triggering
Yo,
the
what
body's
up, Aaron? How you
own
doing,
natural
man?
healing process. But MSCs have become like the big focal
What's up,
point, but in
Giga
reality,
Chad
there's a
Baron?
plethora of
This is
like
fast.
nutrients and goodies in these tissues. So
That's
the
so
reason
stupid.
that people would say they're illegal
Yo,
are,
what up, Aaron? How you doing, man?
one, they're
Giga
not
Chad Baron?
mesenchymal stem cells. They renamed it
What's
to
up, homie?
mesenchymal signaling cells. They don't differentiate. Those are important things to know. The second is
We got Donkey Kong
these
64 on
tissues are all
standby.
placental
Yeah,
derived,
buddy.
meaning placental or perinatal derived, depending on cellular or acellular. Why is that important? During the Bush administration, they were worried that
I wanna get a
people would be
PV though. I wanna get a
aborting
completion. I wanna get a
fetuses and
good
taking
completion
fetuses and cloning cells
Maybe.
and manipulating cells to
And
try
then I'll
and
play
find the
Donkey
fountain of youth.
Kong.
And that was
64.
the fear from the community. Oh my God, are they going to start killing babies to make stem cells?
I'm
This
definitely
comes
gonna take a
from
break and probably
all of
reload
the
the
thought
vape.
leaders today,
Because this is fucking
for the most
pissing
part,
me off.
agree
And
that
I
the
need to
best
open the
place to
window.
get it is the placenta.
It was
Because
cold in here,
if
now
they
it's
do
freaking
this,
boiling in
do a
here.
healthy birth, healthy mother, pre-planned C-section. They then take these tissues that would have previously been discarded. They cryo-freeze them. They take them to a ISO-certified lab. They run them through a rigorous screening process. 1 in 10 umbilical cords makes it through to the end, because if there's any contaminants or cross-contaminants, those get thrown out. What you cannot do in the United States, what is illegal, is fetal stem cells or using any sort of fetus to harvest stem cells. And it is also illegal to isolate or manipulate the cell and put it in the body. And so even though Neil Reardon's using placental-derived tissues in Panama, what he's doing differently is he's isolating out the MSCs.
What?
And then, for lack of a better term,
Like
culturing
what?
them in a petri
What
dish
is- what
and
is this
creating
stuff?
a larger number of the MSCs and putting that into the body.
Now, is there a benefit to that?
My answer to that would be that I don't know of a downside. I really don't. But in medicine, they say therapeutic dose is the minimal dosage required to elicit the desired response with a minimal side effect profile. And so I look at what's available here in the United States and say, I mean, you've experienced it.
Yeah.
I can go, we could go through testimonial after testimonial, hundreds and hundreds of people and athletes and elderly people and people with, back injuries, knee injuries, shoulder injuries, elbow injuries. We've had phenomenal results just using perinatal tissues. And there are live cells. That's what people need to, because what
Please.
their doctor will say is, oh, that's bullshit. There's no live cell. You can't do stem
Thank
cells.
God I got that animation, man.
They don't know. They
That
don't know the
animation was
literature.
so key.
And I also,
I don't know if it's
on the
paid
website, I
still, but
included, just so it's not bro science, study after
please give me
study.
a boost.
There are
Yes,
white paper
come on.
studies that just got presented at
Dude,
the
this is
Orthopedic
so lucky.
Journal. They did a study with amnion in the hip, and
No.
amnion versus placebo.
It's not
was
it.
Like 70
It's not it. I got boosted
people
up the
had
stairs like
significant
an idiot.
improvement in hip pain 4 weeks out and up to a year out versus placebo, which was
What?
like
That's
90%
bullshit.
of
That's
the
bullshit.
remission.
That's bullshit.
And so
That's bullshit.
this stuff works.
It's bullshit.
I understand where the FDA is coming from. Their stance
Wasn't
is
paid anyways.
well,
Yo,
another
wanna
area
play
where
poker?
this
Thanks, dude.
Is illegal, just so we can debunk all of it.
Thanks, man.
What happened is a lot of bad players, and this happens with every time something new comes out, there's loopholes, right? And so because the
think that's what I gotta do,
government
just that
recognized
every
the
time.
value in
Just have a cig-
amnion
yo,
and some
thanks,
of these
man.
placental-derived
I know.
tissues and perinatal
Thanks, dude.
tissues,
Thanks,
they
man.
gave what was
It
called
could
a
be
Q
better.
code.
The fourth alarm or
Q code is
the
just a billing
third alarm
technique
could be
that
faster.
allows a temporary loophole on a treatment.
The third
so
alarm could
that
be a lot
The
faster.
doctor
That
can
was
get
probably the
reimbursed
slowest
for what
part.
they're doing. So, jump
And
forward,
the
that
fourth
Q code
can.
was indicated for basically wounds. Wound
Obviously.
management. If you have a severe
Oh,
wound
B-rolls,
or a
thanks, man.
diabetic wound,
Thanks, homie.
you can
Appreciate
bill
that, dude.
for that product and it'll
Fucking
get covered.
legend.
But then what
Thanks, man.
happened is it got in the marketplace and people began to manipulate the system and use
You know
it
what?
in a
I will
spine,
need luck
use it in an elbow,
with
use
the
it in
fourth
a wrist,
cam.
use it and tell the patient, well, it'll be covered by insurance. Well, they were
When you get a
billing
little
it
bit
using
nice,
a
man.
Q
Oh,
code
dude, man. Anytime, dude.
that
I'm not
wasn't
very.
approved.
I'm
The
not.
Q
There's
code was
definitely
indicated
levels that
for a wound.
would probably be
You're not
better for me
treating
to
a
play
wound,
now.
so you
but
can't build that code. That's healthcare fraud. That happened, and so then all the payers get mad, and then the
I'm loving
Department of
this level,
Justice
it's
gets
nice.
involved, And so they start putting pressure on the FDA. A lot
It's
of the
the
backlash
thing is,
on
it's
these
like,
products is
I'm
nothing to do with
definitely
safety or efficacy. It has
not
a lot
YOLOing
more
the
to do
fourth
with
cam,
bad players doing
right?
bad stuff.
I
That's
just want a
it.
completion
Like
tonight,
even,
so I
even
mean,
the adverse events.
I'm looking for like a
I
28 and
mean,
above, knowing
these
that I'm
products
pretty
have
much going to be
been-
stopping at the
They're not
fourth
even
cam.
products. These tissues, these cells have been around millions of years.
On toughest levels.
This is millions
yeah.
of years of evolution. I don't
It's
know if you were there when
crazy, the
Tony was telling me,
friggin' the
doctor
top
said
players.
this is gross
It's
science,
like the
and,
toughest level to get to
that-
have a fast
But
run.
how
Yeah, I
much
think
of
so.
the literature these doctors read when they spout out this is bro science? It seems like this
Terrible.
is really comprehensive.
They make it
and
look so easy, yeah.
time-consuming research.
Yeah.
Try
Well, a lot of-
to
yeah, they
educate
do. You're
yourself
right.
about the efficacy of these things, how they've been applied, how they've been effective, what's worked, what hasn't worked. Is there any incentive for these doctors to even do this work? And like, where are they getting this narrative that it's bro science?
Well, you're going right.
Oh, I don't
now
have
with
I don't
that,
have the thing.
The truth of the matter is, like I said earlier,
Learning
a
at some
surgeon's
point
tool
has
is
kind
defined.
of scared
That's
me
what he
off so
knows,
far.
that's
Yeah,
what he or
dude,
she's
there's
trained in. That's their proficiency. That's their
for like
passion,
points. This is
and that's
insane.
where they know that they can make an impact.
It's not the smartest
I'm
level
not here
if
to say
you're like
that's good
looking
or
for
bad.
points, you know.
But
And I am,
anything that disrupts that
but I just want to play this level.
is
I
an
love this level.
antagonist to their practice, is an antagonist to their livelihood. So there is no financial incentive to embrace this
Again, I think the
technology.
main
And
issue is
so
the
when we start talking about this, there's an
fourth
age-old
camera
quote, and it's science
getting
evolves one funeral at a time. And it is the most true fucking
low.
thing
Like
I've
like
ever
I'm not
heard.
anticipating lower than 28 tonight for
The-
me.
The current
because
thought leaders will always suppress.
I'm not YOLOing the
the
fourth camera.
up-and-coming thought leaders. And it's not until those guys either die off or retire that new trains of thought and procedures make it into the marketplace. Our market is typically 20 years behind the technology. It's 20 years. It took us 15
Wow.
years for doctors to accept
It's amazing.
penicillin. They thought he was a quack.
What's up, B-Rose? Thanks, man. Thanks
And
for the
now
block,
he,
dude.
I think he
Thanks.
won a Nobel Peace Prize and is like a legend in medicine. But for 15 years, he was ostracized and told he was
Again,
a
I'm not
quack
really
and
listening to the
doesn't know what
podcast, so I
he's
can't
talking about, and you're
confirm or
crazy,
deny what they're
And
saying.
now it's embraced. And so I just think
Fuck it. Damn it.
it's
I
a
freaked
it's an
out. I
Easy,
freaked out too
easy
much.
way out is to say, I don't
freaked
have time
out.
for that and I'm busy and I know that if I do this procedure, it works. You know,
Wow.
I mean, it does, but what does the patient have to go through to get to that end point? If there is a better solution, I mean, 30% of patients are unhappy with their total knee. Can we avoid a total knee? I think the answer is yes. I think as these products evolve, and there's a ton of these products in stage 3 trials with the FDA, it's finally coming. I think in the next few years, you're going to see a lot
I
of
thought
it
it'd be
hit the
faster.
market. Will insurance cover it? I don't know. Insurance doesn't cover what's best for the patient. Insurance covers what's best for their pocketbook. That's why we're still using 20-year-old joints. When we talk about innovation, people say, well, why is that plate so expensive? Medical device, big pharma.
See, the
whatever
fourth
it is,
cam was so
whatever it is,
slow. That's
it's
the thing.
expensive because we spend
And the
millions
last
and
cam
millions of dollars
was
on
it was.
innovation. Bullshit.
That's what I
We've been
mean, like
using the
29,
same
28. I
fucking
think after,
knee
if
for
hopefully if I ever
25
get
years.
29,
Well,
28
we've changed
soon,
it. It's metal, now it's plastic,
when
now
you
it's polyplat, now
take
it's
a
it.
break
It's like,
from this level
it's the
for
same
sure.
knee. It's been out 20 years. Why aren't they innovating? They're not innovating because you don't get paid to innovate. You can't. So the insurance controls the reimbursements. The insurance has cut reimbursements to the hospital. An orthopedic surgeon wants to do a joint. He's making less money per joint than he's ever made in his life. He's having to do more joints per day to make the same money and make that Porsche payment and all of those things. And then at the same time, for big medical, they're taking a 5%
See, I'm also
cut
not-
typically
I'm not
annually
s-
from the hospital
I'm not watching
systems
any cutscene.
on the same joint that they were selling a
which
decade
is
ago for
ruining
double the price, right? And so every year, 5%
frequency
cut,
of runs
5% cut.
with that guard.
5%. That's not going to go back up. You think you're going to launch some new
Especially on my
state-of-the-art joint
fastest
into the
runs.
marketplace and all of a sudden be able to charge $5,000 a joint? No, there's no way, because the hospital's going to say hit the bricks.
Wow.
And now that's even controlled. When we talk about innovation,
Like, it's
what's
so
happened
dumb.
is where I was
It's
going
too dumb.
earlier with the doctor used to know the family and used to come to the house.
But
and used to
really,
know you as a
up the
human.
stairs?
You're just
Didn't know
a
you could
number.
shoot someone up the
You're
stairs.
coming into the hospital.
I would like to
He's
see
gotta
a video of
42
that
patients that
before
day.
confirming
He's
or
hoping
not.
that a percentage of you need surgery.
The possibility
so he
of
can
that
continue
occurrence.
To up their numbers.
This isn't even pace.
And most guys, again, like I said, 90% of these people truly care. Like they do.
Wow, this is the worst
they're not.
attempt ever.
They're not bad guys, and they come in with the best of intentions, but the system chews them up and spits them out. And so Big medical is not innovating anything that's not going to get reimbursed. And we're in an insurance model. So innovation is now stifled because I can't launch a state-of-the-art
fucking
joint if I'm
chickened
not
out. I
gonna get
pussied
paid.
out there.
And
I
you're
gotta
not
go.
gonna
I
get
gotta go
paid for it in
100%
the
there. I
sick care
pussied out.
system. You're going to make less next year than you made this
There's
year.
big chicken there.
That's just where we're at. And the hospital's going to get paid less next year than they did this year. While the profits of the big 5 insurance companies are the biggest they've ever been. Halfway through this year, I want to say, and Jamie, you can fact check me if you want, I'm not positive, but I want to say it's $300 billion in revenue is what United Healthcare had done halfway through the year. I mean, the numbers are just getting staggering, and they have so much power and so much lobbying. They control what products get put on the formulary. They control what reimbursements are on surgeries. They control what your copays and deductibles are. They control what the employer's plan costs the employer. And the only way to continue to make the Ponzi scheme work is to either cut benefits or increase cost. And so they're doing a little bit of both. Every year, the cost of our healthcare goes up, and we get a little less coverage. They say, I think it's 50% of Americans are underinsured or something like that. It's crazy numbers. Like, the statistics are scary. And so all of this train wreck shit is the reason why we started Wastable. We were in it. I saw it. I saw them not allowing patients to get blood work. I saw the pressure they put on these providers. And I realized the only way that a provider can spend the time it takes to truly uncover.
I blacked out for a minute there. I completely forgot what level was playing.
Is if we go to a cash pay model and cut all these middlemen out. And so that's how we.
Swear to God, the previous run was like just
So how did you make
for
this
looks
leap? So
for you
I want
guys.
to take you back to
Because I
you
really
going
blacked out
from
there.
selling Cialis to they move you to Houston. You start selling these psych meds, and this is what you're promoting. Like, when do you become aware that this is a real giant issue? And how do you make this like pivot in your mind?
I was still young and dumb.
Wow, did you see that?
So
That was
I
insane.
didn't see pharma as a bad guy. I just thought, man, I don't like that. I don't want to sell this antibiotic.
That was such an insane shot.
So I would focus. I had multiple drugs in my bag. I would only sell what I believed in. But then I get in trouble for not selling the other drugs. So then I'm like, oh shit, I got to start selling these other drugs. But I don't want to sell these other drugs because I don't believe
the
in
back
them.
boost
So I
was
started
not
to
really
look
what
at
I was
are my
looking
other
for.
options. Med device jumped out. It's like, man, you're in the operating room. You're helping pioneer
getting better. It
state-of-the-art
starts getting
surgeries. This
better.
sounds pretty cool. And it took me about a year to get in. That's a tough gig to get. It's like for sales in a sales world, med device is the creme de la creme. Like it's the be all end all. You can make more than the surgeon doing the surgery. It's insane. I was 100% commission. I literally, it's same thing. It's in. This is where I'm saying that it's not.
Why are you
nobody
so
ever gives
far
you a
this
bad
time,
message.
man?
I carried thousands of products. Thousands of, like literally a book like this of different plates and implants and screws and thoracic cases and urology cases, OB-GYN cases. So I was crash coursing on all the different anatomies and procedures and
I mean,
trying to figure
not
out
that
where
it
can
would have
sell this
mattered. I could
camera,
have
and
missed the
where can I
fourth
do this, where
alarm,
can I
the
do
fourth
that?
camera.
And you're just set
There's
off
so many
into
other
the- I
steps
was
that
in the
would
Texas
need
Medical
to
Center, which is the
occur
largest medical
first.
center in the world. And I just went out and started meeting surgeons. Like it was a interesting job when they hired me. I loved it because my boss said, I don't want you to sell. I need you to change that mindset. You are not.
I tried the
a salesperson.
goose ending a bit.
Like, do not do the pharma thing.
Tried the
You're
goose
not
ending
here
a bit. I
to
couldn't get the
date
camera
dumb.
off.
You're not here to preach to doctors.
I don't know why.
I want you to go out and make friends. Go out and make friends and solve
Wasn't easy.
problems. And if you do those two things, you're
Down the
gonna do
hallway,
great.
down that end hallway to
And
turn
so
around
I
and
did
take
that for
a
13
photo
years.
of
I was the
the
number 2 rep in
thing.
the company. I
I
never
couldn't
missed
get
a
it
quota
once.
in 13 years. I was one of 2 guys to never miss a number, but the stress was high as shit. You're 100% commission. I took the job and
Oh,
literally
just
was
suck a
9 months
dick.
in and hadn't sold a single fucking thing. I put like 12 grand on my credit card, trying to like no expense account, no whining and dining. This is you go
Like
out,
this
and
guard,
you
man.
grind. You show up at hospitals and you begin to
Fucking
build
guard, man.
relationships
See
and try
that
and get your
shit?
stuff into the
I gotta look
operating
down more there.
it was nuts. And so I was like 12 grand in credit card debt, thinking, oh my God, I made the worst mistake of my life taking this job, 100% commission. I mean, it was scary. And so the first year I ended up making quota like with a few weeks
Oh,
left
sorry,
in the
no.
year. And and I was 100% commission. And so I didn't get a paycheck until like the last quarter of the year. I got my first paycheck. And they do a draw. So I got a big paycheck because I sold a big hospital contract. But then they took all my money because they had been floating me until I sell. So when I say this, not because I'm bashing the company, it was a fun job and it was cool, but it is very high stress, very, very high pressure because I am 100% commission.
I'm gonna take a break soon, and I'm gonna play more GoldenEye before playing.
At Texas Children's Hospital and
Donkey
showed
Kong.
them the state-of-the-art equipment. I spent 2 months.
I'm gonna play more of
I
this
brought
level.
lunches. I did
Might play
dinners.
another
I
45
did
minutes of this
surgery
level,
from
maybe.
dusk till dawn. I got up at 4 a.m. I got
And then I'll
home
play
at 9
Donkey
o'clock
Kong
at
or
night.
something.
Crashed, woke up, did it all over again because you have to be
64.
there early in the mornings to make sure all the equipment's ready, the sets are ready, you've got everything you need for this surgical procedure. Every procedure's different. Every procedure requires different tools, and you got to have all your stuff there. 3 months, did the whole thing, and they call me and they're like, hey, we're going with you. We're giving you the deal. You worked your ass off, kid. It was the OR director. She was so nice. She's like, you worked your ass off, we're going to give you this deal. About a week later, they call me and go, we have a
Please.
doctor who doesn't
Oh,
want your
man.
stuff. We're going another direction.
Come on, baby.
So
For
think
normally
about,
B Rose, play
I went
poker
from
now.
thinking, I'm going to
Baron.
get a paycheck
Dick.
for all my hard work to I made zero. I burned, not only made zero, I spent all my money. And so
That roll
I
was so
say that
huge.
narrative because it is a dangerous game to play in my mind with people's lives.
Wow, there is no God.
When
There's
there's
no
that
God.
level of
There's no
pressure on
God.
a salesperson,
God
right?
doesn't
And it's
exist.
do or die. And you need to get
It's also
this
the
deal,
laggiest roll of all
or you
time. That
lose your
roll
job.
fucked me.
Or if you miss quota, your territory
Oh,
gets cut.
man.
So once you miss, like when they put guys up
Terrible.
on stage and they go, this guy made $1 million
Terrible player.
last year. And he did. But if he misses his number, his territory gets cut in half. So now he makes $500,000. If he misses it again, his territory gets cut in half again. So now he makes $10,000. You can move backwards.
Wow, did I
real
get it?
fast.
It's crazy.
And so the game is like, how do you keep growing? And that's how they've structured it. Because again, it's not about patient outcomes. It's about profits and financials. And so
Yeah.
the other thing they
Yeah,
did
eh?
is they
Yeah?
gamified.
Yeah? Yeah, you
Which
fuckface?
was genius. They hired
God
all
damn it.
athletes. Literally all my counterparts were like
God clearly
former
isn't a G
NFL
fan
guys,
then.
like retired NFL guys, retired college athletes, at least collegiate level. And they make it a game. We're going to rank you. We're going to show the rankings.
I can't
We're
describe
gonna,
to you
you're
how
gonna compete
annoying these
against each
boosts are,
other.
though.
We're going to have the winner's breakfast.
That's
and
what I
the
mean.
loser's
Like
breakfast.
I really
You hit
should play
quota,
YOLO
you
the
go to
fourth
winner's
cam, and maybe I'll get a
breakfast. We're gonna give you
completion.
big
But
check. If you miss, you're going to the
I
loser's
mean, I might have to do
breakfast.
that.
You get cold eggs.
I might do that.
And like they
Might
give you a
YOLO it.
speech about how to not suck so bad. Like I never went to one of those. I don't know. So, but it was terrible. Everyone would be embarrassed when they'd have to go to that breakfast. And the reason I want to share that is that level of pressure to me is just not a good idea.
Even if I YOLO and hit
that's
it, I'm
all
not
med
going to
device.
get
Med
like lower
device
than
is
27,
very high pressure cooker.
26.
So you have reps in there trying to push product, trying to hit numbers, trying to hit quotas, trying to get their commissions and their bonuses. And that's not conducive to like necessarily doing what's best for patients.
So how do you make this pivot towards ways to well? Like, what's your journey? Like, how do you go and eventually branch out?
Honestly, it was really, so two different major events happened. One, the passing of my brother, passing from opioids.
How did your brother get hooked on it?
It's just so
He
ridiculous.
had some sort of, I think it was his ACL. He had a procedure. He got on pills, and then he started taking them, and then he started getting them
Okay,
black
no.
market. None of
There's
us
no
knew
hope
that he
in
was
me
addicted.
hitting it YOLO
And then what
right now.
happened is, once
I'm gonna
they
take this fourth
tightened
cam
the
slow.
restrictions on opioids, it became harder and harder to divert and get opioids illegally. So that, when they talk about the opioid deaths, what's totally misleading is they're only telling you how many people died of opioids. What they're not telling you is once they pulled those opioids off the market, everyone turned to heroin. So how many people died over heroin over the last 10 years? That's what happened with my brother. He had never taken heroin. We had all the text messages. He couldn't get pills anymore, and he went out and got heroin for the first time, and he snorted it. It was powder heroin, and it was cut with fentanyl. So it was horrible. And I remember I was like sitting at my house, and I got a phone call from my stepmom screaming, and I couldn't understand her. I was like, "What, Tammy? What's going on?" I thought it was my dad, and she just said, "Your brother's dead. He's fucking dead." And
Like, I don't know. For
I was
me,
just, like,
this
in
is a lot
shock,
more interesting.
like,
Obviously, my
total
time isn't
shock.
very good,
And
but
so that
than say like a Bunker 2 agent
I
or
had been
something.
approached for
I'm not
years
downplaying
by
Bunker 2
doctors
agent.
who because
I'm
my
just
physicians
saying,
did trust me.
I
They
don't know.
became my friends. I would go in
It's pretty fun.
and they would launch a new product and it's a pump, let's say. And they'd say, hey, when are you going to bring in the new pump? You know,
Wow,
I heard at the
terrible.
corporate office marketing told us about the pump. I'm like, I'm not bringing in that pump. That pump's a piece of
Terrible,
shit.
or like Surface
I'm not
One or
bringing you
something. Oh my
something that
God.
you're going to get
There's
mad
no
at me
way.
about. I'm only going to bring you the stuff I think is good.
Not that it's a bad
And
level,
so
just
if
because
you want to try it, we can try it, but I would not try it, right? And I would just be honest with them. So then they would
Not my
say, what do you
bag.
think of this? What do you think of that? And through just being honest, I killed it. It was crazy. It was like this
Maybe the lock
weird
shots would be
anomaly.
cool,
It's like, hey,
but-
just tell the truth and everything's going to be okay. Like, you win some, you lose some. I don't have to sell you everything. Let me find what I have that can help you and your patients and your patient population, and let's use that. Let's focus on that. But as the doctors began to trust me and jump forward after my brother passed away and a bunch of different things happened in the state of Texas. This is a whole nother convoluted space. So cut me off if anyone gets boring, because it's a lot to cover. It is. People don't understand this. Every single thing that touches your physician's practice,
Okay, I
there
totally
is
opened
a
that door.
potential that they either indirectly or directly have a financial interest in. Forget big pharma. Forget them getting paid as a consultant. That's pennies on the dollar. Your orthopedic surgeon owns the braces that get put on your knee and marks them up. They own into the labs and the MRI centers. They own into the surgery centers where they cut. They own into all of it, right? So what happened is insurance pays less and less and less. Doctors start making less and less and less. Doctors look for ways to recoup the income that they lost. Merges with and launches into what's called an ancillary market. So all of a sudden, overnight, on every corner, MRI centers popped up because people went out and told doctors, you can own into the MRI center. Instead of sending it off to just a random MRI center, send it off to your MRI center and you own it, and I'll manage it and I'll run it for you. And so now, granted, again, 90% of people do shit right. 90% of them are doing these MRIs anyway. But there are the outliers that are terrible humans that are going to run more MRIs because they have a financial interest. My doctors came to me.
Oh, maybe.
And he said,
Fucking seventh
hey,
bullet,
I
though.
trust you. I
Whatever.
don't trust these other guys.
Maybe this is like
Would you
29
have
if
any
I
interest
clutch
in
it.
jumping ship from surgical and going out and building physician-owned labs and pharmacies? And
Wow. It's just
I told him,
too
I'm
ridiculous.
interested, but I need to explore it and figure out what it looks like, how this works.
It's just too ridiculous,
You
guys.
know, I just want to make sure anything we do right. How can they do that? Are they allowed to have ownership? And so, long story short,
Wow.
he's like, if you do it, I can
Terrible.
bring you a
Really bad.
huge group of providers. Like, we'll
Wow,
all
I was
sign
still
with you because we
29.
trust you. I went out and this is crazy.
Insane.
Went out. I took the money
So
I had
dumb.
saved
Dude,
up from being a
dude.
device rep. And
That
I
was so
spent
dumb.
a huge chunk of my life savings on meeting with former DOJ attorneys.
So that was still
healthcare
29
compliance attorneys,
With a 7 bullet
data downloading, trying to understand how does this work.
third
We're gonna
cam.
do it. We're gonna do it right. What are the risks? What are the pitfalls? How do we make this
Thanks
ethical?
for watching
How do we
this
make this
struggle.
not dirty and grimy? How do we do it in a way that's fair
Thanks for staying
and
here for the
just to
struggle,
patient,
dudes.
but in a way where we can still be profitable and make money? And to me, the answer was, if these are tests that doctors are doing anyway, and we establish clear, concise clinical protocols, then yeah, there's no issue with them having a passive interest in the entity because they're going to do it anyway. So it may as well be with an entity that I own. And so we went out and started structuring these entities. And there's a way to do it right and there's a way to do it wrong. So I'm going to tell you because it gets wild, dude, wild. I went out and I hired Dr. Bill Massey, who sat on Donald Trump's opioid abuse, or Obama's opioid abuse committee. And he's a PhD, a thought leader in the field. He established all of the clinical protocols. He's a former, he established the protocols for the Mayo Clinic at one point. He's a thought leader. And I said, Bill, what makes sense? Tell me what's good medicine. And I will roll those initiatives out to the doctors. And so that's how we ran a model. And so what essentially, long story short, we owned pharmacies, we owned labs, we owned all
Wow.
these things. And physicians are legally allowed to have a passive interest. Meaning, so the way the law reads is you can never pay a provider or an influencer of referrals on the value or volume of his or her referrals. That's the law. But you're allowed to sell them an interest in a business entity. So when your surgeon takes you to a surgery center, they own into that typically. And the way the law reads is they can own up to 40%. Now what you're not allowed to do is ever adjust or change things based off that provider's referrals. So the way we ran our model, everybody writes a check, everyone buys in, everyone has equal equity, everyone gets a distribution on the success or failure of the entity. I don't care if you send me 500 patients or 5. Doesn't matter. You're all getting the same distribution. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In an effort to not skew that line. And then for me, it was so passionate because what we were selling was non-abusive, non-addictive pain cream.
For the guard.
And I'm like, oh my God, this is like,
as my starts getting faster, I'm gonna
have
have to wait.
Taking these abusive drugs. That was the thought.
And you say pain creams, like what?
As in, like, watch the
It's a
cutscene.
ketamine-based pain cream, but you can't isolate out or extrapolate the ketamine. And so, when applied topically, it'll basically.
But like, look where the fuck he's there. I didn't even
numb the
know.
neuropathic pathway that's sending the signal from the knee to the brain, or from the elbow to the brain. And it was an array of different things, like the genetic testing, pharmacogenetic, all these different things. And we did that for a brief stint, and it was the Wild West. The long story short is, it was so corrupt, it was so dirty, it was terrible, dude. I'm sitting here, so I'll tell you how I ran mine so you have a means of comparison. I went out, I hired Bill Massey, he established all my clinical protocols. My meeting with a physician would go something like this. If this was your mother, if this was your daughter, if this was your sister or brother, would you do this test?
Okay, I'm probably gonna take a
the
break.
answer's
Not a
yes,
little, like a break,
then
but
do
like,
the test.
I'm gonna get up, use
If
the
the answer's no,
washroom,
then don't
reload
do
the
fucking
vape, drink
test.
some water, pour some
Period.
tea.
Like, let's just do what's right. And here are Dr. Bill Massey's recommendations. Here's his clinical protocols that he established for the Mayo Clinic back in the day. And this is what I think. What say you? Do you
man.
think this makes sense?
Like, why was he down
and
the
we
hall
would take
there?
a clinical approach.
Like, what?
I was,
think it's
and then,
random.
so there's that aspect. Then I went out and got a fair market value assessment from an independent third party. Like, anything I do, I'm going to do right. I went in with belt and suspenders.
What the
I'm like,
fuck
I'm
is
going to
this
get a
guy
fair
even
market
doing
value
there?
assessment. I want to make sure that everything that we're doing here is on the up and up. So I got 2 different fair market value assessments from an independent third party accounting firm to make sure whatever we distributed to doctors was fair. And then I hired a former FBI agent to run my compliance, because I said, this is such a sticky space and it's so confusing. So I brought in a former FBI agent to run compliance. I brought in a former DOJ prosecutor to structure everything and tell me what I can and can't do. And so I spent all this money, launch all of this, and get it all ready. And I'm ready to go. And I go to meet with the doctor who had asked me to do
Damn
it.
it!
And he
Fuck
says,
off.
yeah, we're going to go another direction, Brigham. We have these guys that they told us we can make a bunch of money, and that they'll come set up our clinic and we can kill it. And, you know, yours just sounds way more complicated and way more complex. And so I literally, Joe, I swear to God on my life, I went home that night and I laid in bed and I cried. Because I'm like, I just wasted my whole fucking life savings trying to build this thing out. I thought this was going to be my career. I thought I was going to leave and go build this new company, and da-da-da. I laid in bed that night, and I woke up the next morning. I'm like, either I can give up and just say it's over and I lost everything, or I can take all this stuff I've built out and go out and start trying to see if there's somebody who wants to do it right. And I went out and started meeting with doctors and educating them on why these guys are criminals. Like, do not do this. If you do it the way these guys are telling you, if they're telling you they're going to adjust your shares, that's a kickback. If they're telling you that they're going to pay you more if you send more, that's a kickback. Do you understand this? That's a felony. You'll go to prison. And the doctors just didn't understand it. It wasn't that anybody wanted to commit crimes. I just think they were naive. They were like, oh, well, they have an attorney's letter and they have this. It doesn't matter.
Got
Did you
smoldering
explain that to
wax
the
for
initial
Halloween.
doctor who turned you down?
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. Long story short, he ended up
Prosthetic
coming back.
nose.
He ended up coming back to me. So,
Like Pinocchio?
and this is I built it the right way, and that was a blessing and a curse, because
Fuck off.
shit, Joe. The
It's way
market
too slow.
shifted. So what happened
It's
when
way
I
too
started
slow.
this? I always say you can't judge somebody
Got boosted
today
before
for what
lining
they
it
did
up.
yesterday, because the world's changed. And so the market, when I started this, the narrative from healthcare compliance attorneys and regulators and former DOJ prosecutors was, as long as you don't touch governmental pay, you can have a physician-invested model. Just make sure you run it right and you follow the rules and you do your best to hit the safe harbors. Very laissez-faire. Not like, you better get it right or you'll go to prison. They should have been telling guys, you better get it right or you'll go to prison. Because what I saw in the marketplace will blow your fucking mind. I was competing against guys, they got federally indicted. A group of guys had what was called the slambulance, where they converted an ambulance to a stripper pole, and their biggest prescriber of the month would get to go out and party, and they'd take them to titty bars, and they would have strippers dance on them in the ambulance. And they called it the slambulance. And so there was that. There was like, I mean, just egregious thing after egregious thing. Like, and you saw it. It's like, it started here and then it just got way over here for these people. And I'm still here trying to run this thing. And I'm like, this is just not sustainable. I'd have doctors email and say, well, this guy told me he could pay me way more money than you.
Wow.
And I would just send it on to my FBI agent and go, hey, you go talk to this guy, kick him out of the group, I'm not doing this. Like, I don't care. And it was so stressful. It was so stressful. I hated life. It was miserable. I really feel like we did a really, really good job of
Yo,
running
Leviathan, what's up? No, none.
clean, safe, and efficiently,
Mm.
but it just was not. And then I
No.
got behind the curtain and I started to see what was happening. Like, oh, the insurance companies won't reimburse on this stuff.
My starts are getting
Oh.
better.
Even though the patient needs it, and there's
Like,
medical
my starts are
necessity,
getting
the
better.
insurance doesn't want to cover
Wow,
it.
it was really bad.
Oh, even if there's medical
This
necessity,
run has
the
way too
patient
much
needs it,
lag.
the
Let's
insurance
just see what
does
this
cover it,
pace
they're
is.
gonna
I
send
don't
a
have the
nasty
key
letter to a
card.
doctor and start threatening them.
No, dude.
This
Runs
is
are
not
not
sustainable. The
going
only way
well.
to do this is a cash model. And so
I mean, for like a
I
29,
began to
28.
take the money I made and I bought
I'd be happy with
a
29
building, and I
tonight.
built out a 503A sterile pharmacy, and we got
Slavic
into sterile
beer.
compounding.
I'm gonna be
And
playing
I
Donkey
began to
Kong
tell
Country pretty
clinicians,
soon on
hey, let's
64.
offer patients these products for cash,
Donkey
for
Kong
pennies on the
64
dollar.
first
Let's
playthrough.
just take
Well,
them out of this insurance
first playthrough
model.
again.
Let's give them these solutions
First playthrough
for
in like
cheap and cut out the insurance agents
17
and
years.
insurance companies. And that space
No,
that I
19
was
years.
in, as I built out my pharmacy, that space blew up. And so
Too
what
bad.
happened is
It'll happen.
people
Thanks,
started
man.
getting federally
Exactly. I'm
indicted
not gonna
left and
stress
right.
out. Like, this is
Left and right. And so
For the kickback.
for kickbacks. And
because I'm not even
and it
YOLOing the
depends,
fourth
like,
camera, right?
if it's
That's why I'm
structured
going for something like
appropriately,
29,
implemented
28.
appropriately. In theory, you are within the rules and regs of the law, but the law is very gray. I mean, there's a lot of gray, and so I will say, even in that space, there are outliers. There's the guys doing the slambulance and all of that stuff.
Paul
but the
PD
majority
streams
of
dispensing his
people
advice.
wanted to
Nice.
do it right.
Hell yeah.
And what happened
God.
is the big insurance companies
I wish I
go
had.
to the DOJ.
I wish world record
and they
holder
tell
Paul.
one half of the story.
He's giving me, dude. He's giving me
Doctors
so
are getting
much
killed.
advice. PD.
Doctors are making crazy money off of all
Banned
these
him. Oh,
ancillaries, and
no.
they're
You
defrauding
did
us,
not, Dick.
the insurance companies, on these
You asked
tests
to
or
be
whatever it may
banned.
be.
What?
That's their side of the story, and there is truth to that in some instances. But
Sounds like beef.
most of the clinicians I worked with, they did the
Also,
test
I'm
they
trying
were
the
gonna do
new
anyway.
2.x
We
ending. It's,
structure
I
it in
can't get
there. There's
the
no
photo off.
incentive to
Probably.
send more
I
because
can't
you're
get the
getting
photo off
same,
in the tunnel
if you
that
send
Goose
500
does.
or 10, you're getting the same
know if you've seen
distribution. Does that
Goose's
make
new
sense? It's based
fucking
off your equity in the entity,
22, I think
not
it
the
was.
value or volumes of your referrals.
He
That's
does
how
the
you're
2.x
supposed
ending.
to
He takes a
structure
photo. He
it.
pauses.
That is
Takes up
not
the
how
camera after
other
opening the
people were
glass door.
structuring it. And they would say,
And
well,
in the
I talked
tunnel
to
on the
my
way out,
attorney
he
and they
takes the
said I
photo.
can do this,
I
this,
tried
and
that
that.
bunch. I
And so
wasn't able to
anyways,
get the photo off
that
once.
space began to implode, but
In
before
maybe
that I was
5
already
tries.
like, this is too stressful. I'm going to move to a cash pay model. And we built out a cash pay pharmacy and began to educate clinicians on
Wow, oh, that
non-abusive,
shot.
non-addictive pain creams. We can get it to your patients for pennies on the dollar,
that
mailed to
shot.
their doorstep after surgery, so you don't have to write an opioid. And what spurred that was the death of my brother. Like, having seen what opioids did, I was like, we can make a difference. We can. We can give people treatments that aren't going to kill them. And we can do it for cheap. But the only way to do it is to cut out the big insurance, cut out big pharma, and basically manufacture these treatments, compound these treatments. And so that's how that part started. And then for the wellness side, you want me to keep going? There's a lot for the wellness side. I know it's like data.
No, but it's fascinating, and it's like, let me just like break it down from here. You create this compounding pharmacy, and you're just compounding
I'm gonna take a break.
pain creams?
I'll be
Is that what
back.
you're doing?
Well,
I'm gonna take a break.
Initially, the plan was to compound.
I'll take a little break.
Insurance didn't cover,
Like
so
I'll be back in like 5 minutes or
that's why I
something.
all over the board.
That's okay.
There's so much. When I owned a pharmacy, I
And I'll
would
keep
get
going on these attempts, and then I'm
every
gonna play some Donkey Kong Country
a
after.
book like this that told me all the like an inch and a half thick book of paperwork that listed all the drugs they were no longer going to cover. Okay, sometimes I've already shipped out hundreds of thousands of dollars in those drugs. I've already shipped the drugs, and now you, the insurance company, are going to tell me you don't cover those drugs? But I already gave your patients the meds. And so I would just eat that. I would have to lose that money because you can't litigate against a big insurance company. They'll crush you. They're billion-dollar corporations. So you'll be tied up in litigation for the rest of your life. And so seeing all that and seeing the corruption, and I want to give the big insurance companies credit too. I don't want to say all bad. There are scumbags, and there are people doing really bad things. And that is who the insurance and it's so frustrating because that's where the insurance company can hold up an example and say, look at this. And their narrative is the witch hunt is the doctors and the reps and these corrupt companies. That's the insurance company's narrative. Big Pharma's narrative is we're here trying to make these drugs and the insurance companies are beating us up. Everyone's pointing fingers at each other, but the truth is they all have crucial roles to play. All of them. They're all part of the problem and they're all part of the solution.
And it seems like it's an untenable system. It seems like it's also, you can't correct it.
There's no fixing it. That's what I was trying. That's where I was going with all of this. That's what the genesis of ways to wealth. So I built that pharmacy, and then I'm myself 33, 25% body fat, on the verge of obesity. My dad's diabetic. My brother's diabetic. My sister's diabetic. My mom's diabetic. I'm trying to do CrossFit every morning at 4 a.m. before I go run around and do all my stuff. I went and saw a nutritionist. I was hopeless. Joe, I swear to God, I just thought, I am...
This is because of eating habits,
No,
stress?
I was seeing a nutritionist, I was doing everything, and I thought, I guess it's just my genetics. I don't have the genetics. My dad's fat, my mom's fat, they're all diabetic. Like, this is it. And it was such a big hole, and I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to dig out of this. No matter how hard I work, I'm moving backwards. And finally, my nutritionist said, this is how Ways to Wealth was founded. My nutritionist said, dude, you work your ass off, something's not fucking right, dude. I need you to go see a specialist. I want you to go get a blood panel. Have you ever had a blood panel? And I said what everyone tells me. Yeah, man, my primary care pulls my blood every year. I've had a blood panel. So naive, not thinking that, wait a second, I should know this. They don't let your doctor pull a full blood panel. I've been in the space now. I've seen behind the curtain. I've seen The Wizard of Oz. I know what's going on now. These motherfuckers are denying coverage, and so I don't really know what's going on. So I finally went in and got blood work. I was on a hunting trip in Canada, and I get a call, and it's the urologist, and he's a little Jewish guy from New York, and he lives in Houston. He's a thought leader. He's an amazing human. But his bedside manner, this is what he tells me. What are you doing? I'm like, I'm on a hunt. What's up? And he's like, your testosterone is terrible. I was like, what? Yeah, I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, you have the testosterone of a little girl. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, your testosterone's 110. What have you been doing? Your testosterone's 110. I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, why would it be? He's like, I don't know. He goes, I don't know if you're fat because you have low testosterone or if you have low testosterone because you're fat. But I can tell you, you're definitely fat with low testosterone. And I'm like, God damn it. So literally, I swear, all I did was when I got back into town, I went by his clinic and I met with him live and I said, hey, I don't want to do treatment. I'm scared. I'm worried that it could cause cancer. Like, I don't want to become impotent or have my balls shrink or all these things that you hear. And he looked me dead in the eye and he goes, and I said, and I don't want to be on this the rest of my life because, I heard once you go on it, your hormones are screwed. He looked me in the eye and he goes, you're fucked. Your hormones are fucked. You're fucked. There's no screwing it up. If you go on treatment, we reduce your risk of diabetes. We reduce your risk of atherosclerosis. We reduce your risk of heart attack and stroke. We reduce your risk of cancer. All of these major killers of man can be reduced by optimizing your hormone levels. We are going to get you to optimal levels.
But let me break it down to what he was saying. Like, he didn't know whether or not your hormones were fucked because you're fat.
Correct.
Did you said you were working with a nutritionist.
Mm-hmm.
What were they doing to try to reduce your body fat?
We were eating 6 meals a day, all lean muscle mass based. I did a DEXA, analyzed my lean muscle mass, did a pinch test as well monthly, and we were trending my lean muscle mass versus my body fat. And so literally when I started treatment, I went from 25% body fat, did not change my diet, did not change my workout plan, did not change anything. I went to 7% body fat within 6 months, just fixing hormones.
And there was no way to do that organically?
I think that's a misnomer too, and there's people like Peter Attia, I know you've had on, I really respect him, he's brilliant, and I agree with a lot of what he says, but a lot of the viewpoints are this. I'm not gonna write you a hormone or anything to boost your hormone levels until you change your diet and lifestyle. And to me, I was already practicing that, so this isn't about me, but I look at that and think, that's pretty short-sighted, because not treating and not giving this person an optimal chance at getting these levels improved is a hindrance. They're going to be more tired, they're going to be more lethargic, they're going to have lower energy level. Whether the chicken or the egg came first, who cares? We're here now.
But
and how
is
do we
there a
fix
way
this?
to naturally boost your hormone levels to an optimal place?
There are, and but even then, so my testosterone's 110. Show me a study. My challenge would be to any clinician, show me a study that's gonna boost my testosterone 500-fold or whatever it's gonna take to get me up into the normal ranges, 5 times fold basically to get me. It doesn't. When you diet, exercise, sleep, nutrition is huge, and it's important, and it's a cornerstone, and we talk about that at Ways to Well. But as we age, and in this world, we don't know if it's the plastics, we don't know if it's the lifestyle, the fast food, what we ate growing up. They really don't know. I asked him the same question. I said, what could have caused this? And he said, it's rampant. He said, Brigham, 30 million men are diagnosed with low T a year. And he starts breaking all of that down for me and explaining it. So I don't know what caused mine. I really don't. Head trauma can cause it. Concussions can cause it.
Did you have any of that?
I played basketball and I hit my head on I've had like 2 concussions, but I'm like, could those 2 concussions have caused this? I don't know. I don't know what caused it. And I don't know if I was getting fat because my hormones were low, or if my hormones were low because I was fat. Like, I don't know. I really don't to this day. But what I believe in is like, what he explained to me, and this is what I would explain to the layman. 1, you are at an increased risk of all of the 4 horsemen of death for mankind if you do not optimize and correct your hormones. And if you want to try and do that through diet and lifestyle, it's got to be a part of what you do, period. Even if you go on hormone boosters like an HCG or something to boost your natural testosterone level, you still need to obviously implement diet, exercise, nutrition, sleep. All of those are crucial. There is no silver bullet. There's no one size fits all. Everyone's different, and it's going to take all of these things being dialed in to get improvement. And so going through that process, though, it took me 3 months to get in with that urologist. I got there that day. I waited 4 hours, Joe, in a packed clinic. They pull my blood. For the first time in my life, at 30-something years old, I got a full blood panel. Never had it. I get a bill in the mail, even though it was insurance, for $480 for my blood work, because insurance denied some of the panels and said, we're not paying those. We don't think you need it. So I had to come out of pocket for that. And seeing what all they did with that, and then seeing my experience and how life-changing it was. I went from 25 to, and I became obsessed with like biohacking, how do we do this better? What are the loopholes? What are the challenges? Like, what are the pitfalls of this current system? And the big thing is, it's underdiagnosed. People aren't looking at the full comprehensive picture, right? They're immediately, you come in with diabetes, they're writing you a diabetes med. Well, have you ever run a full panel? Do you even know all the root causes of what's going on with this patient? Like, let's do a deep dive. Let's really look at this patient. You can't do that in the insurance model.
Yo, what's
The
going
insurance
on?
won't cover it. So if the insurance isn't going to cover it, then the patient has to pay out of pocket.
Oh
Now the
my god,
patient's
what's
mad
up?
because they thought their
IB
insurance would
Rocks.
cover it. And the doctors don't
What's
want
up,
to have
IB
that
Rocks
conversation,
72?
so they just don't do the test.
7 up to, not
And
much,
then the
hanging out.
insurance wins because you don't get treatment. And so that it's a win-win for
Sorry,
the insurance
I
companies, 'cause
was
they're spending
just
less
taking a
and
little
they're
break.
still charging
Welcome.
you all your
I'm probably gonna be playing
you know,
Donkey Kong Country pretty soon.
expenses on it.
Oh,
So did you
chat's
try
blowing up.
HCG?
Perfect
I
Dark,
did
no.
HCG
What's up,
first.
Juan?
And I got
Que
great
pasa,
results.
Juan?
And then
No,
it was
Donkey Kong
as you
Country
began
64.
biohacking and wanting to get
The
more
one
optimal.
in-
So
in the title.
there's a difference between, and this is another thing I'll
One
clear.
in the
There's a,
title.
I also found that other than urologists, most of these practices did not know what they were
Thanks for being
doing.
here. Thanks for
So urologists are obviously intimately aware of these hormones and usually know, have a good blueprint for success. Low T centers that are popping up on every corner, they're terrifying. They're just literally giving every guy the exact same thing. It's all about cattle call, get them in and out of here, get your money. But they're not monitoring.
Yo, yeah, the Graham
They're
Hancock.
looking at
Yo, yeah, I
testosterone.
remember.
Testosterone is one
You said
hormone
that you
in the
like bought the
symphony of
book and
hormones.
shit.
And in order
You
to
went
play
down that
beautiful
rabbit
music,
hole. I
every
remember.
hormone has to be
What was I doing? I think I was doing a
So,
workout
can't
stream.
focus
You
just
said that I
on
was in
testosterone.
Miami or something. I
They
remember.
have to look at somebody
So I went
holistically.
back. I went back
We
and
treat
watched because
women
I was thinking about
ways as
that.
well. And there's a big
Yeah,
gap
man.
for
Graham
women.
Hancock, man.
And so,
Yeah, man. Nice.
the challenges I saw,
Yeah,
and the
dude.
reason I started Wastewell, is if you talk about primary care, you're seeing a patient every 7 minutes. They don't have the time. They can't get
That's
the blood
sick,
work
man.
done.
Thanks for sharing that.
Even if they do, they don't know how to treat it. And even if they did
Oh,
want to learn
what?
to treat
Like,
it,
come on.
they were still in their minds. To this day, a lot of primary carers will tell their patient, I wouldn't get on testosterone or any of those hormones. They cause cancer.
Wow.
That comes from a study done. Testosterone's been on the market since 1931, 32. The study done by Dr. Huggins in 1942.
Yo, thanks. Thanks for being here.
He came out and said,
Let's hear
when
for
I
that
treat them with testosterone, this
Nice.
alpha
That's sick, dude.
phosphatase level goes up. When I chemically castrate a man,
Oh, yeah, I loaded
level
my vape.
drops. So I think the synopsis of the study was, if you give a man testosterone, you will exasperate prostate cancer or
I might be,
potentially
I
cause
might be playing
prostate
along.
cancer.
Uncharted, dude. Uncharted
Okay,
X is the
well, and this is
best,
how I'll
man.
explain it. And then, but
I
the-
love
and then his
Uncharted
answer
X,
was,
man.
But if you're a man with prostate cancer,
Fucking
I
with,
suppress
Ben?
your testosterone to castrate levels, which is below 50
My
nanograms
God,
per
man.
deciliter.
Dude, his videos are so
Basically
good.
no testosterone in your
The,
body.
the
If I suppress
4K,
it, I can
or rather the
slow progression of
1080p,
prostate cancer.
the
But is there a
the
correlation?
granite
between-
obelisk,
No, this is
the Aswan obelisk,
That study.
the scoop
came
mark
out.
video
This was
that
the
he did
father of
recently,
urology, the godfather
and it
of
was like
urology
4
back in the
or
1940s. You
1080p
wanna
or
know
some
Nobel Peace
whatever.
Prize for
Ben
some
is the
other work
chief.
he
Yeah,
did.
man.
He's
He's on. He's on Twitch.
For
Did you know that?
50
Uncharted X.
effing
You must know that, I'm
years.
sure.
Nobody ever looked at the study.
And then he
Nobody
edits his
ever
videos
questioned the
live
study.
on Twitch.
It
It's amazing.
became dogma. Medical schools taught practitioners.
But then you gotta wait for
if
the.
you write if
I
you
love
write
looking at the
testosterone
quality
to
of
a
the
patient
granite on
and they have
like a
prostate
high
cancer, it
quality
is the
television,
equivalent
like a
to dumping
1080p screen
gasoline on a
or
fire.
higher.
And if they don't,
4K if you have
increase
it.
their risk profile, a propensity to potentially develop prostate cancer. And
No, man.
and this is important.
It
detail. I know
was-
it's not exciting, but it's like
Yeah, it was
in
more West Coast though, buddy,
1997,
Dick.
The new thought
It was
leader,
more Fort
Dr. Morgan
Myers.
Tyler, Boston Urology.
Miami was
began
apparently
treating
okay,
men in the
but I know
80s
what you're saying,
with
man.
Testosterone.
It-
because there
it
was no
could, like,
Viagra. And he
it
had a
could have
lot of
happened
guys
there
coming
too,
in with erectile
like-
dysfunction and impotence and low sex
But it didn't.
drive. And then
It's
he
fucked,
thought,
man. Yeah, like
you know, I'm
houses
gonna
are
have to
just
really monitor
destroyed,
them for
just
prostate
leveled.
cancer because I'm worried I'm going to
really
see
sad.
an increase.
I love
What he
Florida. I
started
love
seeing
Floridians.
was no increase. It was
just
13% of his
sad
patient
always.
population who were not on testosterone developed prostate cancer. Do you know what percentage developed it who were? 13%. The exact same number. And he said, man, that's weird. Been doing this for like 10 years. I'm going to do some research. he went back and looked at the literature from the Dr. Huggins study, because it was the only study in 50 years that showed any correlation. What he found was Dr. Huggins' study had a patient population of
Serapeum, yeah, buddy. Dude, the Serapeum's insane.
3 people. Yes, this is a true story. It's on the website too. I attached the link so you can review the study. This is white paper, peer-reviewed.
I'd love to go to Egypt, man.
This isn't me making shit up. It's insane. 3 people. 1 guy dropped out of the study on day 3. 1 guy was chemically castrated, meaning he doesn't have testosterone. So yes, of course, when you take someone from chemically castrated to normal,
No.
I don't know. They didn't explain why. I think because he had a pre-existing prostate cancer or something like that. So they're checking your
The
PSA.
storm intensifies.
Or at the time, it was a different marker. It wasn't PSA. It was alpha phosphatase or some shit like that.
All because my stream. Yo, thanks, dude. Heck
The
yeah,
third
man.
guy, and the only guy
man.
that the data was based off of was
I'm glad you.
normal
Spoke
low
about it and said, hey,
testosterone, but then treated,
dope.
and his alpha phosphatase.
I would
level,
love to
I'm not
listen to his
sure I'm saying
books.
that right.
Real-
It's
as I
PSA
say,
now is what
listen
it
to his
measured, but it was
books.
what they
Get
thought
it on
was
like
the-
audio.
Was erratic, meaning indecipherable.
Because I think you
It
can.
went
I
up,
think
it
you
went
can
down,
listen
it went up,
to
it went down.
some.
And so at
One of
that
his books
point,
is on
Dr.
YouTube.
Morgan
I
Tyler
think.
said, "All right, I got to do the research."
It's like
And
8
he
hours
went
or
back
something.
50 years, looked at all the different studies. There was never once, other than this Dr. Huggins study, which was 1 patient population of 1, any evidence of an increase in cancer. So for decades, men were deprived of hormone optimization.
GH.
And so when I was
Yeah.
outside waiting for you, the girl asked me, why?
Maybe
why
next
is
stream I'll put on a
testosterone
Graham
taken
Hancock
so
book.
much? Do you think
But
it's
I
that
don't listen.
doctors
Like
are
when I play Goldeneye, I don't
overprescribing,
listen
or
to
do
the
you
podcast.
think that it's that now they're diagnosing it? And I said, I think it's all the above. I think one of the problems was there was such a stigma around it for so long, and med schools taught these primary care providers that this was
suck,
going to cause
guys.
prostate cancer or
I suck.
exasperate it, so they didn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Dr. Morgan Tyler released all of his findings in the New England Journal of Medicine in 1997. I attached that on the website. Debunks all this. There is zero correlation. Zero
please, come on.
correlation between optimizing testosterone levels and cancer. In fact, what they find is once you get above low, you actually have some cancer insulation, some protection.
It's not
reduces certain
completion.
types of cancers and their likelihood. And I even heard, I'm bringing this up because I'm a huge fan of David Sinclair too, and I listen to one of his podcasts. He talks about the risk reward of hormones and that testosterone has been proven to cause cancer. And I'm like, what? Where are you getting this literature? Are you talking about the Dr. Huggins study from 1940s that's been debunked for over 20 years? Because the thought leaders now today, the general consensus is you treat it within optimal physiological levels, and it's almost all reward. There's every single treatment on the
crazy,
market
dude.
has some sort of risk profile. But when we look at testosterone, it's been on
But
the
I
market
mean,
since the 1930s.
I don't know.
Androgel launched in 2021. That was
I don't
the
know if Miami
first
has been
big bang
destroyed
for
as hard
testosterone.
as
2021 Pfizer launched
like
Androgel.
Fort Myers was
Millions
like
of
destroyed.
prescriptions
It was
went
crazy.
out. Millions of men got on testosterone therapy, and they did the analytics. And do you know what they saw? 13% of men developed prostate.
Not all of it, but like a big
There was
chunk.
no increase in the level of prostate cancer.
So is prostate cancer primarily genetic?
It's an age-related disease state.
crazy.
So what they're saying now is as you age, all cancers are essentially typically correlated to age. I know there's like some childhood cancers, but a lot of cancers become more statistically prevalent as you age. And so is it some sort of cellular deterioration? I don't know. But the point of that whole narrative was testosterone is safe. It is one of the most studied medications or treatments on the market. It's been around for a long, long time. And when utilized appropriately, it is a very
wow.
valuable tool
Is that
in
true?
longevity. And so if we begin to look at the killers of man, and this is how I started Waste Well. I looked at the primary care practices, and they wouldn't write these things because they were scared of cancer. Then I look at the urologist, and I'm like, well, it takes 3 months to get in. You have to have a referral from the primary. Insurance doesn't even cover the treatment. I was having to come out of pocket. 80-something% of insurances refuse to cover hormone optimization or hormone replacement therapy. And so, you, even if you do try to stay
Wow.
in the insurance model,
Wow.
the chance that they uncover that you have a hormonal imbalance are slim to none.
It wasn't a
unless
completion
you're seeing a
anyways. I didn't complete
urologist
it.
or an OB-GYN. And then if they do uncover it, the chances the insurance cover the treatment are slim to none. And so I had to come up with a solution to make it more cost effective. And that's when we built out our pharmacy and we started doing an array of different testosterones and all of the regenerative stuff that's not covered, peptides, BPC 157, all of these various really interesting molecules that are better suited for proactive use than reactive use. And what I mean is, like, let's get ahead of the disease states. Let's stop you from becoming obese. Let's stop you from becoming diabetic. Let's, like, prevent it
Now,
rather than
I've
waiting.
talked to people that have said that there's no studies that show that peptides are effective.
I've attached those too. There's a ton. Peptides, so, peptides.
Where's that coming
Do you know where?
Because I've talked to intelligent people.
Well, my rebuttal to that would be like, do they realize insulin is a peptide?
Several feet.
Are they saying
Wow.
insulin's ineffective?
Well, I
It's
think
crazy.
they're just
So-
primarily talking about the current use
It's insane.
of BPC 157 and
Okay.
the like.
That would be Titanic.
There is
It's crazy.
BPC 157 is
All
not
at once,
an
like a tsunami?
FDA-approved peptide, meaning it has not gone through clinical trials like what we're talking about.
You're
with
saying there's gonna be a
others.
huge ass tsunami?
But what's different is it's not
Tsunami?
a drug. It is an amino acid.
Wow, you're not making it up.
157, all
I thought you
peptides.
were just like
all
trolling.
they are is short chain
I mean,
amino
not-
acids.
Not that I don't
They
believe
are
you.
literally like
I thought you were
a
trolling.
key that connects to the lock. And the key is the peptide, and the lock is your cells. And so what happens is
Why
these
will it cause a
peptides will
tidal
go
wave when it-
bind
when it hits
to
the ocean or
protein
something?
receptor sites on cells and do whatever their signaling cell is. The same thing I talked about with mesenchymal signaling cells.
Gradual or not. No
That's
worries,
the
fine.
same thing that peptides are. They're mainly signaling peptides. They're these amino acid chains that, when arranged differently, have different results in the body. So they're naturally occurring in our food, in our diet, in our meat. And as
See,
we
now I'm
begin to
getting like
age,
my starts
our
are fast where I might have to
bioavailability
watch
of
some
these various
cutscene.
amino acids
I don't know.
deteriorate. And it's the same thing with our cells. And that's where these MSCs and these peptides and all these things are kind of, from what I've seen, have a synergistic effect. And that's what's really hard too. We've had such good results at Ways to Well, treating injuries
Wow,
and
that's crazy.
ailments, but a lot of times we're using a multitude of treatment modalities combined, right? It's most of the guys
Sucks,
who are
man.
doing peptides or who are doing any placental-derived tissues are also doing peptides. So there are studies. I attached them on the website. There's one in mice where they literally severed mice's spines and then injected them with BPC, and the mice that got the injection within, I think, like 4 to 6 weeks.
Again, I don't know what they're
recovered most of their
saying,
legs, but the mice
so I
that
can't
didn't
confirm
did
or
not.
agree or disagree.
There's
whatever
all
they're
sorts
saying.
of interesting data, but the original peptides that took off happened during the Cold War with Russia. So Russia had guys dying because their nuclear reactors were leaking and on submarines, and they brought in this
Really?
Nobel Prize winning scientist and said, what can we do? And he began to analyze like how he could use amino acids to help cellular health and soft tissue health and all these different things. And each peptide targets a different type of tissue. And so, long story short, it worked. They started using it on all their sailors, on all their people that were enlisted, and then they even used it in Chernobyl.
See,
after
like, I don't
Chernobyl
know
and all.
if
They
I
used
don't
this
know, my
exact same
friends.
peptide.
I don't
And
know
there's
if I'm
studies
gonna
that
get lower
show
than
that
30
peptide,
tonight.
the patients who were administered the peptide had lower cancer rates than the patients who didn't get administered the peptide. I think when people say there's no science, what they're saying is there's no double-blind studies that have gone through the FDA stage 3 clinical trials. And the FDA's main concern is this safe and does it work? And the other issue with that is the FDA, all of these things start to fall under what's called biologics. And that's why I was talking about the crucial side of where does the money come from? The drug companies, the med device companies. Biologics is less than, I think, 8% of the FDA's allocated funds. They're already short-staffed. So biologics is a much slower moving space, and that's why in certain instances for things like amnion, they give a
No,
Q
the
code.
box.
They said, hey, we know this is going to take a while. Like,
Stuff
we
in
don't
a
have the
box.
resources. They end up giving a Q code, so there's a way to get a reimbursement. All of those loopholes have been shut down now, and so insurance won't cover any of these things. So if you ask a primary care, they're not going to know what this is. At the Gordon Ryan matches, I went up and a guy came up, started talking to me. He thought I was your security detail. He goes, "Hey man, are you Joe's security detail?" I'm like, no, I just know him. And he said, "Well, what do you do?" When I told him I wasn't security, I go, "Oh, I have a wellness company. We're trying to bring personalized medicine to the masses. We're trying to be predictive and proactive rather than reactive, and use the tools that are available to diagnose disease states before they ever occur." And he's like, "Wow, that's crazy. So, do you do peptides?" And I was like, "Yeah, they actually do." He told me the story. He had his ACL done. He asked his doctor about BPC. He said, "I've never heard of it. It's quackery. I don't know about it." He ended up going to a longevity anti-aging clinic because 4 months after his surgery, his knee was still killing him. He still didn't have full range of motion. He was struggling with a lot of stuff. He went and got BPC and treated, and he was like, literally in 4 weeks, everything was good. Like, this stuff's crazy. And we've seen that with Tim. Tim Kennedy talked about it with his knee. We used peptides, and we used what people were calling stem cells, placental-derived tissues, perinatal tissues to treat Tim. There's a synergistic effect. Peptides work. These products work. It's obviously going to vary by patient, and you got to be real. I've got to tread real lightly of not making medical claims because, again, until something's been through a double-blind, placebo-controlled trial with the FDA and gone through rigorous safety testing, they're wary about people going out and making claims, and that makes sense too.
Is there any potential for that happening?
For what?
Double-blind, placebo-controlled.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in stage 3 trials now.
One sec.
Your buddy Neil Reardon is in the middle. I think he's in stage 3. He already submitted safety data on the same tissues we've been using for years, by the way. Yeah. Like, it's not. This is. It's by.
One sec. I'll do a
said
seminar
that
about
the
this way.
physician told him it's bro science, and the technology's not there yet. And I said, "Tony, it's not bro science. There's white paper study after white paper study in animals and in humans now, especially when we're referring to orthopedic injuries like knees, hips, shoulders, elbows.
Oh my
there
God.
are tons of studies that have
I
been
swear I'll
done
do it
that
soon,
are
buddy.
published in journals regarding amniotic tissue, placental-derived tissue, Wharton's jelly, all of these cellular and acellular products. And there's a wide array of them. Some of them work, some of them don't. But the studies are promising. And one of the articles that
I'll do it
is on
after
the
this,
website,
one sec.
it's, the white paper study in hips. The whole
After my
synopsis
vape,
was, there is tremendous promise in these treatments. We just need to tread lightly about over-promising or essentially telling people that it's going to cure everything, you know? And that's what happened. People did get out there and they started over-promoting, and that's where the FDA came in and started hammering clinics. Clinics were out there telling people it'll cure your MS. You can inject it in an eye and you'll be able to see again. Like, you can't make claims without studies. You know, there's got to be studies and data. Anything I've discussed with you and that you've seen is anecdotal because we haven't put them through a study. But I can tell you at the ground level, the feedback's phenomenal. The results are phenomenal. I mean, we've helped so many people who.
All right, I'll do in the second one sec,
surgery.
guys.
I mean, again, I've asked all these people. Gabe Tuttle was told he needed spine surgery. Kyle Kinzel told he needed spine surgery. Tony Hinchcliffe told he needed spine surgery. Those are just 3.
Yeah, Tony was literally making calls to schedule a surgery. His neck was in so much pain that he had to sit a certain way while he was doing Kill Tony, or he'd be in agony.
Yeah.
So he'd have to like put his foot under his butt and like lean like this. If he sat normally, it would just ache.
All right, I'm gonna do it after
in
this
constant pain.
like
And you guys shot him
weed session
up
because
with, what did you use?
I really don't want to answer it right now.
Tony,
Sorry.
at the time, it was Wharton's jelly. And
I'll do it after
BPC
this like
157.
vape session.
And I want to get into
And what is Wharton's jelly?
Wharton's jelly is essentially the tissue taken from the placenta.
That's why I
It's the
removed
jelly that's found in the
these 'cause,
placenta
like,
that the baby sits in. And Wharton's
sometimes
jelly
I just
is
don't
rich
wanna talk,
with
and
cellular
it's not you.
nutrients, MSCs,
It's just like literally this next like 5
syncable
minutes.
signaling cells. If it's cryogenically preserved and it's a cellular product, it's going to have cytokines, exosomes, scaffolding, and extracellular vesicles. All that means is it's a bunch of goodies that feed cells, help cells, like essentially, for lack of a better term, optimize and refuel mitochondria. But more than anything, what it's doing is triggering your body to heal itself. That's the goal. Can we trigger your body to heal itself? Why does a pregnant woman have such amazing skin? You always hear about the pregnancy glow. Your skin looks great. Your hair looks great. Your nails are great. When a woman's pregnant, they have the lowest cancer risk they'll ever have in their life. There's a reason for that. This is millions of years. Where I was going with that, when Tony's doctor told him it's bro science and the technology's not there yet. My rebuttal was, Tony, he's a dipshit. It's not technology, it's biology. The biology's been 2 million years in the making. Like, how long have modern day Homo sapiens been around? 200,000 years? At least 200,000 years in the making. These are all naturally occurring elements in nature, in our body. That's why there's no adverse events. All the adverse events you're hearing are either improper utilization, right? Injecting something into somebody's eyeball was one of the things that came up, and it was like, okay, well, yeah, of course, that guy's a quack. The other one is improper sterilization,
I can't believe he died.
or utilization. And what I mean by that is one of the big bad players in the space early was a company called Livion.
Did I not get the stupid key card? Whatever, it's moot.
These yahoos went out and told people to store their product in liquid nitrogen.
I did get the
casing
card.
they put it in wasn't leak-proof. So liquid nitrogen
I got
was
boost, so the
leaking
boost was
into these
bullshit.
cellular products and getting injected into people's spines, crippling people. I mean, it's crazy. And so, but almost all the adverse events are related to things like that. It's not. These cells have been around thousands and thousands of years. This is not anything new. They've used amnion and Morton's jelly on wound victims and gunshots and all these things for like severe wounds and diabetics for literally 20 years. It's not. It's been around. It's just the science is finally catching up and the research is catching up. And all the info I get, the other thing you'll learn is if you want answers on stuff that's cutting edge, you don't go to MD.
Like, it's such
An MD, you go to the guy who invents the hammer, not the guy who wields it. Like, the guy who wields it knows how to use the hammer once it's there and the product's ready. But I want to meet the guy who built the hammer, discovered the hammer, and engineered the hammer. That's a PhD. That's the guy sitting at the bench. Those are the guys doing all the
Fuck,
stuff
man, I said I'm gonna
doing the
fucking
studies in mind,
say it after
on the
this
cutting
fucking vape
edge,
session.
in
Hold your
the know,
fucking ass,
on
man.
the
Jesus
very
Christ.
first to do clinical trials. So they're going to be much more informed and knowledgeable.
That's why I deleted that fucking redeeming
MDs,
shit for people
again,
being
trying to make it
fucking
through
like
the day and do
expecting
their
people
surgeries
just to
and do their
talk whenever they
procedures, and it's a
like
lot.
at a whim.
And
Like,
they
fuck.
don't have the time to do the research.
They do continual training, but they get to choose what that training's focused on, and it's typically focused on reiterating skill sets that they're already working on.
Want me to
Well,
talk about
I
something
can tell
fucking,
you anecdotally,
yeah,
my-
fuck off, man.
What
You want me to rant about some bullshit? People fucking expecting people to talk whenever they're fucking like focused on something when I said we'd
I went to
fucking
Dr.
vape.
Rodney McGee in Las
Motherfucker, like,
Vegas, and
fuck.
he injected stem cells in my rotator cuff. I had a full-length rotator cuff tear. Then I went back to him 6
Well,
months
fuck
later
off
to
with
get
your
an MRI,
redemption. I don't
and
give a
it was gone.
fuck.
And he said, "This is the most extraordinary."
Jesus
thing I've ever
Christ,
seen." He
man.
said, "You have to understand, this
I
is
said,
like
hold on a second,
when
I'm
we
in a
really were
fucking
first
session.
starting doing this kind of
God
stuff."
damn it.
And he
Fuck
said,
you.
"This is a surgery. This is surgery. You needed surgery." He goes, "Your shoulder was fucked." My shoulder has full range of motion. full
Like,
strength.
just
I have
go
zero
away,
problem
man.
with the shoulder.
Yeah.
Just
I
go
mean,
away
when I
forever,
mean
please.
Zero, I mean nothing. I mean, I do cleans and presses with 70-pound kettlebells. I do windmills with 70-pound kettlebells, which is a shoulder stabilization thing, because you're holding this kettlebell overhead and you drop it all the way down to the floor, touching the floor, and it's completely solid. It doesn't bother me at all. I kickbox with it. I lift weights with it. I draw a bow back with it. There's zero problems.
I believe in it. I'm a believer. I believe in it. Our patients believe in it. I believe in peptides. I have seen extraordinary things.
Jesus
Tim said
fucking
the same
Christ,
thing.
man.
It's science. When Tim came in, he was a skeptic. When Tim Kennedy came in, he's like, "Is this real science or is this bullshit?" You know. And then
Like,
we
how
treated
fucking
him, and
stupid does someone have to be?
I'm honest with people. I said, "Tim, you have a full tear.
It's
You've got to go
insane.
get that addressed. This is going to help with inflammation and the injury." But he also had a partial tear. And when he went in for the surgery 4 weeks out, his partial tear had fully healed. And the doctor's like, "What are you doing?"
Like, it's insane.
He's like, "Well, I'm doing these peptides, and I did some sort of stem cell treatment," is what he called it, but placental-derived tissue, Wharton's jelly treatment, and it worked. I mean, it works. Like, I don't know what to say. I can't tell. I'm not saying that it's going to work for everybody and that everyone should rush out and do it. Talk to a clinician, do your research, educate yourself, understand that a lot of times clinicians are not offering you the best product on the market. They're offering you the best product that insurance will cover. And that's a difficult conversation for clinicians to have. In fact, they don't have it. If you've got to pay cash for something, your clinician is not going to have that talk with you 9 out of 10 times. Again, they got to get you in and out of there. They're not going to sit there and educate you on why this regenerative treatment may be a solution.
And how has your understanding of these things evolved, and how has your implementation of these things evolved as you started Ways to Well?
The biggest change, honestly, is more on the is less on the placental-derived tissue side and more on the hormone optimization side and the preventative side, and like seeing the results on people's blood work and seeing like their blood sugar level improve, their diabetes improve. My brother lost 100 pounds since coming on with Ways to Well. I mean, we've treated over 7,000 patient lives in the state of Texas. Our pharmacies treated over 167,000.
Jesus fucking Christ!
I mean, we've been doing what Mark Cuban's doing for a decade, for 8 years, 7 years,
God damn
whatever
it.
it is, almost a decade, 7 years. Offering generic prescriptions for pennies on the dollar mailed to a patient's doorstep. You can go to Ways to Well RX, look up a prescription, we'll mail it to your doorstep. If you're in that sick care model and you want to hold somebody honest and see what you should be paying for a drug and know what a cash pay price is, oftentimes we're cheaper than the insurance copay or deductible. So there's that space. The other is in the regenerative space, the biggest is peptides keep evolving and coming out. I do think a lot of the stem cell products, what people are calling cellular products, will begin to get more regularly accepted. I've just seen more and more buzz about it, more and more people talking about it, more and more very influential, wealthy people investing in it. And so I feel like, for better or worse, it's here. The fear becomes,
That's great,
bad
man.
players, the people doing bad things, the people being snake oil salesmen and charging grandmas and promising them the world and, taking money from these people. That gives everybody a bad rap, and that creates an environment that increases the potential of more regulation, not less regulation, and more strictness.
Yeah, dude, that'd be great, man. That'd be really good.
And when people are, one of the big evolutions was trying to get people over the fact that when they think stem cells are illegal or you can't have them, that's like the biggest. And I haven't seen that change yet. Like, the average American is of the impression that they've got to go to Panama or fly to Germany and spend $25,000 in order to get a treatment. And I think the way this is headed, in another 5 years, this will be pennies on the dollar. People will be able to pay cash and get a knee injection for an extremely cost-effective price, way more cost-effective than a surgery.
So what would be the benefit of going to these places, like going to Colombia?
If money is no object, again,
Graham
like,
Hancock, yeah.
I think clinically there's not a downside. I can't say there is a downside, but my rebuttal again would be, the efficacious dose is the minimal dosage required to elicit the desired response.
Whatever, man.
We've had such phenomenal results just using these, 361 and 351 exempt products that we can use
What
here
is
in the
that?
United States.
What
The
is
placental-derived
361?
tissues. So when people
Sorry,
say
Dick,
these
you're
are
gonna have to
illegal
wait.
or this
We're
is
gonna have
that,
to wait. Talk about the raw meat.
any
Sorry,
of these
man, a
cellular
little bit.
products have to fall under
Raw meat,
one
I
of two
mean,
designations.
I don't know, man.
361, meaning a minimally manipulated tissue, meaning I cannot alter, edit, clone, or
cooking meat
expand
is
the
so
tissue in
amazing.
a petri dish like they can in Panama or Germany. That's really the only difference. They're taking the exact same tissue and they're expanding it,
So they're just giving you a larger dose.
larger dose of it. And my thing would be, I'm not saying that's bad. I think time will tell, but we're getting phenomenal results with what's readily available here in the U.S.
Now, is there any concern that new regulations and new restrictions could apply to what you do?
On everything, yeah, I think there definitely is. There's always that risk. I do think the FDA is doing their best to sort through a very complicated thing, because you got to think
Wow.
the FDA was never
Wow.
in the biologics world. They were approving drugs. And
Right.
so one of the challenges with bringing a stem cell, I keep doing air quotes, or placental-derived tissue to the mass market via an FDA trial is one of the things the FDA will look at and want is consistency. And that's understandable, but this is human tissue, right? This is not a pill that I'm manufacturing where I get the dosage right. So one particle of tissue may have exponentially more live cells than another. There's just no way. So most of the tissue banks now do it by weight, by the weight of the tissue, and it's an estimation of the live cells. Whereas Neil, and this is another advantage of what they do in Panama, is they run it through and they count them. And they're, there's this many. Again, if we were getting bad results or things weren't working, I would be like, oh man, okay, I guess we're going to have to open a clinic in Panama. But we get phenomenal results with the products that are readily
you walk
available
through the farm,
here in
man.
the US.
And so, is there any pushback against this? Like, are there
The
any?
FDA's main pushbacks are twofold. One, it's the private industry, the big insurance companies, and the governmental payers because they were upset about these Q codes and people misrepresenting the product and billing them in a manner that is inappropriate. And so that created backlash. The other is snake oil salesmen. It's people literally making promises. I mean, you can go to websites where people are like, we'll heal your spine, we'll heal your... Like, they're making claims that are unsubstantiated and shouldn't be made. And I understand that. So the FDA has means of action to reach out and grab those people, like the Federal Trade Commission. They did go after a clinic in California, and they lost. This just happened like a month ago, 3 weeks ago. They went after a clinic, and this is a different situation. This was not placental-derived tissue. What he was doing was taking adipose tissue, fat tissue from the stomach, isolating it.
Sucks so much.
Curating that, culturing those cells in a dish, and then administering them as stem cells. And so I understand where the FDA is getting weird about that, because now you have an MD playing PhD in a practice in some small little lab. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different than an ISO certified giant lab with a bunch of PhDs running around in lab coats and sterile clothes, and they've got all the protocols and procedures to make sure these products are safe. There's a little bit more consistency and predictability, even though it's tissue. At least we know the tissue is, contaminant-free, disease-free, healthy, safe to use in a clinical setting. The FDA's concern was if you're pulling this tissue out and then extrapolating out these cells and then pushing these cells back in the body, we don't think you should be doing that.
Like, it's just so dumb, man.
The judge ruled in favor of the provider, the judge, in this instance. So the FDA
Like,
will
this guard.
appeal it, or
It's
precedent
just
is
like...
set that physicians are going to have the autonomy to be able to potentially use those treatments and practices.
Well, this is wild stuff, man, and this is about as thorough a breakdown as I've ever heard of all these things, from the insurance companies to the clinicians to everything. And I appreciate everything you've done for me and everything you've done for my friends, and I think what you guys do is fucking amazing. And it's
I
just,
appreciate it.
it's helped me tremendously, I'm a big believer. So thank you. Ways2well.com.
Ways2well.com.
Ways to the number two well.
The main focus of our practice is regenerative and preventative care. What we're trying to do is use predictive tools to get ahead of disease states and keep people healthy. Don't wait to get sick. If you're overweight, if you're struggling with your weight, if you're trying to get in shape, we can help. We can help give you the tools you need. We can help give you the resources you need. And we have measurables that will allow us to help tell you if you're headed towards a trajectory of getting to live to be a centenarian. If your goal is to live to be a happy, healthy 100-year-old and able to lift your grandkids and do all these things, there are ways to assess if you're there. Are you headed on the right trajectory? And if you're not, there are interventions that are out there. But it's going to take cash pay model. Insurance is never going to cover this. And that's it.
And Ways2well/JRE for all the references and all the studies that you cited.
Yep.
Brigham, you're the fucking man.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks,
Bye,
Jamie.
everybody.
These are all shit, man. These are all really shitty. Terrible. Man, when you move to Spotify, these guys are terrible. I don't even know what I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch something short.
Really interesting conversation with a man who's very, very plugged into the Alberta political scene and also nationally. And I think we're going to learn a lot from our discussion with him. Before we go there, I want to just to remind everyone, shameless plug, we have our merchandise. It's available on our platforms, Facebook, Twitter and other spaces, sweatshirts and so on. So if you're interested in looking at any of that stuff and maybe buying a sweatshirt or something to support the show, that's great. We'd be grateful for that. And also a reminder to you, if you have not yet done so, to perhaps go on YouTube and subscribe to the show, because I'm told by Devin that helps us in some way, something about algorithms and training them. So if you can do that, that would be great. Okay, so what are we talking about today? Well, we're going to be talking about something called Project Confederation. And the gentleman we have on the program is Josh Andrus. He's the executive director. And my impression is that Project Confederation is, he can take credit for being his brainchild, or a shared brainchild. I learned about it a few years ago, pre-COVID actually.
Man, I don't know. I'm not gonna play this much longer. I'm gonna be playing Donkey Kong Country like in literally 5-10 minutes.
Plugged into Alberta politics, so I think he's.
I really wanted to get a PB here, but
to help us understand what's going on and Alberta's place within Confederation and
it's fine.
And what Project Confederation is doing about it.
So even if we got like a 29, 28, that's still not very good, right?
And before we introduce him properly, we're going to go to the aphorism board, and these are going to seem
suffer
very,
for
very
fucking 29 or 28.
Because, I won't lie, I stole these off of the Project Confederation website. The first one is from a gentleman who everyone knows I admire very much. He was on our show, actually. He was a wonderful guest, and that's Mr. Preston Manning, who is quoted as saying, Western alienation
up there.
fueled by the downturn in the energy sector and political.
Like, I just want to get a completion now.
Petroleum across provincial
but I won't get the 29
markets is reviving Western separatism. Is that ever true? That's going to be a challenge for the next parliament, no matter who ends up winning the election. Recognize the validity of the concerns. Don't dismiss them. Don't tell people you've got no right to be angry or mad. Interesting, the distinction between angry or mad, angry or insane. The next one is from a man named Monty Solberg. If you don't know who that is, you should Google him. Most Westerners don't want to separate from Canada. We want to separate from a federal government that seems indifferent to the West's contribution to Confederation. We carry our fair share of the load. We'd like to be treated as an equal partner in Confederation, not punished by our partners
Wow.
for developing our natural resources.
Insane.
What happens next? Western anger needs to go somewhere. Either it goes into a new vision for Confederation that shows respect for Western aspirations, or into some firebrand vision for a divided Canada.
Really.
And
Like,
finally,
it's so
from,
dumb.
a man who we're gonna talk
It's just
about
so dumb,
today, in
guys.
fact, Jason Kenney, our outgoing, eventually premier. In the past year, I've heard more expressions of support for Western or Alberta separatism than I've heard in my whole life. It's a reflection of deep frustration from people who think we help the Federation pay the bills, we played by the rules, we haven't really.
Oh yeah,
prayed about
you're a
it.
redemption dick. I completely forgot.
And
I'm
yet
sorry.
we're
I
getting
swear to God.
royally
I swear to God, I wasn't
treated.
memeing. I swear.
Hypocrisy in
Or
this,
being a
in this
jackass,
country
like,
is
I swear.
driving a level of alienation
Raw
here
meat? I don't
haven't
know,
seen
man.
in my whole life. People are angry, and they should be. That's Jason Kenney.
It's a good question.
So, who do we have on the program?
But I mean, cooking is so good.
Executive Director, Project
Also
Confederation.
cooks away all the
And,
like
he's also
water
at
and
the
all the
Institute, which is an independent,
all the
libertarian-minded
fat
public
and
policy think
cooks
tank
away a lot of
that
fat.
aims to advance personal freedom and choice in Alberta. Everyone knows we're fans of those things on this show. Josh is a
Definitely.
fourth-generation Albertan from
Pretty much every
Drumcolor.
meat raw
Great
except
town.
chicken. Wow, it's
Great
insane.
hockey team, actually, and holds a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Lethbridge. Great school, majoring in economics and minoring in political science. Prior to joining the Alberta Institute, Josh worked as the
No homo,
executive
of course.
director for a grassroots
Not there's anything wrong
advocacy
with it.
organization and volunteered in several political and
That's
policy roles. And I just want to read something here.
We have
that's on
raw-
the website, because this seems to be a great, or a bit of it. And I
We
believe this is
raw
written by
ground
Josh.
beef.
It says, for far too long, Western
In
Canada
in
has
like
been treated
the
by
Lebanese eat
others.
a raw
Problem
ground
isn't
beef
so much any one particular government or political
called kibbeh
party,
neye,
but a
which means like raw
constitutional
kibbeh.
structure that incentivizes
Raw ground
all
beef.
governments of all political
It's really
stripes
good. It's
to
like
take
steak
advantage of
tartare.
Western Canada and our wealth and distribute those resources
the Lebanese
across the
steak
country
tartare.
to help win elections.
I guess the
The problem
Arab
is an institutional one
free
caused
range
by
chicken.
an unfair separation of powers between the federal government and the provinces. Okay,
Mainly,
so that's a
wow.
statement of the problem. So let's turn to the man of the
Prime
hour.
cut. Oh,
Welcome to the show,
interesting.
Josh.
I didn't know that.
What are the solutions to this
I
problem?
did not know that, man.
What's the goal? What's the plan that Project
Makes sense.
Confederation has to try and
Because
solve
I wonder
these
how
problems
come
that
we
you've
eating
identified?
like raw ground beef?
Well, we've got some big issues, obviously, and I think you
that's-
touched on most of
that's
them.
how-
I won't want to do too much detail right off the top here because I imagine we will be getting into it. But yeah, it is very much a structural issue. We've got a federal government that is acting in an overbearing capacity on almost every
That's
case.
terrible.
We have a Supreme Court that seems to be ruling against our Provincial Court of Appeals in most cases. I mean, we'll see what happens with the upcoming ruling on Bill C-69, which is the Impact Assessment Act. But we have a situation where
I wouldn't eat regular ground
deck
beef
is
raw.
stacked against
Has
Alberta.
intestines. Wow, that's crazy.
We are, in many ways,
Even-
the financial
even
driver
lean?
of this country.
What about
We
lean
have
ground? I
been
usually buy lean ground beef
helping to build the nation for the past 100 and
when it's on sale.
province, 115
If it's not too
years,
expensive.
right? Yeah, so
But it's so
we're in a
worth it.
situation where the federal government is directly attacking our livelihoods and our industries, especially over
quality
the
is
past
so much
7 years
higher.
where we saw an oil price decline. So it's interesting because as I was researching, I was actually researching for another project when I was reading newspaper articles from 1986, 1987, going back to 1905. I was more focused on the 80s at the time, but I was reading an article that was published in the Calgary Herald, and I would sit there and I'd be like, I read that, pretty much the same thing in the Calgary Herald today, in today's paper. It was the same concept, the same issues, and so I sat there, and it was right around the time that Jason Kenney.
Okay, I'm not gonna play this
that,
level past
he was
midnight. So 15 more minutes. What the fuck? What the fuck happened there? The fuck? Yo, what up, King of All?
How are you?
I'm gonna play this for just a tiny bit more. And then play Donkey Kong on N64. Are you serious? Did you see that boost? Did you even see that boost? It's ridiculous. Like, it's so dumb. It's not pace. It's not pace. It's not. Wow, I hit the warp though. Might be 29. Hey, we got it. Yes. For anomaly, for Dick, for King of All, we got it. Yes. We got it, man.
Why isn't it?
Traction upon our launch, and I just wanted to, I appreciate, because you were a very early supporter of ours when we were just
fine.
getting off the ground. You helped us out and so yeah.
Easily could have been 27.
Always happy to come on your podcast and talk to you.
Thanks, man. What was slow about it? I can't
really
remember.
Appreciate that, but that got immediate traction, and I think a big reason was because there was a separatist wave that Peter Downing and Wexit
Play a bit more.
were kind of driving at the time, and we just
The ending
so
was
happened
nice,
to find
eh?
ourselves sitting in the middle.
I was stuck on the
Premier
pillar.
Had indicated
Oh
that he wanted to take
yeah,
steps.
I got boosted,
There
right?
are questions now about his commitment to those indications.
I got
but
boosted, right?
He
Like
looked
into
at
the pillar or
our
some
platform.
bullshit?
He said, "Okay, you know what? Like, let's investigate this further." He launched the Fair Deal panel. We took part in the Fair Deal process. We
That's what I mean. This level's just so
organized
troll, man.
speakers to go speak at events. We wrote op-eds. We had policy positions to defend, and so we were actually able to get
29.
multiple,
The ending. It was all about the
from
ending.
The Fair Deal panel report that was released 3 months late in June 2020. So what we've done is we've taken Western alienation and we've kind of said, here's some ideas.
What is that? That's a
of what
Grow Meek tie?
solutions are. Because yeah,
It's a
there
Grow
are
Meek
people
tie.
who
I
say
was
you'll
looking
never
at the
get a Fair Deal,
standings.
and I
I
understand
watched
where
Grow
they're
Meek's
coming from,
29 the
but
other day.
I do believe that there's no such
The other
thing
day
as a deal
being
with
like
cake.
yesterday.
And if we get some concessions, some significant concessions from the federal government, I do believe that a deal can be worked out.
Can you imagine
And
Dick
that's
could get
really
a
what the
fucking
driving
27?
focus of Project Confederation
Insane.
is. And one of the nice things about being at the Alberta Institute too is we have multiple different projects under the Alberta Institute. One of those is the Free Alberta Strategy. So we've been able to push through the Alberta
Grow
Institute,
Michel.
really
Yep.
the number one conversation piece around the political discussion tables over the last 6 months has been the Alberta Sovereignty Act, which is another way that we can prevent Ottawa from intervening in constitutional jurisdiction. So that's what we're doing right now.
I like the way you tied that together, and I want to take you back to I think our first telephone conversation. This would have been, I'm pretty sure it was even before Jason Kenney became the leader of, and you were talking about it, about what was going to happen, and that you were very excited about, Jason Kenney taking over the leadership of the UPC, because you really felt strongly that he was going to take the football and just run down the field with it. Obviously, for a number of reasons, that didn't happen. But you must be very excited about the fact that, as you put it, the ideas that have been developed and put forth by Project Confederation are now dominating, really, the political landscape in terms of the leadership discussions. We had both Brian Jean and Daniel Smith on this program, and that was a major topic of conversation, Alberta sovereignty. Brian Jean talks about in terms of autonomy, I was never quite clear what he means by that, actually. But I think
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
know
play
what
this level for
sovereignty
7 more
means.
minutes, and then I'm putting in Donkey Kong.
And this idea of the Sovereignty Act, to me, just makes a great deal of sense. So you must be very excited about, notwithstanding, the disappointment, if I can call it that, of Mr. Kenny's resolve to bring Project Confederation's ideas to fruition. You must be very excited about what's happening in the UCP leadership race with the Sovereignty Act. Really,
Yeah, I think that run I had a
being,
good fourth
I mean, it's
camera, or
everybody's
third
dark horse.
camera.
Love it or hate it, right?
I got a good third
Yeah,
camera.
and that's the thing. Like it was, like I was when Kenny first came along, I thought we were getting this tax.
I really should just let go of the up there. I'm gonna try to get 28 or something.
Canadian Taxpayers Federation is one of the founding members of the Alberta Taxpayers Association, which is a precursor of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. I had been hired by Kevin Abrams back in 2015 to head up Grassroots Alberta. Kevin was the founder of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, hired Jason Kenney, and I was really excited about, not only was he a Canadian Taxpayers Federation guy, he was a Reform Party.
Nice, that boost was so key.
The second wave, and so I thought if anybody understood this problem, it should be him. I mean, he's driving around in a blue Dodge Ram.
No.
Talking about grassroots politics is very important.
Like it's so ridiculous, guys.
We don't
Like
have that established Toryism so much in Alberta as we do here. Is that it's very much a populist province, and I really thought that he understood the undercurrents of culture here. And so as time went on, and I was noticing some of the people that were around him, and that was making me a little bit uncomfortable. And so honestly, like to me, my disappointment started more in 2017, 18. Just kind of where you'd see things and you're just like, I don't agree with that fundamentally, and yet he's doing it. He's talking about a production curtailment to drive prices.
okay, 5 more
That's
minutes
not
and then
free market
Donkey Kong Country.
Then the way that certain MLAs were getting axed, right? And I mean, a big one, probably the most prominent one that went out was Derek Silverman at Western Standard. Derek is Derek, but he's also an incredibly talented and person who truly does believe what he's talking
love
about.
letters to Kim Jong Un.
I mean, you might not agree with him, but I don't think anybody doubts that Derek actually believes what he's saying. And then Rick Frank, another MLA, and there was both kind of shrouded in controversy.
Self-spread love letters to Kim Jong Un. See from Mar-a-Lago have been published. Wow.
The wheat
Crazy.
which was the bane of Western Canadian farmers' existence for
What are they
the
saying?
better part of 20, 30 years. And
They
so
must be
you
on
see
4chan.
these guys that are true believers going down, and it was tremendously disappointing to have to go through that. But I got lucky in the sense that I kind of I got cold feet early, and so by the time everybody else was disappointed, I'd already crossed that bridge, and I was already. I had a feeling this was gonna happen.
Let's find out. Let's do it.
Project Federation was born out of process.
It's just so it's just so ridiculous, guys.
He was telling us he was gonna do something, and I had a feeling before we.
It's just too much, guys.
We were gonna need to hold him to account outside of the legislature, because inside they weren't taking any chances inside the legislature. So we launched Project Confederation just out of the bane of necessity.
It wasn't pace anyways.
Here
Almost
to make sure
died.
that Kenny does follow through. And he did for a little bit. He had the Fair Deal panel looked like it was going to lead to things. They all say COVID derailed it. I think that was just a misunderstanding of the culture in Alberta. We do have a unique culture here. We're very
Okay, 3 more minutes.
entrepreneurial.
3 more
We're very
minutes.
independent minded. We don't like being told what to do, and we believe a handshake deal is a handshake deal where you don't get that in other parts of the world. So we're in this situation where I don't
Thank you for
think
keeping your
Kenny
promise to
truly
start.
misunderstood
Peace process of our
truly understood
soldiers.
the culture in the sense that he was saying
Wow.
one thing, but then he was doing another. He thought that he could
That sounds pretty epic.
an angry letter to Ottawa, and that would be sufficient.
Sounds like
That's
the right
not
thing to do.
sufficient. And I think everybody in the province is really frustrated with the fact that we spent, things are a little bit better now with oil prices at $83 or whatever it is today, and it's reaching 100. But there is genuine anger at the federal government.
It's like
I think
I don't know how
Alberta was
slow.
scarred by the
It-
recession that we went through.
It's probably really
into
slow.
2014.
That's what I mean.
into
Like I could get
2021.
completions, but I think this is really slow.
If not,
It might be 28 pace,
you could argue it's
honestly.
So we're in this situation where, yeah, there is a tremendous amount of anger. There always has been.
No.
For the Reform Party, for the Liberal Party,
Wow, it's just so stupid, guys.
Talk, they'll walk and walk.
It's
That's
not
the reason why
pace.
well, he's walking now.
It's not.
Eventually.
So you state the case very clearly about what
Like, you
happened.
suck.
Would you care to comment on why, given there a 61% mandate on that referendum, I believe it was 61%, that Mr. Kenny chose to do
Yeah,
nothing with
I'm like
that?
done.
Do you have an explanation as to why he chose to do that?
I kind of got the feeling that he was afraid of the own anger that he helped whip up. That he he just underestimated the amount of anger that there is towards Ottawa. Maybe he spent too much time there. And when Trudeau won again, he was kind of caught behind the 8 ball. He didn't really have a plan.
Oh, come on, baby.
Scheer would win and it would go away. And
Right.
then O'Toole would win and it would go away. And I think that was a tremendous miscalculation because these are real issues we're talking about. People are genuinely angry at the way we've been treated. I mean, we've had, like,
Stop
look
it!
at
Stop it! It's so stupid, guys. That's not fair.
killed
That's not
the
fair.
federal government.
It's not fair.
Either moving regulations,
It's not fair.
project cancellation. And I don't think
It's not fair,
anything
guys.
will change. I think one of the reasons that our issues are still in the forefront is
It wasn't
people
peace
are,
anyways.
we're heading into the fall. People are looking at their bank accounts. They're looking at their grocery bills. They're looking at their power bills. They're looking at their heating bills. They're seeing 7% inflation prints. And then they're looking at Ottawa. And they're just saying, oh, bleep. Because at some point,
It's midnight.
something's gonna get right. Ontario is feeling the pain just as much as we are, if not worse, because we do
Take the
have
time for
a strong
Donkey
natural
Kong.
resource sector. Crops are looking kind of good this year. So we're in this position where we're doing kind of okay relatively to Ontario and Quebec, but you know that because Ontario and Quebec are feeling pain, that we're going to eventually be forced into that situation. And so I think that's a big reason why these issues are so prominent in this leadership race. And it's because there's this feeling of dread going into winter.
There was a
And
yeah. Go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
I was just wrapping up, so you can go ahead. Yeah.
Well, just to tie into your point, there was a recent poll you probably saw, which stated for the first time separatism, Western separatism, was more popular than Quebec separatism. 33% in a recent poll of Albertans said that they would support leaving Canada. Now, I think part of that is desperation. As you say, there are some people who don't believe that we're ever going to get a fair deal. But I think it's fair to say that the majority of Albertans still would prefer an option or a plan like Project Confederation, because really what Alberta wants to be able to assume its rightful place as a full partner within Confederation. We want RESBCT, right? And it just like every province, every Canadian wants that.
Man, it's nice to see
But
that
as you
29 there,
say,
though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's simply not possible under current conditions, and it's not just economics, is it? I saw this story yesterday of this shop teacher in Toronto. Dressed in drag, who looked like Morgana the Kissing Bandit, for those of you who are old enough to remember. And this is being defended. And I think to most Albertans, that looks like pure lunacy. So it's not just economics. Like, there's a cultural rift here that this Liberal government wants to change, not just what we use plastic or what we put in a car. They want
I
to
YOLO'd
change
that so much. I YOLO'd that.
the way we
I
communicate.
YOLO'd
with
that
each
shot
other, right?
so
They want
much.
to change the way we do commerce. They want to
What?
change what our kids
Come
are learning
on.
in school.
It's just so dumb.
And I see within Project Confederation, you can correct me if this is wrong, it's not just an economic
The railing.
movement. It's
The
deeper
railing,
than that. It's
guys.
a cultural movement.
You want to see it? You want to see the shot?
I think it's
There's the railing. You see that?
In the way that they run, Quebec separatists push it, and their feeling of alienation is
That was a good run.
But I think that kind of derives more from they believe that they have a distinct culture. French Canadians, they're not English Canadians. And Ontario is kind of the English Canada center. I mean, Ottawa. I went to Ottawa in May, and I was kind of taken aback just by like you would tell someone you're from Alberta, and they're almost just like, oh, you must be happy to get out of there. Like, what are you trying to say? You know what I mean? Like, there is this level of condescension from Eastern Canada, and Daniela Smith, she actually
Fuck off. It's so
had,
stupid. Like, this level, it just sucks.
From the Montreal Economic Institute on her program towards the end of her run with Global, and he talked
Oh, I got the
about
warp, though.
She
Yo!
so much.
What's up, Irie?
She said,
Aw, yeah.
they just don't think about you.
Yeah.
Something to that effect.
Thanks,
And
man.
I
Yo, want
do
your back
think
against the
that
back
is
wall.
a big thing.
Yeah.
But Alberta's alienation.
Yo, what's up,
is
NNY
primarily
Dust?
economic. But I believe that
I'm good, friend. How are you?
the difference in our culture is what's
Yeah,
contributing
dude.
to the difference
Thanks,
in our
man.
economic situations. We don't believe in
Thanks,
the
homie.
government looking out for our
There's a lot I'm doing wrong, I know.
Further, we've got a largely agrarian population where half of our legislature, the seats are in rural
No.
Alberta. We have tradition.
Yeah, I actually watched your...
Substantial
What's it
support for
called?
rural Alberta, going back
Watch your
through our
22?
entire history. I mean, the Liberals would win in rural up until 21.
I'm not gonna lie, mainly because I had the input display.
Didn't even have a leader
Not gonna
in
lie.
one election. They won. 1935 was social
Yeah,
credit,
man,
same thing,
totally.
rural
That would,
support,
like, and then
right?
you would save so much time to get boosted too, down the stairs, hopefully.
Ryan famously beat Bukowski in 92 with the support of rural and then kept it.
I'm good,
and
dude,
so
I'm good,
what
thanks,
you
man.
have is you have
We were always good, man. I don't know, I think you misunderstood the... You may have misunderstood what I was talking about, I think. NNY Dust. No, everything's good, thank you, appreciate it, really do.
And I think what you have is you have a federal government that doesn't understand
Wow.
the way that we operate and is trying to change it. So I changed
Yeah,
it to
man.
commerce.
Your
And
friggin'
I think that's really
input
the big,
display is
big
so
difference.
key
I
in
do
this
believe,
level.
yeah, we
I'm
do
not
think
doing the
cultural
down
argument, but the
C
culture is
here.
what drives the economy, whereas
I'm
the
not
other
doing the
way
down C. I
around,
see you're holding down C and
I
right
think
and
that's
right
the
C.
biggest difference is our arguments
I'm just doing the right
are
C.
economic,
It's probably losing half
but
a
they're
second,
being
but
driven by
whatever.
culture, whereas their arguments were culture and economics came second. And that's obviously evidenced in, like, if you look at any social
It should be,
program
it's
the federal
easy,
government
alright.
is on is heavily, biased towards Quebec. Quebec gets tons of money through transfer programs, and Alberta's paying the bill, right? So.
That's a fascinating perspective.
So you mean you miss her?
We had Preston Manning on this
Oh,
program, and
for
he
sure.
talked about the regional diversity of Canada
Wow.
as one of its great strengths. And
Yeah.
he said it's not just
All right,
Western
I will.
alienation. Really, we've got regional alienation all over the country because everywhere you go in Canada is such a vast country with different cultures, different languages, different foods. And what Mr. Manning is concerned about, he thinks...
Hold it for a moment as you gain control
what's
bond.
driving division within the country is a federal government that is monolithic. It doesn't seem to be prepared to recognize any difference.
It's another thing. It's like another thing to add to my brain.
Or economic.
The starts. There's a lot of like
wants
little
to
buttons.
exercise control over everything and everyone.
Your aim at the door,
uniformly.
yeah.
And Mr. Manning said quite astutely, that's not the way the Canadian Federation was set up.
Well
to
said,
function.
man. I've seen
And
that.
His opinion
I've
was,
seen
and I
that
wanna get your
too.
take on this.
Where you look
Canada
up.
tends to function better when
I do.
when we're
I
sort
do
of
in my
when
dust.
we're sort of disunified, where the regions are given the ability.
I think for the
and-
next like
and
5-10
the
minutes, I'm not
freedom,
gonna hold down
which is
C.
provided for in the Constitution, as you know,
Oh,
to govern locally. Because Mr. Manning says, and I think this is quite correct,
I did there.
the further the government gets from a problem,
Wow.
the worse they are at solving it. So local government.
Yeah, I got a
always
dot. I got a
does
dot
very
for
good-
this
does a
level.
better job of solving the problem than
Actually,
government
I
that's
put the dot for
thousands of
Aztec
kilometers away. Would you
00
agree with
too.
his assessment?
Oh, absolutely. I think that this
But really
federal
mainly
government
for this level.
is the textbook that they pull out for almost every.
Oh, I didn't push down C enough.
They put
All
forward.
right,
I mean,
whatever.
I do believe that we are stronger. I mean, like the whole point of the Confederation was that it was a federation, that each province should be able to control its own affairs to as much of the ability that it can. And I do believe that the centralization versus
2 bullets rather than 1 bullet
decentralization
first 2
is really part
cams.
of it.
2 bullets, wow.
Conservatives have a tendency to believe in
Shooting much earlier, that's
believe in
interesting.
the power of the individual. We believe that people should
Rather
be,
than
can be
aiming for
trusted to
eons.
make decisions
Yeah,
that
I'm going too
help.
far too.
We don't believe that the
I'm going
government
too
is
far,
looking
like
out
in
for
like
everybody.
into it.
And
Because I'm also not looking up enough to. It's making me go further.
Rural Alberta.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
all.
Kevin,
It's all
you know,
just
started
like not
pressing
ideal.
down to southern Alberta to knock on doors and knock on farm doors and have conversations with these guys about politics. And man, they hate the government. It doesn't matter.
No, I
who's
missed
in
it.
the
I
government,
missed
they hate the
it.
government. And I love
I
those
missed
people
it.
because
Suck.
they're the ones who are separate.
I didn't back
They
swap.
don't get
Fuck.
the benefits.
I would have been 28.
Their tax dollars like
I didn't back swap because I'm an idiot.
So we have this, I think, and but that just feeds into the culture.
Two chances
I
better than
said,
one.
Even like downtown Calgary, like I'd say probably 40 to 50, if not 70%
You're right.
of people in downtown Calgary working
You're
in
right.
office towers either came from rural Alberta.
Damn it! I can't believe I didn't back
or
swap
raised
there.
in rural
Why? Why
Alberta,
didn't I back swap?
Or
Fuck
in
it.
some other
That was my
way had
28.
their upbringing influenced by the culture outside of the city, and so they bring it into the city and they bring it into the
Oh.
office towers and bring it into business, and that's a big drive.
I didn't listen to what you said at all.
Our entire culture, and I think one of the things that we're seeing is, and it's one of the driving forces of Western alienation, just on a pure philosophical level, we have a difference between what the federal government wants and what the civil service wants and what the bureaucrats want in Ottawa to what we need out here and what we want out here. And I think that really, until that's addressed, which
I don't know. That's gonna mess me
but
up
until
tonight.
that's addressed, you're always gonna have an undercurrent.
So go see up.
I mean,
Oh, let go. Oh wow.
I mean,
Okay.
It was great when Harper was
Crazy.
Prime Minister for 9.5 years, not to get shot.
Way too far
But,
forward. Yeah.
You know, like he didn't really do much to protect us, and now we're
Interesting.
in a position where it's always going to be there. The
That's
support
interesting.
separation might hit 33% this time. Maybe there's a conservative government for a few years, and it goes
Wow.
down to 20, and then
Terrible.
the liberal government comes in and hits 40 next time. Right? Every wave gets a little bit stronger, and so if we don't.
I'm also
address
not
these
watching any
issues
cutscene at all.
before it gets to that point, or if we don't even get in the door,
Wow.
like we can't
It's all
afford to
messed
fail
up.
because otherwise the country will break up.
Speaking of government overreach, I wrote a paper.
Not like speed matters much.
earlier
Yeah, you're
this
right.
year.
Interesting.
It was based on a book called Our
See
Enemy
up
the State. You might be
in time
familiar
all
with
the time.
Ray Chelmakin.
Nice.
It was written in 1935. And one of the things that he said
Now
was
I'm
that
just
in the
messed
book
up.
is that as government encroaches more and more, people, individuals
Distance more
tend to
important. Wow. Interesting.
rely on each other less and less.
That's really
Okay,
interesting.
so at COVID. So here what we have is we have forced
Yo, thanks for the tips,
physical
man.
separation of
Really
individuals.
interesting.
So they can't get together to meet, to talk about things, to solve their own problems. They become more and more reliant.
Just two
on
bullets, right? Two
government.
bullets. Two bullets. Two
And
bullets.
so now, moving forward, now we have this government that has used really the COVID measures to expand the scope of their powers.
I'm not thinking.
They're still
The
talking.
two bullets. I don't know.
The vaccine mandates. How has COVID and I'm talking specifically about the government overreach aspect of COVID. Has that set back the Project Confederation movement? Has it fueled it?
Shield it. I mean, we have a situation where the federal
Full second lining up
actually
each cam. Literally slower than
did
3
experience, like, a
bullets.
spike
Yeah,
in
you're right.
fundraising during the pandemic. I think everybody did, but it was one of those things where, like, as it was going on and as the government was overreaching, and as you're watching it happen, you're watching people just kind of stand up to.
Wow,
government
that may have been the worst headshot attempt of
where
all
in
time.
February we had, I don't even half a
What's that
million
plaza? Like a
people
10,
driving up
11?
to
Yeah.
Ottawa, and then the Prime Minister brings in the Emergencies Act. I mean,
Thanks, man.
like the Emergencies Act is one of the prime examples of why we need to have more autonomy, and that means things like a police force, things like a pension fund. That means the firewalls need to go up because the federal government is doing these things, and
Wow.
I believe that it helped fuel it as well because, and we talked about the culture of
Yo, with
independent
emotes.
thinking and independent thought in this province, and the way that Kenny and Trudeau almost seemed to be like they were working together, and people were
A
seeing
lot of
that,
lag,
they weren't
I
liking
feel.
it. And so we have this situation where COVID has almost increased the frustration because it did seem like the pandemic response, it was on a cultural line.
Mhm.
Like it was very much the people that wanted the paternalism are the ones still wearing masks
Mm,
at the grocery
interesting.
store. And you
Yo,
you're
this shooting help for a
now
much better
where
time.
there
Wow,
are
that's
people
interesting.
within the highest
That's a good
levels of
point.
government that believe
I
that
didn't like
we're
what was
still
happening.
and
That's
are
really
pushing are going to push for more
Just like
restrictions
boom, boom.
as we go into the fall. So far, I haven't been watching it at all, but I haven't heard anything on the news about COVID. yet, but I mean, because we've kind of shifted to inflation.
Wow.
I don't know how that's gonna play out, but we're at this point where,
Yeah,
there
man.
are
Like, if
definitely,
this is
think,
gonna.
exposed a serial divide.
You're right. I gotta
in our
gotta
cultures
break
between
bad
Eastern
habits.
Canada and Western Canada, where we hated the restrictions. We almost to a man.
Got the Ramses.
There was a tremendous amount of support for
Oh, that was terrible.
ending restrictions, and people got really angry.
Shoot one bullet rather than
Maybe you
2,
didn't
3 and
know,
hope it works.
But you're probably watching the news thinking,
Like super YOLO.
you know what I mean? Like, I'm done. I was like, and I think that's generally how people feel towards Ottawa. I said it in, I think I'm playing on a famous reggae called The Eight Scary.
I am doing a quick pause.
I'm from Ottawa and I'm here to help. And I think that's really helps fuel this. I think it's really a big reason why the Sovereignty Act is at the core of this leadership race is because Ottawa, Kenny overreached. But
I've been doing quick pauses.
Trudeau,
I have been. I guess maybe the ammo has been. Maybe I've been doing it with the ammo not going off screen. I don't know.
I think that has really pushed things forward. The Emergencies Act, we have to protect ourselves and protect our bank accounts. Because if you donate to someone who's opposing something the federal government is, you could have your bank account taken, right? Like, so we need these protections in place to prevent Ottawa from doing the things that they have been doing. So the pandemic in some ways,
see what you mean.
at the beginning it slowed us down, but I mean,
No.
part of me thought we were going too fast anyway. So, but as time went on, it became quite clear that it was another point of cleavage between Ottawa
Towards the
and Alberta,
double
and
door.
I do believe that it is down to that cultural difference that we talked about.
Yeah. I want to dive into
See.
the Sovereignty Act more. to
After
talk
the
about
first
it because
cam.
People are very curious about it. They want to know more about it.
Interesting.
By way of segue, I want to talk to you a little bit about the
26?
APP, Alberta Prosperity
No way, man. 26.
because it's sort of a close cousin.
There's no
There
way.
are a lot of lines of
I
sympathy
mean, I don't want to be so
between
negative, but
Project Confederation and what the APP is talking about. The APP, people think
Yeah, I mean,
it's
yeah,
about
let's-
separation,
I
but
mean,
actually it's about the idea of living in an independent Republic of Alberta that is free and prosperous. And of course, it seems to me Project Confederation has basically the same goals.
Thanks for
They
that faith.
They want Project Confederation is about Alberta sovereignty just within Confederation.
Still took a long
and having
time to
Alberta
line
be
it up.
free and prosperous. But the APP is talking about, and this is what I want to get your take on, is talking about a referendum on separation, on independence from Canada. When I had Daniel Smith on this program, I asked her if she would prevent, or if she would support a referendum, if she would allow it to happen.
It's locked out.
She said that
Locked
she
out.
would, although she was very clear that she's not a separatist. She still is very much aligned with Mr. Manning's view of Canada. So,
whoever the
what I'd
last
like to know
cam.
from you is,
Yeah, YOLO. I'm
why
terrible
is
at YOLOing
Project
the cam though.
Confederation
Don't
opposed
reload after
to,
key card, just reload after second
first of all,
cam.
is
Wow.
Project Confederation
Crazy.
opposed to the idea in principle of a referendum on independence? And if
Reload
so,
after
why?
second cam.
Okay, so I'll start. So basically, if we're going to have an independence referendum, I don't think we can afford to do that, if that makes sense. So moving too quickly.
Oh, I reloaded again.
Losing that
1-2 bullets, key card guard.
because now we don't have the balls to do anything, right? So we
So
get in
reload
it-
after
I
the
think
second cam.
wholehandedly weakens our hand. Now, I think part of the reason that the polls are,
Okay.
I think the peak I've
Thanks,
seen
dude.
is 33-34% in favor. I think part of that is, like, and the number I choose to focus on is 67% and 75% are not happy with the way things are. And
No.
so, in order to
That was pretty
get
fast.
those
That was
numbers,
better.
you
I didn't
have
get it,
to
though.
take off the table any attempt at a fair deal, which means that you have to go, you have to try, and it has to be clear to everyone, meaning
This is so
everyone,
dumb.
that you did everything in your power to try and make this relationship work. And Ottawa said that. Now there are questions on the other side. Can Ottawa say
That was better though.
I mean, if Alberta leaves, BC is in trouble.
Third cam was still
right?
kind of slow.
So, like, the arguments for Alberta leaving are also arguments for Alberta staying to the rest of the country, right? That they lose a cash cow, they lose, jobs, right? Because now they lose all of these things that Alberta brings to the table. And
Too
maybe
low.
Maybe that creates the impetus for it.
Oh, my
The only way
KF7.
we'll know
Interesting.
is if we do it, is if we try. And that, I think, is what we're trying to do. And I understand
Wow.
where ADP's coming from, but if we don't actually try to do everything to get a deal, and like I said, I don't think there's such
Interesting,
thing as
man.
a deal we won't take. I mean, if they gave us, all the senators and all 338 seats in the House, now I'm just spitballing here, we'd have to take that deal, right? But, like...
Oh, my finger slipped.
Obviously, we're not going to
Fuck.
get everything we want,
That was
but
bad.
that doesn't mean we can't put everything on the table. That doesn't mean we can't go to Ottawa and say, look, we want all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, and then Ottawa comes back with a counter, and then, Quebec gets in on the discussion. And
I didn't
if we get to
reload.
the point where we actually do get a deal that is
Oh, come on.
and one
I'm just
side
gonna go
backs
for it.
out, that may create the impetus. But at this point, I think
Should I
the
just go for it? I'm
purpose
just gonna
of
go for it.
Project Confederation is to get to the table with everything on the table.
No.
Try and get a deal.
And to create, and so the idea behind the Sovereignty Act, if I understand it correctly, and I had the pleasure of actually meeting Rob Anders.
Not ideal.
Presentation.
Nice,
Yeah.
thanks, man. I don't think it's
very
like
nice guy,
it's
very
like
smart
29
guy,
pace or
and
something. Even if I
talked
make this
about
perfect,
leverage.
so I
And
go
the Sovereignty Act
Cave
is
7,
really, not that it's a block.
key analyzer,
but
and then I
it's sending
back
a
swap
strong
for the
signal to
warp,
Ottawa,
right?
Look, we're
I think that's what you
now,
do.
We're not going to take it anymore.
Cave 7.
And
I'm going left
does
strafe.
does that capture kind of the essence of the Sovereignty Act?
I just gotta do
Why-
it. I'm just gonna do it.
why it came into being is that there has to be a
I
very
moved way
strong
too
message,
fucking
stronger
much
than
in
the
there.
plain letters.
There we go. We did. We got the warp
To
though.
Ottawa saying, look,
I added a second
we
going
need
like
to
this in the
reopen
stupid thing.
the Constitution.
Yeah, I guess.
And we need to really look at
Damn it,
Alberta's
30,
relationship
fuck.
with Confederation, and
Suck.
things need to change.
Hog.
Is that kind of the essence of how
Suck.
the
Yeah.
Sovereignty Act was conceived?
I think a lot of it, too, is if you look at,
Terrible.
for example, the carbon tax, the
It's a good last cam. Yeah, I'm not YOLOing the last cam at all.
Bill C-69, the legal challenge of the provincial government.
That's pretty slow.
I think 8 other provinces have applied for intervener status because it does violate the Constitution. The problem is that if you look at
Yeah,
Bill C-69,
I'm not doing that at all, man.
like I said, the impact
I mean, I
assessment,
want to,
the
but
federal government's moving forward with it, even though the Alberta Court of Appeals has ruled it unconstitutional. So we have to deal with this thing. The Impact
No.
Assessment Act, it's
Whatever,
they're
it's
u-
too slow
they're-
anyways.
They're creating an agency effectively that's going to monitor all
gotta
environmental
remember the
activity.
reloading
So, it's a
times
Trojan
too.
horse. Like they can do whatever they want. If we want to build a highway over 75 kilometers, it has to go through the
It's
act, even
fucking-
if it's
it's way
within
too
our
long.
property.
I'm still doing the
So
one bullet. I gotta do the
every
2 bullet,
single-
like you're
A
saying.
gravel pit, for example, needs to
Alright,
go
2 bullet, 2
through
bullet, 2
the
bullet.
Impact Assessment Agency. So even though we have made an argument that has been accepted by the Supreme Court with 8 other provinces in intervener that is ruled unconstitutional, we're still dealing with it. I think the Sovereignty Act is designed
Thanks, man. I
to
appreciate the
assert
fucking
our constitutional
help too, especially
position when the federal government's overreaching, because the Supreme Court, I don't know how
when
long this
I'm
thing's gonna take.
playing for like a
you're
200th
more
place
tied
time
in
or
with the
something.
legal angle than I am, but I'm guessing it's gonna take a couple years. We're not gonna have an answer in the next 3 weeks whether it's unconstitutional. I think that's really the impetus of the Sovereignty Act, just on a base level, but it does create leverage as well. It does. It is about leverage. It is about escalation, because they've escalated, and Kenny's just written strong letters. That has created a tremendous amount of frustration and anger, and the Sovereignty Act has really, that's probably the biggest reason why.
I
one of
didn't
the
shoot
biggest
2
reasons
bullets
why it's
again.
captured so much attention.
And it's also captured the attention of our premier. He called it catastrophically stupid, and he went back on his word. He said that,
was
he
better.
was not going to enter the fray
Way
of the
faster.
UCP leadership race. And he has done just
I didn't
that.
reload. Why did
He's
you reload?
essentially endorsed, not
Reloaded again,
surprisingly,
man. Sorry, dude.
one of the candidates who happens to be a member of his cabinet and happened to have been at the famous, what was it the Sky
Sky Palace.
Sky Palace dinner? Yeah.
Like what? It's just like
that's
it's just
fueling anger too, isn't it?
it's just so amazing.
There's
Absolutely.
the deep distrust for Mr. Kenny and his government. And why is he coming out and criticizing the Sovereignty Act? What's your take on that?
Hey,
Well, for starters,
for Irie Butler
he
telling me
misrepresented
what
his
to do,
position
everything.
because he came out.
Yes,
when he,
thank you, man.
when he, or at
Big
least I
dick,
think he
thank
did.
you.
He came
Normally.
out in
Hell yeah, let's
fucking-
September, early
Should we try to
September-
shave it down lower?
August 13th, on his radio show, he
Stupid fucking
talked
door.
about
If that
the
door, the
top
glass
gas
door was
app
good, that could have been like
called
27 or
Tesla
some shit, maybe.
And he said that he would
Oh,
write it.
thanks guys, that was
And
nice.
Then a couple of weeks later, he
Alright.
was asked about it again, and he said, "My position
Nice.
from the beginning, when it was launched,
Who's
I
Ivory?
looked
Oh, right, Iritis.
every news article
Irites.
dating back to September 29th,
Nice. 28? Yes.
was the launch of the Free Alberta strategy, and
Yes.
so much the launch
I'm
of the
hyped.
Alberta sovereignty. I couldn't find a single mention of him talking about it, of him even mentioning that it existed, and for him to take that position
Alright.
and to
You
say,
can
"Hey,
leave better though.
I believe that I've been consistent on this. You haven't been consistent."
I think that
You
first
just spoke out
cam
about it a few
was
weeks
probably
ago.
my
Like,
best
that's
first
number
cam.
one, you're misrepresenting your position.
Like,
Number
ever.
two, he, I believe, is misrepresenting the act. It seems pretty like
The fourth cam
you
was
get
pretty
enough-
good too.
Like, I think I think you can write it so that it is constitutional as long as you're operating within the bounds of the Supreme Court. As long as you're saying we will respect the Supreme Court decision.
Wow,
I think that's
I reloaded again.
Or it's maybe a framework for a free vote without defining what the free vote is, which I believe would be constitutional as well. And there's probably like multiple other ways to do it so that it is constitutional. To call it a cockamamie plan like that just shows that he
Two
didn't
bullets,
have
two
anything.
bullets, two
We
bullets, two bullets, two
had
bullets,
an
two bullets.
equalization referendum in October 2021. They had they passed a resolution in the legislature
brutal.
the day before the AGM. Almost seemed like they were just doing it so Kenny could give a speech at the AGM saying, "Oh, we're doing good to try and temper anger," and then did absolutely nothing with it and gave up. I mean,
I was so right. Its distance is way more important.
We've been getting creamed by Ottawa for the past 7 or 8 years here. What year did they? 7 years. And what are you doing? Like, you have
I'm only doing one bullet, though. I gotta do two.
doing the same thing over and over again.
YOLO it a
expecting
bit
the same
more.
results. Well, write another letter, please. So it's frustrating. It is really frustrating to have a premier not only intervene in the democratic process that a lame duck should. However, I will say that it's almost been an advantage because
Nice.
I think Kenny has misunderestimated how unpopular and distrusted he is. So every time he opens his mouth to criticize something, people look at him and say, "Okay, well, I disagree with you." So it's almost like, because you would think that it would somehow impact polling numbers and stuff like that. But
I
it
can't even
actually
imagine
changed
running this
the race
level in like
solidified things
a
that people
full
have been-
speed
and
run.
So it's
Like
on one
a
hand, yeah, it's
secret agent
frustrating because you're having to-
RTA.
On the other hand, I
I'd
think
lose
he's
my mind. I'd probably
or he's
die.
underestimated
I'd probably
his
pass away.
popularity and the distrust that people in his own party, let alone the general public, have towards anything that comes out of his mouth.
I'm not even joking.
So are we letting the cat out of the bag at all to say that Josh Sanders would support Danielle Smith's bid for the leadership of the UCP?
I support Alberta Institute policies, and the Sovereignty Act is a part of the Free Alberta Strategy, which is a part of the Alberta Institute.
All right.
I also support constitutional reform, which Brian Jean has come out in favor of. I support an Alberta Provincial Police Force, which has been really the highlight of Dave's campaign. So yeah, I mean, we're in a neat position where we've managed to influence,
Wow.
not just us. I mean, there's others. I mean, Bill Hewitt at Fairness Alberta comes to mind immediately. Franco
Nice,
Terra does
28.
great work with
Nice,
me.
man. Thanks,
There's
dude.
Chris Sims is doing it now on budgetary stuff. But we've the ideas that we put forward and we've been pushing for are really
Sick.
the heart of this leadership race.
So now I pretty much just
At
have to
this
YOLO
point,
the
I don't-
last cam now.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say
Right?
I would support everybody, but so far it looks
probably
like
it.
our policies
YOLO
are
that-
gonna be
that
put in
last
place.
cam.
And then after the election, after the leadership race is over, it comes time to make sure that those are implemented. And the Sovereignty Act is, the Free Alberta Strategy. Like I said, a lot of Brian Jean's talking points seem to come from my emails. I don't want to take credit because I didn't have anything to do with it, but
Brutal.
you get in this position where
Fucking terrible.
I think a lot of the frustration towards Canada.
Yeah, I am gonna play
is
Donkey Kong
driving
Country 64 though in a bit,
frustration.
Irie.
The Sovereignty
Just
Act is
FYI.
definitely part of this race.
I think that it is a wonderful sign of the political health of Alberta, and in fact the cultural health of Alberta, that
28.
the best ideas of the candidates
Nice,
who are
nice,
vying
nice.
for the premiership of this province are coming from a conservative libertarian think tank. We had a gentleman on here you might know named Peter Hawley. He's with the Frontier Center. for
Oh,
Public
really? I love Peter. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm a senior fellow of the Frontier Center. I'm proud to say that we've had him on and some other guests in the Frontier, and Peter talked about think tanks, and so did Preston Manning when he was on, and they had an interesting take that, and I'm interested to know what you think about this. That for the longest time, these really bad political ideas that have been dominating political discourse in Canada have been coming from lobby groups and
Two
corporations.
shots. Two.
Okay, invested
Two
in
bullets.
They haven't been coming from places like the Alberta Institute, think tanks, where smart people are spending really all their time trying to think of great ideas to improve Alberta and the lives of Albertans. So I think it's a wonderful success, and I applaud Project Confederation, the Alberta Institute, for coming up with these great ideas and getting them out there into the public discourse, so that these are the things that the candidates are talking
So
about.
ugly.
They're actually debating
Really
ideas.
ugly.
Yes, there's still the, a little bit of bickering, but really when I watch the debates and I see what's going on in the news, they're talking about ideas. For example, there was a piece today in the Western Standard where Brian Jean was talking about something that Daniel Smith had said, which he was talking about the Sovereignty Act again, or talking about digital
Oh, I did it
identification,
again.
why that's a bad idea.
Got the warp
But
though.
these ideas, these debates are
See,
all
even that was
seem to be coming
29.
out of think tanks.
Yeah, I gotta
And I think this is
YOLO
just a
the
great sign, for
now I just
Alberta
got
and
now I
Canada
just
that
gotta
we're
YOLO
actually
the last
talking,
cam.
we're
That's it.
debating ideas in the public sphere. Would you agree?
I think so, 100%. I mean, I think on the conservative side, or the right-leaning libertarian side,
Which I don't think is gonna happen in
there's
the
been a
next
definite absence of things.
10 minutes or
If you
so.
look at the left on environmental issues and rights, or
But
really any.
we got
any
fucking
issue
Irie in
that
the
is
chat. It's
important to them,
fucking.
there's- You can't
I
even
can't
list on.
stop now.
You probably couldn't list off all the organizations that are directly there, and they've got a model that has been working for them. They have
Brutal.
hundreds of groups talking about a single issue, because then it can seem like there's lots. And so what we've done at the Alberta Institute is we've taken a very collaborative approach to this. Even our organization design within our organization is collaborative between projects. I help Rob. Well, Rob's on leave right now, but where we have we work very closely together to try and build a movement, not just an organization. It's not just about one person. I'll work with the Canadian Taxpayers Federation on something. I'll work with the Alberta Strong and Free. We'll work with anybody to try and to get as many voices out there as possible, because that's really the driving force. If we consolidate into one group and we have all of our voices into one, I think that
I really need to work on that.
tremendous. Because if we've got one person out there, that's only one. If we've got, a story comes out in the National Post, for example, that maybe quotes 4 think tanks all saying similar things, I think that's a huge advantage. The left does
Two
it
bullets.
tremendously. I mean, they've dominated political discourse.
And I gotta look
with
up
this
sooner
for
too. I gotta watch your
20
run again,
years.
man.
I mean,
I gotta
going
watch
back
how
to
you look up
Obama's
right
presidency,
here.
if not before that. So I think the think tank model, it's
gotta
really
watch it,
like
like-
we're just in the early stages.
Because I do
of it
notice
in-
you
in
and other
right-leaning libertarian
players
sense. I mean,
look
I know
up.
we've done a lot of work for JCCF. I would count them in there. So we've got, John Carpe is the same thing. He comes from the same school we do. That Canadian.
gonna take time to get used to.
CTF. So we have this general concept: the more, the merrier. The more voices, the better. And that, I think, is one of the big reasons why we're such a force. Is because there's more. It's not just me and you, and it's not just me. It's not just Peter. It's all of us. Right? So that, I think, is a big reason why this is going on.
Well, one of the challenges for think tanks like yours, or the Frontier Center, or the JCCF for that matter, the left doesn't seem to suffer from is an absence of money. There seems to be no end of money for these really bad ideas that are coming from the left. Is that changing in terms of being able to get people to donate to support the Alberta Institute, to support Project Confederation, or are you guys still fighting really hard to get public support for the many different
I
programs
missed that guy by like a mile.
Our
That's
model
crazy.
is
That's really
designed in
bad.
a way that we're always focused, like the bulk of our income doesn't come from the big dollar guys. It doesn't come from downtown Calgary.
Alright, since we got Irie here, we're gonna play another like half hour
It comes from
before Donkey Kong.
somebody chipping in $1,000.
We're gonna be playing pretty late.
You know, and the whole idea is that
Tonight.
the more grassroots
Maybe less than
our
half an hour.
design is, the more
Maybe like
more
15
reach we're
minutes.
gonna have. Like we're not relying on having. I don't have to
Wow,
call Danielle
terrible.
Smith. I just gotta send an email to my list, and she gonna hear about it. You know what I mean? So like, so we're in this position where, yeah, I'd say our design is different in that we try and focus on the small guys. We try and focus on the little guy who is directly impacted by what we're doing and does have a passionate view on it. I don't have as much to do with the larger dollar donors, but that's very much our structure on a financial sense, and it's really our structure with everything. We do a lot of petitions. We get a lot of feedback, a lot of surveys. Like our whole design is about engaging with the people that are our support base, and so yeah, I can't really comment.
Why did I reload there?
Because our models.
It's fine.
So if people wanted to donate to Project Confederation or to the Alberta Institute, how would they do that? The best way to do that is just to visit the
Yo,
website.
like what?
Yeah, it's just there's a big donate
What?
button at the top. You can join, which is to sign up for our list. I don't have the website in front of me, but join and donate are the two buttons I usually send people to. So yeah, like you can do a credit card donation. If you click the donate button, it's got an address there. You can mail a check to if you're more comfortable doing that. And we are a registered nonprofit, so it's just one of those things where, like, as far as I know, the Emergencies Act didn't apply to us because of our registration status, so we don't have to worry about that. If they start doing that, I think that's going to be a bigger issue. I think JCCF might be involved if they start seizing registered organizations that are following the rules. So it's one of those things where, yeah, that's how you donate. Just go to the webpage.
Josh, I wanted to ask you about a big event that you have going on. It's coming up, Canada Strong and Free Regional Networking Conference 2022. This is in Red Deer on September 24th. It came to the Hotel and Conference Center. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Damn it, I fucking
Yeah,
reloaded
that's
too
not
late
us.
there.
It's actually Troy Lanigan and Canada Strong and Free. So that would be the old Manning Center. They've rebranded to Canada Strong and Free. So that's them. But we're going to be there. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be talking to people. I haven't even seen the speakers list. I hear there's going to be a debate. I'm not sure. We are having a Common Sense Red Deer. Common Sense Red Deer is a municipal Red Deer group from the Alberta Institute. Like I said, lots of different organizations. So we are having an event. I think it's Boston Pizza across from Cambridge. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing people and talking to people.
Oh
I
my
go to these
God,
things,
come on.
Unless I'm speaking, I like to hang out in the hallway and talk and get people's perspectives. On
Oh, what a
different
meme. It's such a meme. It's such a meme.
folks, people I haven't seen in a couple of years. Ones that didn't make the auto. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I think
Such
this
a
is the
meme,
first
guys.
in-person conference that Troy's
Such a
put
meme.
on since probably before the pandemic. The first one in Alberta, and Alberta's the heartland. So I'm really looking forward to it. It should be a good time. Troy's a really good guy, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
I've heard that Mr. Manning might be there. That would be.
Well, he
really
probably
nice as
will.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
If
good.
they can afford him.
Is he that expensive?
I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
Well, he'd be worth the price of admission, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Listen, we've kept you a long time, but before we go, I must get your take on the federal scene. They've just selected a new leader from Calgary, Pierre Poilievre. Now, people have different ideas about how much of a difference he's going to make on the national scene. We had Maxime Bernier on this program, and he said that he said nothing against Pierre Poilievre, but he thinks that there's a pretty deep rot within the Conservative Party, and that once you look past the veneer, there's not a lot of difference between the Liberals and the Conservatives. That was his view. And so he doesn't think that things are going to change a whole lot for most Canadians, whether we have Mr. Trudeau or Mr. Poilievre in the Prime Minister's office. What's your view of the matter? Do you see, from your point of view or from Alberta's point of view, do you see Mr. Poilievre as taking the reins as the new leader of the Conservative Party, potentially our next Prime Minister, as a positive sign, or one that really makes a very little difference in terms of Project Confederation and Alberta's future?
Well, I mean, we've said it multiple times. It doesn't seem to matter who the government is. We're still going to keep doing what we're doing. We're still, like, our arguments don't change. We believe that there is fundamental structural issues. I think with the just pure speculation, I think it comes down to when Trudeau calls the election. All indication is that he won't call one until 2025. He'll keep things propped up. And if I think Pierre will factor in then. Obviously, he's going to be a dog, and we know what he's capable of in the House of Commons. He's one of the most articulate speakers. He doesn't need a script. He can think on his feet better than anybody I've ever seen. But at the same time, it's the timeline. It is, like we're looking, and I'm just looking over the market right now. The Dow's down 500 points today. I haven't seen the TSX. Like, we're in a position where every time a rate hike happens, people are worried about a recession. But they have to keep raising interest rates, otherwise inflation is going to run too hot. And so we're in this weird little position where the federal government's going to need to do something. Like, Bank of Canada can only do so much when the Trudeau government's handing out $4.7 billion programs that largely benefit Eastern Canada. And you can almost anticipate that in the next 2 to 3 years, Trudeau will institute another policy, something I don't know what it would be, whether it be a windfall tax on oil and gas companies, for example. That's something we've talked about in the past.
Right.
I mean, that was something that was mentioned in the at the UN. I think the Secretary General of the UN was talking about it. I don't know if it was him, but there was a direct mention that you need to bring windfall oil and gas tax, or maybe something happens in Russia where there's a supply shortage and a supply crunch, and that drives prices up in oil and gas even more, which is going to drive prices up in Ontario for everything, right? Because energy is the industry that powers everything else. Every other industry relies on energy inputs to build anything, to produce anything. So we're in this weird little spot where Trudeau is still in power, and Pierre, being the leader of the opposition, is only as good as being the leader of the opposition. I mean, he can stand there and yell and scream all at once, and he can be 100% right on things, he can be 100% wrong on things. That won't matter because Trudeau's still the Prime Minister, and we've seen what he's capable of doing. We know where the votes are. We know Ontario and Quebec. So, and we know that they're going to need money. Like, I mean, they can't keep printing money and not expect there to be, some kind of economic crisis caused by inflation. They just can't. So they're going to need money. And where do you think they're going to get it?
Fuck off.
No. But all of which is to say, we cannot rely on Pierre Poilievre or anybody else riding in on a white horse in Ottawa. We've got to solve our own problems right here in Alberta, put Alberta first strategy, and that's what the Sovereignty Act is all about, right?
Yeah,
I'm just do a few more minutes, then I'm going to play Donkey Kong. Just a couple more minutes. Thanks, Ari, for all the help, man.
Alberta. Like, that's what we're all doing. We're all putting Alberta first, because we all recognize
Like,
that these are structural issues that
fuck, dude. Next session going to be going for 27. That's clean. That's super fast.
We can't even expect that, I mean, I think we've made that mistake too many times where we've got faith in a change in federal government. And that
I'm pretty exhausted from playing this.
Tremendously on Jason Kenney. It happened to him twice. I think that's a terrible approach.
Wow,
and I
that
don't think it'll work.
I think that white horse might be a unicorn. In any event, we want to thank you so much for being with us, Josh. This has been a tremendous conversation. We've learned so much from talking to you. This is the part of the program that we call a reading list, and so I have a couple of books I'm gonna point to, and if you have a couple or if you have a book or a website that you think would be useful to people taking in this podcast, that would help them further their understanding of some of the things you've been talking about today,
so dumb.
And then please mention them. I'm going to go first and give you the last word.
Yo, what's up, Sadiq?
I mentioned today is from a gentleman who's been a guest on our show. You probably know him. His name is Michael Wagner, and he's written a book called Alberta Separatism.
Why did I pause?
Then
I'm so
and
stupid.
now. And this book has been says
so
that Alberta
dumb, guys.
separatism has been out of the news for many years, but that
I can't salvage this run at all.
change, and it has. Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau was the father of Alberta separatism because he provoked an angry response with his national
Always on the
program and other
yeah.
socialist policies. His son Justin has now
What's up?
become the
And
new
why
Liberal
Dust? What's
Prime
up?
Minister, and it's just a matter of time before Alberta is once again at odds with the
Yep.
federal government.
Actually,
Very
I'm about to
appreciative,
switch
summary
to
of this book,
Donkey Kong
because it all came to
64.
pass. And so really what Michael talks about in this book is what Josh has been saying about the structural problems with the Canadian Confederation, the things that Project Confederation is working to change. So I think it's a nice companion to our discussion.
Like a minute or two.
And of course, like all of Michael's books, it's very well written and very carefully documented. The other book I have is an interesting one, and I just found this book. It's by a man named Kevin Page, and it's called Truth and Lie on Parliament Hill. And it's basically a scathing critique of the federal public service, and it talks about the unaccountable truth and lies on Parliament Hill. Kevin Page, who, and Josh probably knows this name, was appointed by the federal Conservatives to be the country's first parliamentary budget officer back in 2008, and the move fulfilled the Tory campaign promise to deliver greater government transparency and accountability. He was later denounced by the same people who appointed him to scrutinize their spending. He challenged the government on several issues, most notably the true costs of the F-35 fighter planes, and publicly claimed the government was misleading Canadians. He was vilified by then Finance Minister Jim Flaherty. And so Page goes into a discussion of
I'm going to be playing
sort of
Donkey Kong
whistleblower
64
type,
soon, like right now.
discussion and tell-all book about a major embarrassment to the Harper government, and he warns.
I'm just so
again,
tired
this
of
is
playing
somewhat
this
a
level.
prescient book because it was written about 10 years ago, but it warns about the dangers of the lies and the corruption that was going on in the federal government back at that
For
time.
today, I
which,
mean,
by
not in
all
general.
accounts, and at least to all Alberta eyes, has only gotten worse under the Trudeau government. So I'd recommend those two books because they sort of point to
Pretty happy with my
the
progress today.
structural issues that Josh has been talking about, and why something like the Project Confederation, its ideas, and the Sovereignty Act are so necessary for Alberta. So, Josh, those are my two suggestions. Do you have any you'd like to share with the people who are taking in the podcast today?
Yeah, so the one that comes to mind right off the bat is Moment of Truth by Tom Flanagan and Ted Morton. Tom Flanagan, of course, he was one of the early architects of the Reform Party movement. I think he was the chair of the Revolution campaign of the Conservative Party of Canada. And Ted Morton, of course, was they're both signatories to the Firewall Letter. I think Barry Cooper's even he has a chapter in there. Everybody loves Barry. So it's a really good book. It talks about the structural deficiencies and some of the solutions that can be put forward. It's very similar to the Project Confederation idea. The other one, I've got Do Something by Ted.
I just get so discouraged if I miss that shot.
To be read.
It is a great book.
Okay.
And especially a great book for right now, because everybody in sort of the aftermath of COVID, people have a great sense of powerlessness, that they can't influence politics, but it's a great book because it breaks it down to what can you do today, right now, 365 days a year. There's always something you can do to make a difference in your community, in your town, and so it's a very
that was perfect in a move.
Book. Yeah, that's a great selection.
Yeah, I keep thinking I'm gonna pick it up, but then I read the title, I'm like, I gotta do something. So yeah, but that's on my list. My reading material is probably quite unorthodox. I spend a lot of time on a research website called ProQuest. Yeah, I literally will, like, you can find like full copies of newspapers on there. So if there's an event that I need to find
Like,
what were they
no,
doing
man.
and
Like,
how did
what?
it work, I'll go in and
It's so
I'll just
dumb.
read, you know, whatever the newspaper, what was Don Braid saying about the kitchen cabinet in 1993, right? Like, well, Don Braid was there in 93, but you know what I mean? Like, so I'll go back and I'll read,
Yeah.
like, exactly what was being said and how did that end up happening.
What?
So you
Come
end up
on.
following these stories, like, whether it be constitutional or whatever, like, on a day-by-day basis to get kind of what the feel was. Because to me, in doing what I do, I think it's almost more important to understand what the feeling is and the mood in the public is, and how different points in history may line up. I mean, I always say history doesn't repeat itself, but it always rhymes. And I do
Wow,
spend a
I'm
lot
still
of
28.
time just reading.
It's
You know,
crazy.
like Ed Stelmach and Stephen Harper were in a fight in 2008, so I'm gonna go look that up, right? So it's interesting, and I brought that actually up to Tyler Dawson at the National Post a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a month ago, and
Wow.
it was just kind of, you know, I was looking at it, and you know, I was just so happened to be reading articles from 2008 where Stelmach was mad at Harper over equalization and how it doesn't matter if it's a conservative government in power. The Premier of Alberta has a tendency to be mad at the federal government, even if we've got friendlies in there. So it's just, it's very interesting when you take a look at, you know, like the different dynamics of different historical events. And sometimes I'll even go back and I'll read about 1937 when Bible Bill Aberhart brings in the social credit platform that the government lawyers are telling him it's unconstitutional. He's like, I don't care, I'm moving forward. And then the lieutenant governor says no, and your house gets sold. So you get in these positions where, yeah, so it's interesting. But I've always taken the approach that history and that's something that I do like the ProQuest. Yeah, you can just go to any date and you're reading. I found myself reading about the 1910 Alberta and Great Waterways scandal, which took down Premier Rutherford, and you know, so you're reading every. Yeah, so like it's just crazy the amount of information that you know you get. It's, you know, understanding those first-hand accounts is I absolutely love that stuff. So I do find myself reading primary sources more than I do secondary sources. Much more. So I don't read a lot. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna check that out. I had never heard of ProQuest. Thanks for that. That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a research. I found it when it was what we used at university, and then I just found a way to get access to it. And I just signed up for the Calgary Public Library, and that's how I get in now.
Excellent. I mean, libraries. What a treasure. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
Anyway, thank you so much for being with us today, Josh. It's been a great pleasure to talk with you and to get to know you a little bit better and to learn more about Project Confederation and the Institute and all the great work that you're doing. So thanks so much for being with us today as our special guest on Grey Matter.
Well, thanks for having me.
Like, what the fuck, man? Man, it was like right on there. Alright. We're gonna do Donkey Kong in like a minute. This might be my last run. Yeah, like I'm just tired of playing this level right now. I'm like not really feeling this level right now. Wow, that was so lucky. I did not like deserve to hit that. It's too low. I think I got it though. I did. It's over. It's over. It's too dumb. No. Too low, as Irie says. Too low. Okay, 2 more minutes, then I'm playing Donkey Kong 64. Oh man, that was almost a god run. What? That was amazing. What? Okay, this might be the last. If this is like trolls in my last run, because like yeah, like I'm not. No, this is my last run. So we got 28. That was nice. That was good. That was awesome. Okay, let's play some Donkey Kong 64. Yeah.
No problem. Everything's fine.
thoughts. I want you to do everything in your power to keep Donkey Kong distracted. Steal that horde of golden bananas he treasures so much, and take care of his pathetic friends. This time there can be no mistakes.
Oh, Your Excellency, we've already taken care of business.
I hope for your sake, you're right this time.
No.
While you'll be busy looking for your precious golden bananas, flea-bitten friends, I'll be preparing my lizard-flavored surprise.
I did, man. I got 28 thanks to Irie Butler, buddy. Irie Butler helped me get 28. It was insane. Yeah, it was insane. He came in and he's like, dude, what are you doing? He's doing no, he didn't say that like that, but it was amazing. Yeah, buddy, 28. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, man. Yeah. I'm super hyped on that time. Not gonna lie. No way, man. I think I can, like, I could get a much better time if I YOLO that last camera. How's the music? Should the music be louder? I love this game. Audio's good, nice. Thanks, buddy. your release. It's all good, homie. It's all good, man. I think I'm gonna load the vape and just chill out. I'm gonna chill out here like this for now. One sec, I'm gonna load the vape. Hello, Baba. Yeah, buddy. oh, Candy.
Candy Kong, yeah.
Yo, what up, Juan? I never ends this one. I'm still having it, but I don't know. Yeah, I love this game. This game's amazing. It's so chill. I love this game. I rebought it. I bought it again. A used copy. Oh, that's a good game. That's a good game. Mission Impossible 64, yeah. I rented that before. Never owned it, but I rented it. That was a good game. That was a really good game. Very stealthy. Very stealthy. Very stealthy. God. Yeah, I do. I have like maybe 10, 15 games. Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, Super Smash Bros, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark. I just got Donkey Kong again. I love this game. There's a lot of clips in this game. To speedrun it, you could like do a lot of clips. Wow, yeah. You like it's very broken. The speedrun is very broken. It's really cool. It's a very broken game. It's amazing. So I don't remember anywhere. I don't remember anything. Please, no spoilers. Oh, for the games, yeah, I'm lucky. But I bought them. Man, I bought and resold my 64 2-3 times, like through time. Ah, the glitches, yeah. I think I talked to that guy. I think I gotta go talk to that guy first, if I remember right. And then he opens up the. Check it out. I think I gotta talk to this guy. Yeah, one. Knew it. Cool, man. That's cool. That's such a hard game. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of glitches in there, man. Oh, we got a banana. Look at that. It's broken, yeah, it really is. Nice. Level 1. Here we go. 2820. That's amazing, man. That's amazing, dude. My PBE is like 10 hours. I love this level. This level's amazing. Oh snap. Oh snap, look at that. Oh, you have to do that to get through. Dang it. Just Perfect Dark and GoldenEye mainly. I did a little bit of Sonic Suggests. Just for jokes. Because Ray are reviewing and we found a clip. Sonic Suggests. It's like a 5-minute game. It's very short, one level. See, I don't remember this at all, man. I love this game, dude. $25 bananas. Insane. Dude, this is so sick, man. How sick this is. Oh. What? I have no bananas. I have 15 bananas. Definitely not enough. SH2? What's SH2? I just bought a PS2. Silent Hill? I literally just bought a PS2. I had one before, but it broke, so I bought a used one. It's not connected yet, cause yeah, Silent Hill, nice. It's dope, man. You have a PS2? My buddy has the Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. It's my game, but it's at my friend's house. I need him to mail it to me. I beat it. It's really the best Dragon Ball fighting sim. It's expensive though. If your PS2 plays burn games, Dragon, it's so good. I'm gonna write in the chat. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Oops. BDT3. What's BDT? Budokai Tenkaichi 3? Yeah. Dude, you know where you go like this with the circle? Yeah, man. You destroy the analog stick like this. I know what you mean. Yeah, man, I want to stream that again. Gotta get it from my buddy, but I'm in weird terms with my buddy, and so, but I want that game. So what do I need to do? I need to get 75 bananas, I think. See, I don't have much powers yet. See, I don't have my gun. I don't have a gun yet. This is a fucking hard game, man. It's a beautiful game. Armory. I have $6. Nice. Hook me up. Yes. Sweet. Nice. So baller. Oh my gosh. Dang. I fell so far. Oh, shoot. No. On the game. Saves on the game. Nice, we got it. Oh snap, it's Diddy. We got Diddy. Dude. We gotta get Diddy, man. Oh snap. Might need Funky's help. Yeah, I got that. I got it. I got it, buddy. Oh, I gotta shoot all 3 of those things. Alright, whatever. Wow. No, it's fine. Yo, this thing's amazing, man. Like, look at how amazing this is. What? What? It's just so dumb. Nice, yo, what's up, Anomaly? Yeah, man, I love this game, dude. This game is so dope. We're gonna get our little buddy. We're gonna get Diddy. There's 2 more. I don't know where they are. We can get this now, though. God. Good thing I checked. Okay, I swear to God it was there. I swear to God it was there. Why isn't it not? Let's check this out. Oh man, this game. Oh, this game. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. How do you snipe it from up top? I guess you gotta do it from up top. It's fine. Oh yeah, totally from up top. Wow. This game looks amazing on my TV. I have a 32-inch CRT. It's really nice. It's beautiful. I literally, I did all this. I did all this. I don't know where else to go. Oh, how about that? It was epic. Where does that go? That goes there. Did I do that one? I did do that one, right? Yeah, I did that one. I'm like stumped. I don't know where it is. Wow. Ridiculous. What a mission for this banana, man. Well, I guess we got Diddy. It was a big mission for Diddy, but man. Actually, it wasn't that bad. Nice. Oh snap. Oh, we opened up the whole area. Look at that. Nice. Good job, Donkey. Yeah, it just saves on the cartridge. Wow, a blueprint of banana, that's crazy. It's a pretty high price. Oh man. I might call it a night actually, to be honest. I think I'm gonna play like 5 more minutes and then I'm probably gonna go to sleep. 2 a.m. here. Oh man. Yeah, probably I'm gonna sign off like pretty soon, like almost right now. Sorry if you guys are getting comfy. I gotta crop the bottom. Oh my gosh. Oh good, I should get off here. Yo, thanks man. Appreciate it, buddy. Let's get this golden banana from this guy. For the blueprint we got. Hopefully I still have it. We do. We got it. Thanks buddy, thanks so much for being here. We got the 28. We got the 28. Okay. Thanks for watching. You're the best. Juan Del Mario, Amelie, Dick, everybody, Irie. I'm so tired. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Talk to you soon.